day.
It was.
Around 20 degrees. It was certainly a chilly night the night before. But it does, it's been the pattern in Melbourne, not just for the summer, but for its entire history, I suspect. It's a place that can run hot and cold. The dips in temperature are significant. The 4 seasons in one day, of course, is very evident here.
That's one phrase. Another phrase, which when I first came to Melbourne, I thought, yeah, okay, I know what that means. Cool change. You don't know what a cool change is until you've experienced one, where it can be 40 degrees at 12 o'clock and 20 degrees at 3 o'clock.
And that is absolutely a Melbourne thing as well. It happens, and the Australian Open is quite often the case where you will be sweltering and it will just be so hot, trying to find shield from the sun wherever you can. And then, an hour or so later, you will reaching for the jumper going, what happened here? How did that happen? And then it catches people unawares because...
Yeah, well, I've learnt that, and I always pack a jumper in my bag, yes, even if it feels like I'm a complete mug to do so.
No, I've got my green one tucked away in my backpack, and it doesn't leave for the fortnight.
Well, we're talking about the weather, not because there's nothing happening, but because the weather is actually going to be a factor. We're going to be starting with the match on Cain Arena between, well, 2 of the top 20 players. This is third round action where seeds play seeds, and this is the 14th against the 17th. The 14th seed is Tauson from Denmark. The 17th seed is Victoria Moko from Canada, and she's one of the most exciting prospects on the women's circuit, well, on the circuit in general, Victoria Moko. Let's have the coin toss first with Elena-Gabriela from Brazil, the umpire.
Calls will be made by the both seats, should be automatically on the board. We also have video review for some situations you want to challenge. You can see it, either you stop the point or at the end of the point. Shot clock is visible on the court level, so please keep an eye on that, on the shot clock. For the towel, can you use the blue and the white for you? Is that okay? Do you have any questions? No? People can enter at the end of each game, just to be aware of it, okay? So Abigail, let's show Victoria. We have AO or, can I show her? Just a second. Yeah, Mark Edmondson. Which one you choose? AO. AO. So now is the moment, Abigail. Yeah, you can do it. Very good. AO. I'll receive. You receive? Okay, let's do a photo with her facing that way, please.
Once again, nobody other than the Aussies willing to choose Mark Edmondson. They probably just don't recognise the name.
It's been very evident, and for the listeners tuning in, Mark Edmondson is the most recent Australian man to win his home Grand Slam. But that dates all the way back to 1976.
Well, the 50th anniversary this year. And will he present the trophy? I know he's going to be here at the last 3 or 4 days.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't, given that link to history. I know that we like to try and celebrate fate all the great champions in Australian tennis through the years at different functions. And given that link, given that milestone, I think that would be a self-evident one.
It's not just the milestone, though. He is the lowest ranked Grand Slam men's singles champion.
An amazing...
212 he was.
212, but I think, I believe it was you we were discussing a couple of days ago. It wasn't like it was a flash in the pan.
No, he went on to win 5 Grand Slam doubles titles, 4 men's doubles, 1 mixed.
And exceptionally good hands, great at the net. And he was able to produce one remarkable match to beat John Newcombe in that final. In that
most ridiculously windy conditions. Kooyong said, we think the Arthur Ashe Stadium in New York is a bit of a swirler, but nothing like Kooyong, which catches the wind between the railway line and the Monash Freeway. And it just was apparently mad that they stopped the match for half an hour, the final, because it was too windy.
Yeah, it can be combustible. And you can also have, and we've seen this through the Australian summer so far, you can get those torrid scorching days, terrible for example, if there are bushfires around, and we had one not too long ago in Melbourne.
A couple of weeks ago, there was a very serious one just outside Melbourne.
Which had smoke sitting in and around Melbourne for a couple of days, and it was one of those things where you're going, oh, if this is during the Australian Open, clearly the devastation and thoughts go to, if anyone's listening in, to some of the houses and homes that were lost through that period around Victoria. It would have been tricky for the players because it was the breathing, the air quality was quite poor.
Really?
It sort of just sank into Melbourne as it did going back about 5 or 6 years ago when we had...
Well, we had in 2019 the bushfires.
Like Saturday bushfires.
We had an awful lot of sand, sort of charred remains, ash, sort of very fine ash particles on the ground at Melbourne Park.
Yes, and look, the ash was falling going back about 2 weeks ago. So I think just the timing you can get. Well, clearly it is unfortunate in every regard, but the wind is a factor, and the wind and the way it works in sort of the bay. That's why we get quite. It's known Melbourne as a bit of an allergy capital.
Yeah, I can see that.
A world allergy capital because of the way things can spring in. So I get hit during the hay season.
Right. Okay. The thing that I think is the best quote probably ever from the Australian Open, when Kim Clijsters was going out with Leighton Hewitt, there was one Australian Open when there was a lot of bushfires, and she lost, I think, about third round, and it was thought of as a big upset. And she was in her press conference, and they said, "Look, are you as surprised as we are?" And she said, "Well, no, I go out and I can win. I happen to lose today, but don't make too much of me losing. There are people less than 100 kilometres from here who've had their house burned down.
Yep.
That is far more serious than me losing a tennis match."
Without a doubt.
And I thought, every now and again, you just need somebody to put this in context. We love tennis, but it is only a game.
It is. And look, there is a stark contrast today as well. The conditions are magnificent.
They are, yes.
Absolutely beautiful. And hopefully, and I'm intrigued as to what this match will bring. I'm really looking forward to it. I think that Victoria played very well in Adelaide last week. That little injury concern.
Well, she's got her knee strapped up, right?
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Yep. And Clara Tauson is where I always thought she would get to. And remember interviewing her many, many, many years ago. I think she might have been the world's best junior at that stage. And here she is in the top 20 and played some great tennis at different stages last year.
Current temperature is 18 Celsius. The wind is, well, they say 7 kilometres, 4 miles an hour. If you want 18 in Fahrenheit, it's 64. And perfect conditions at the moment. It will warm up, though. They're saying the top of 26 today.
Yes.
Tomorrow will be the one that will be challenging. And yes, obviously there's not going to be 40 in the middle of the night, but I do remember.
But as the evening progresses, and Melbourne's
it will get warmer during the night.
Probably Melbourne is at its warmest about 6 p.m.
Yes,
5 to 6 p.m.
I do remember one night where the temperature didn't drop below 31 degrees here in Melbourne.
It can be stifling.
That was not a good night's sleep.
It's one where, for myself, I might find a nice ale in a refreshing beer garden, Chris.
Okay.
And there's a few around Melbourne where you can enjoy yourself, and there's plenty around the site, as we've seen.
Yes.
People are enjoying themselves outside and enjoying it. One thing we also enjoy here at AO Radio is the messages and the input we get from listeners around the world. So please, get in touch. Make sure you write to us. Let us know what you're up to, where you're listening from, who you're looking for, AO Radio or ausopen.com.
Ready? Play.
Yes, ausopen.com. You can scroll down to the form that says Ask the Booth, where you fill it in, your name, where you are, and your message or question. If you want to send us an email, our address is aoradio@tennis.com.au. Clara Tauson gets this third round match underway, the first of the third round matches. Players who win today are through to the round of 16.
Which would be new ground, certainly in Melbourne, for a couple of these players, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Well, it will definitely be for Moko, because this is her first Australian
Absolutely.
Open. Only her fourth major. She's made tremendous progress and made her massive statement when she won her home tournament. The Canadian.
5 months ago.
Yes, exactly. Beating Osaka in the final and Rybakina in the semis, having saved a match point. Backhand from Tauson to the backhand of Moko. Backhand Tauson. Moko with a two-hander cross court. Backhand up the line from Tauson. Forehand Moko. Forehand Tauson. Backhand from Moko to the... Oh, it's just too long. Going to the backhand of Tauson. Tauson is the taller of the two players.
She's been to the third round here twice, Chris. Was beaten last year by Aryna Sabalenka and a few years back by Danielle Collins, who went on to make that Australian Open final in 2022.
And the significance of having reached the round that you got to last year is that you've defended your ranking points. Now, clearly she'll want to win this, to try and build on that. But at least she has the... she's not going to slip back in her ranking point total. Rocha just asking Tauson to wait because the ball kid had to fish the ball from under the match clock board. Forehand from Tauson to the backhand of Moko. That's a very forcing shot. Got back defensively by Tauson, brings Moko to the net, but that's a lovely short ball from Moko. She's got great tennis brain.
Yes, I was going to say, what's impressed you most, Chris, from watching her play? I mean, I love the way she worked. She, worked overtime did a very, very good job, more to the point, to defeat a young Australian, Emerson Jones, in convincing
Very promising
fashion.
Australian.
Yeah, she's promising, absolutely. But Moko, a couple of years older, and certainly a period ahead of her as well.
Mboko's 19 years old. Forehand return to the forehand of Tauson. Backhand from Moko. Slice from Tauson. Moko makes ground to her forehand. Goes cross court. Tauson is there but overhits her forehand. And it's 30 all. What impresses me about Moko, I mean, she's calm. She's got the perfect build for tennis. 1m78, 5'10" is very good height. It's probably about average, slightly above average for the women's game, but I think I would say optimum, a bit like 6'1", 185 is for the men. Serves out wide Tauson, and the return is long and wide. And I just, I'll come to a dynamic in a minute when the players change ends. 40-30 on the Tauson serve. She goes down the centre, an ace. Very nice serve from the Dane. The point I was going to make is that Moko is the fourth of 4 children, and over the years, when you cover a lot of tennis, you get the sense, you get to know about people. You see some dynamics. Sometimes you get a dominant first child, like Djokovic is the eldest of 3, and he's clearly the sort of the person who takes responsibility in that family. But often you find a second, third, or fourth child who just has that. The parents have done something big, or an elder brother or sister have done something big, and 2 of her siblings have played college tennis. And I just get the sense that she's one of these sort of happy-go-lucky fourth children who says, oh yeah, that's fun, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do it better than you.
Of
and
course,
in a way, as a motivation, that's not bad.
You always want to try and not upset, but try and get the better of your siblings.
Exactly, especially
in some way, shape
ones.
or form when you're a younger person. And just also seeing the route, the paths, the pitfalls, the challenges, the great things about players who make it to college tennis. So she's seen sisters enjoy clearly some success, and also be mindful of, it's hard though. You get to college and that's a great achievement in its own right. To then take the next step along the rung to professional, okay, what worked, what didn't work, and it can sometimes just come down to who's slightly more talented.
Yeah, and you can have your blueprint there, and you can learn the pitfalls to avoid. You can learn what works. Moko hits that to the chopped forehand of Tauson, and Moko with a forcing shot. Tauson is there. Has she caught the line? She has. That's a lovely backhand down the line by Tauson.
Scorching backhand. She settled in well. She was quite a long way behind the baseline there. I'd say a good metre or so, metre and a half, to find that power and precision. Lovely shot from that position in the court. Wow, that's a beautiful backhand to start, and impressive way to finish off the first service game from Tauson as well. So she's looking in good form as Moko slides that beautiful serve, carving away from Tauson on the deuce court.
I've also made an observation about myself at this Australian Open. I've used the phrase an awful lot, technically very good, and I think I need to stop using that phrase now, simply because, I'll make the point after this one, backhand from Moko, really forcing the issue. Now Tauson playing some good defence. She slices down the forehand wing of Moko. Moko cross court, down the line, Tauson is long. I think there is so much competition now, especially in the women's game, that anyone who has got into the top 50 has got to have very, very solid technique. The kind of weaknesses that you could have got away with by covering up with bigger strengths 20, 30 years ago, you just can't do now.
Yep, you need to be really solid in every single facet of the game, because you can get exposed so easily as Moko comes forward and Tauson nets the ball. You need to be able to move extremely well, and if it's not the strength, you need to at least put in all the work to try and make that as.
And I think that's actually, sometimes people ask me, probably ask you as well, what advice would you give to the parents of a promising youngster? And the biggest advice I would give, I mean, the first piece of advice I always give is get good shoes. Doesn't matter what else you wear. If you break some apparel rule at a tennis club, forehand return from Tauson, backhand from Moko, forehand Tauson to the forehand of Moko. This is 40-30 to Moko. Backhand from Moko, backhand from Tauson is sliced. Very deep, backhand from Moko. Oh, clean winner, up the line. And this is beautiful hitting by both women. It's a pleasure to watch. It's aesthetically beautiful. You know, whatever the apparel rule is, the most important thing is a pair of shoes. And the next thing I would say is, if you think your child might be good, get them really good technical coaching as early as possible. Because if they are going to be good, then they will be up against people who can find out any tiny weakness. And if you haven't got the basic technique good, and yes, technique changes and there are variations you can have. I think very few people would teach the one-handed backhand certainly to girls these days, one-handed backhand to boys perhaps, but you know, there are variations within that you can do, but ultimately get your technique right at an early age and you give yourself a chance.
Yes, that's right, because you know that you can hold up under pressure.
Exactly.
And that's the key, and it's all about pressure. It's all about making your opponent take that extra half step, trying to push them back a little bit further, rushing them, see what happens, and you can find gaps, you can find weaknesses, and you can exploit them if you're good enough. And you can be guaranteed that these players are so precise, and particularly at the top of the sport, have so much information that if there is a glaring weakness or even half a weakness, it will be exploited. That's what game plans are all about. That's why you
absolutely.
That's why you invest in coaches, in statisticians, in analysts and strategists, and try and come up with a game plan. As Tauson finds herself in a little bit of trouble here, Chris.
Yeah, she's love 30, but I have to say, I mean, I was looking forward to this match because they're quite close, and you've got Moko, who is very much a rising star. She's not a star yet.
No.
But you know, she's doing very, very well. But what I'm really enjoying about this is the stroke making. It's a good serve from Tauson. None of them have any weaknesses. Now that may be reinforcing the point I've just made. But when you see them under pressure, having to resort to the slice, this isn't a sort of an emergency slice. This is something that they haven't got time to get the two-hander, but they're playing it deep. They're playing it up the line. The accuracy, the fluency, it's great to watch.
Disrupting the rhythm also of
that
their
also
rivals. So it can
yes.
be used aggressively. And the other thing I've noticed this week, and I'm glad I've seen it, in particular a couple of players who have used it effectively, as Tauson double faults in their faces, 2 break points in the third game of this match.
Yeah, 2 double faults, isn't it?
The chipped forehand is coming into
it is coming back, isn't
coming
it?
back in women's tennis.
Yeah.
You see it in men's a bit, the squash shot or the aggressive one, but we've seen players prepared to come outside in on the ball to try and get the ball flying away or arcing away to the backhand side for right-handers and using it effectively.
Yes, I've noticed that. I mean, in men's tennis, it's been used either when you're pushed really wide or for the drop shot. But actually, it's being used more now as just an option in the middle of a rally. A slice from Moko. That just shifts wide. 1 break point saved.
And I've got to say, even at the level that I can sort of play to, which is a reasonable club sort of level, it has to be the rackets and the strings, because it's certainly a far easier shot, far more controllable shot, I find now, than what I used to when I was a younger man.
Right. You play at more than reasonable club level. You play at good club level. So, certainly, I mean, I can't judge the Australian system because you don't have the counties the way that there are in Great Britain, but you'd be good county level in Great Britain. That's a forehand skewed wide by Tauson, and she gives the first break to Victoria Moko. Moko leading 2-1 after 10 minutes.
Now remember, at AO Radio, we've got a great competition in place this year, Chris, haven't we? We flipped the switch. We're talking about which actors. We've talked forever about which actors would play tennis players if they made a movie of their life. Well, we're doing it differently this year, aren't we? We're talking about the tennis players who could slide in and replace a famous movie actor. And we'd want to hear from you, which tennis players do you think would fill a role in films? If it's a little off Broadway, something that we may not be aware of, provide some descriptions. Equally, provide assessments, analysis as to why you think this player could be cast in this film. We've got a couple of great things on. Well, it's a great prize on offer. $50 gift voucher to the Oz Open shop. You can visit.
It's got its own website, hasn't it? Australian Open Shops. AustralianOpenShop.com.
And a tremendous range. I remember using a voucher last year to the same amount. And
yes.
I didn't win the competition because, let's face it, I haven't quite got that level of cleverness about me. But nonetheless, great value there. So make sure you get in touch. And I love this one from Danielle. It refers back to yesterday's titanic match in which we saw the former champion Stan Wawrinka progress in a 5-set thriller over Gaia, the young French qualifier who has got some talent, I've got to say. Danielle from Hawaii writing to say, Stan the man as the Terminator. I like that one. Thanks for the message, Danielle. Beautifully put.
There was a player, I think it was Dominic Thiem, who I think a few wags used to call the Dominator.
The Dominator.
Which was a play on the Terminator.
And came from the same nation as the man who...
well, Schwarzenegger, who was born in Austria. Yes, exactly. Moko at 15 love, serves to the backhand. Now goes back to the backhand of Tauson. Tauson lofts this style. Oh, beautiful shot from Tauson into the corner. And Moko did not see that coming.
That's the second beautiful backhand down the line from under pressure and wide that she's been able to strike so beautifully down the line. If you can make that shot regularly, it can really disrupt the rhythm of rivals, because it's a harder one to hit when you go up over the net. But she's hit it beautifully so far. Do you think that might be one of her proper strengths, that backhand down the line?
Yes, absolutely. But she's got to be awake to the fact that at some stage, Moko will get wise to it.
Yes.
And therefore anticipate the backhand down the line. It's funny how some players just enjoy the down-the-line shot more than the cross-court shot. The cross-court shot ought to be easier. That's a good serve from Moko. Sits up now. She goes off forehand into the open court because Tauson had guessed it was going to her backhand.
Very composed start here from the Canadian.
That's long again. It's a good serve, though. I mean, 148-second serve. He's wearing a... is it maroon, would you call that?
I think maroon or burgundy.
Maroon or burgundy dress. It's a one-piece, and it's got a slightly lighter coloured visor. She serves at 40-30. 400 turn is netted by Tauson.
And there's fist pumps on the court and fist pumps in her team. A positive start here for the 17th seed, coming off a final in Adelaide.
Time in between and you make it tough for her. If you have to make the return, you block and stay ready for next shot. You're good.
Allez, come on, Vicky. Let's go.
That wasn't Chris Bowers there offering advice. That's the courtside microphone, and I thought I'd just pause for a second to hear what the advice being offered to give you an insight into what she was saying, and that's fairly spot on, isn't it? Just keep calm and go about your business.
But he was saying blocking. Yes, blocking the return of serve.
So Tauson so far has been able to get that sliding one effectively to the forehand, and perhaps that's it. Rather than going the big swing, try and get it there and chip that one back and get yourself into the rally.
Stan Wawrinka style.
Stan Wawrinka style indeed.
Tauson at 1-3. Serves into the body, backhand return. Chopped forehand from Tauson. Forehand from Moko. Tauson with a defensive backhand. Lands on the service line. Moko comes into the net. Plays a volley into the net. Ooh, now did she hurt her? I just worry about that knee that was strapped.
It's certainly...
I don't think she did hurt it, but it... Sorry, go on.
No, it's certainly heavily strapped. So clearly there is a slight concern there of some sort. But no, I think on that one there was just the disappointment at not making that volley. Perhaps not quite a deep enough approach. She had the position half court.
I mean, she had to come in, didn't she? Because the defensive shot from Tauson was very short. Tauson goes cross-court with a forehand winner. Nice double punch, serve out wide, forehand cross-court.
Such easy power from Tauson. Wow, she's able to rock back onto the right foot there and then swiveled the weight through the shot as the forehand swing was coming through and just absolutely clubbed it. Beautiful forehand.
She too is wearing a visor, but it's a white visor. She serves out wide. A drop shot now by Tauson. Moko will get there. Tauson should put this away. Oh, Moko with a volley. She's made it! Well, you make a guess when you're in that kind of situation. She was really a sitting duck at the net, but she went one way, blocked the cross court from Tauson, and wins the point.
It was a really good drop shot from Tauson in the first place. Gave her a rival a chance to get to it, but it was beautifully executed. And the ball was there. I would have gone straight back down the line in hindsight, but it just seemed like...
Or at the body.
At the body. And instead she gave her opponent a chance to get to it. Too good. Well played, Moko.
Forehand from Tauson to the forehand of Moko. Forehand Tauson cross court, great angle, chipped by Moko. Short ball for Tauson. She goes back to the forehand and hits a clean winner. Such a good point from Tauson.
I've got to say, the level in this match already is very, very impressive.
Yeah.
Now, we know it's a third-round match. Effectively, it's one of the tougher third-round matches for both women because it is the 14th versus the 17th seed. It's a really sort of high-tier seeding to have them meeting this early. You know, you normally might get I guess that's the way the seeding pattern works, but these two are particularly timed.
It's a very good serve from Tauson. She needed that game after dropping her serve. And it's 3-2 to Moko. If you're interested in Mboko's story, her family was originally from the Democratic Republic of Congo. They left because of political turmoil. They sought refuge in the United States, and they did live in the US for a while. And in fact, Victoria was born in Charlotte, North Carolina. But then the family settled in Toronto, and that's why she's now Canadian.
Her accent, Chris, have you spoken to her? I've never actually spoken to her in person.
No.
Given a rapidly, we could see she was coming as a talent. She'd been identified as a talent, but really it was last year in Montreal where she shot to prominence. She had that win in Hong Kong as well, a title in Hong Kong as well.
That was the second title in November.
Yeah, in November, and was quite the star there. I spoke to the tournament director, Peter Johnson, who's an Australian, and he said... Just
ran into him this morning. Yeah, he's here.
Great fella, Jono, and he was saying how Elena-Gabriela, the crowds were watching her matches in Hong Kong.
The Philippines player
matched what we saw here at Melbourne Park in the opening round, and but Victoria was clearly someone. He's a lot of experience as an administrator and a former player himself, Peter, and he thought this is a proper star here.
Yeah, well, she is a star. What impressed me about the way she handled it in Canada is that there's so much pressure as the home player. And yet she seemed unfazed. She just played a couple of tennis matches and won them all.
Won and knocked off some very, very, very good players.
Osaka and Rybakina.
Osaka and Rybakina back-to-back.
In the semis and final, yeah. Moko serves, backhand return off the top of the net, dribbles over. Tauson puts up her hand to apologise.
And I really like that tournament in the Canadian Open.
It's a lovely one, isn't it?
It's
alternating Toronto, Montreal.
It's been a good decade or so since I've gone, but when I was there, I loved it. No, it's always a joy in Australian time slots leading into the US Open to be able to see some fabulous top flight tennis sort of being played on the hard courts because you get a great feel for the form. I think
you do, absolutely. Well. Toronto stroke Montreal and then followed by Cincinnati the week later. It gives you a very good idea. Another double fault from Moko. Just a little bit sort of, having praised the technique of both players, she's quite front on in her serve.
Yes, I'll have a more detailed look here, Chris.
Love 30 on the Moko serve. She's fine at the start when she tosses the ball, very much sideways on, but she comes round quite quickly.
So pirouettes into the position where that right foot is. Tauson clubs a beautiful forehand.
It was a beautiful forehand from Tauson, but the defensive reaction from Moko steered the ball into the one part of the Tauson court that she couldn't get to.
She did well to get the racket on it, and just whether it was a fluke of fortune, perhaps slightly framed, or just a lovely redirect cross court. Yeah, you do wonder about that little movement, don't you?
Do, yes.
With that knee.
So from Moko, and the return goes long.
Just seemed to just prop a little bit when she was reaching for that backhand, lunging for that backhand, but lovely serve. So when we talk about the positioning she's in, she pirouettes around, so she brings her back leg, her right leg round, and it does, as a result, sort of move around almost, side by side with the left foot. So that does open up her shoulders a bit. It's a good point.
Forehand from Tauson to the forehand of Moko. Tauson will go back to the forehand. Up the backhand wing now. Tauson goes back down just too long. She's going back up the line. I was interested to see which way she went on that one. Would she go cross court, which was the obvious one, Tauson, but she went down the line. So I think it confirms that when she's running to her two-hander, she does rather like hitting it down the line.
Yep. And particularly, if you can hit it as well as what she does, it's be very effective.
Moko serves. Yeah.
I mean, her shoulders are still very much, it's just the leg comes around, but her shoulders and the trophy position is still in what I would consider a technically good position, Chris. Particularly to the advantage court. I'll have more of a look on the forehand side. And by that, if you consider the trophy, so if you've ever seen a tennis trophy for younger kids,
it's
for
like
example.
Usain Bolt position.
Yeah, exactly right. I like that. The Bolt position, celebrating. And you want to try to be side on with your chest, I suppose, facing towards the side fence of the court, or the sponsorship hoardings and the stands on this occasion, and then swivel round and get that power as your shoulders sort of come around. If you get too front on, it can be a problem for a few reasons. You can drag the ball into the net. You just don't seem to have as much control or spin or accuracy for mine. And
yes, and going back to the feet. Sorry, we're talking about very technical stuff.
Yes,
I don't know if this works on radio. We'll shut up in a minute. But Tauson serving onto the service line. Backhand from Moko, backhand Tauson. This is 2-4 from the Dane's perspective. She goes cross court to the forehand of the Canadian. The Canadian nets. If you want to keep that sideways position, then your back foot needs to come in an alignment with your front foot while the ball is in the air after the ball toss. And Moko quite clearly doesn't. She moves her front foot to the side. Sorry, she moves her back foot to the side of her front foot, which is why she's so front on when she hits the ball. Now, we see it in certain sports. I know in cricket, for example, you get some bowlers who are side on, some bowlers who are front on, and they make it work for them. And there's probably similar features in other sports. Backhand from Moko to the backhand of Tauson. Forehand from Moko into the net. But what worries me is that when you look at a serve, that will help you in the tightest of tight points. So if this match gets to 4-all third set and there's a break point on the Moko serve, does her service motion give her enough confidence in it that she will deliver the serve she needs to get herself out of trouble? And that I can't judge yet.
No, and I think the sample size is still small, and she was able to clearly, when playing so brilliantly in Canada last year under pressure, was able to find a way through it. But it's a really good question, and I guess the biggest pressure comes Grand Slam stages and comes deep in second weeks, and she's yet to make that leap. But I can see her absolutely see her in a big position in a Grand Slam in the years to come, and perhaps not that far away.
As Tauson serves, backhand return is long. And Tauson moves to 40 love.
So a slightly more comfortable game. She dropped from this end a couple of games, going back at 1-all.
Yes. That was the break of serve, third game. Tauson wants for 3-4. Serve down the middle, forehand return is netted. Good serve from Tauson. Well, only right in the corner, but with a little bit of a way fade.
Leads by 4 games to 3.
And we have a hello from Mayank in Delaware. Lovely to hear from you again, Mayank. First off, a huge fan of Chris Bowers and your fantastic insights and stories. And yes, you've had a few fans writing in, Chris, and I love that. So thanks for making that note. While you guys melt in 38 degrees tomorrow and 42 on Tuesday, it will be -11 with 11 to 16 inches of snow. And Saturday midday, and from Saturday midday through to Monday morning. This is the kind of Aussie weather, open weather I look forward to, and I can understand. I hear there's a big Arctic blast coming for the North America.
Yes.
Going to be enjoying some tennis live from inside, hoping to see Djokovic, Moko, Sinner and Alcaraz reach the semis. We know your picks for the champs, but who you're picking to reach the semis? Oh, it's a good question.
I'm going to come back to that one, Mayank. We've had about half an hour's play, so let's just check in with Josh Herriot on early scores from elsewhere.
Yes, a very good morning to you, Chris and Courtney. I'm on Kia Arena watching this battle between Nuno Borges and Lerner Tan. And Chris, I can inform you that it is Nuno Borges who will be serving for the first set. He's up a break of serve. He leads 5-4 in this first set against the young 20-year-old. A big occasion for Borges. He becomes the second Portuguese player in history, man or woman, to reach the third round at the Australian Open on 3 occasions after João Sousa did it in 2015, 16 and 19. So I'll inform you as to how this next service game plays out.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh. And we won't forget Mike's question about who we think will get to the semi-finals, but Moko serving at 15 love, back in return. Forehand Moko to the forehand of Tauson. Forehand Moko. Tauson with a two-hander up the line. Forehand from Moko. Forehand Tauson. Forehand Moko into the net. Just get the sense that Tauson's, well, she's growing into this match.
I'm also getting the sense that she's directing traffic, Chris, to the Moko forehand. In the last couple of games, that forehand, there's been a few errors where it's been a little, how do I put it, slappy. She's netted some forehands from regulation rallies mid-court, so I'm wondering if that's the wing that Tauson thinks she can try and, I suppose, exploit and get some errors from.
Well, she goes back there again. Defensive forehand lands just inside the service line, and Tauson puts that away comfortably, and it's 15-30.
Quite casually, actually. She didn't over-rush it. She knew that the shot was there to put away as the ball was very, very high defensive lob.
It does look casual, but what was your phrase from a few minutes ago? Effortless power? No.
Effortless power. Easy
power. There
easy
you go.
Power.
And that's where, if she has the easy power, it does look casual. But the ball still leaves the strings at quite a rate. 15-30. Second serve now. Moko, a double fault. That's her third double fault.
15-14.
What were we talking about a few minutes ago?
So it's just a little bit tight. She's a little disappointed. Her team is offering her encouragement from their coaching pod.
Moko at 15-40 serves. Forehand return from Tauson. Forehand from Moko. Just misses. She played that, opened up to play it down the line and just missed. And just looking at these forehands that she's missing, they are slightly more open stanced as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting technique. It's not...
Lige snart net til, så går du selvfølgelig bare. Aggressiv hele tiden.
Hey, that's...
Was that in Danish?
I think it was in Danish.
Yes,
okay. We were trying to decipher what Clara Tauson's coach was offering to her, but not to be on that occasion. So back to 4-all. Very even match so far. Moko made the first move, securing a break in the third game of the match. Tauson with some easy power, some beautiful forehands in that last game, and she drew some errors from the Moko forehand wing as well. Back to 4-all.
All square in this fascinating match. Tauson serving to the backhand of Moko. Backhand Tauson. A drop shot from Moko doesn't quite get over the net. I wonder if that's the first sign of Moko trying to keep points short.
Yeah, she then took an extended period there, looked back towards her coach's box. Just breathing a little heavier right now. Certainly she's been doing the scrambling in the last game or two, with Tauson really finding their range and rhythm. We'll keep an eye on that, Chris.
It's Tauson at 15 love, serves out wide, backhand return. Forehand from Tauson goes back to the backhand at a full stretch. It's going to be lobbed long from Moko. And the first signs of frustration. And Mboko's looked very calm, even when things haven't gone her way, but she's looking slightly frustrated at the moment.
She just walks back. She took a brief moment of reprieve in the shade at the back of the court. Now she walks back to her return position. Tauson just taking her time, keeping an eye on the shot clock before she serves, or the serve clock.
Just too long from Tauson on the first serve. She hasn't been ahead since the opening game, when she held serve and was broken in the third game. Second serve, out wide, forehand return, backhand from Tauson, the backhand of Moko, forehand from Tauson, cross court, that's too good. Excellent use of the whole court from the Dane.
And that forehand just rifles it. It is a beautiful shot as well. So this is why she was such a highly rated junior, wasn't it, Chris? She had some really good results. It's taken her a little bit of time to progress through to a period, but her results last year, it was evident that she was starting to mature and become more, I suppose, in tune with the rigours of the tour.
A great serve from Tauson, down the centre, forehand return into the net. There's 3 games on the run for Clara Tauson, and in a minute it'll be Moko serving to stay in the first set. Now, what was the question that we had about who will get to the semi-finals?
The semi-finals from Mayank, just wondering...
I mean, I would say it has to be Alcaraz, Sinner, and the way it's gone so far are probably Djokovic. Who Alcaraz's opponent would be, I think, is quite open. In the women's, I'd have to go for Sabalenka. In terms of bottom half of the draw, do I see Swiatek? Swiatek could play Osaka in the 4th round.
Would be fascinating.
Wouldn't it?
I think Swiatek's form has been sharper so far, but Osaka found a way through last night again. In a tricky one against Sorana Cestella. She had a tricky one in their 1st round match as well. So for mine, it's, yeah, look, I mean, Alcaraz, I think he's looked good. He's seeking to create history here. Youngest man since Don Budge. He hasn't progressed beyond the quarterfinals yet, and there's still a couple of tricky players in that quarterfinal path for him if he's at his best.
Youngest man since Don Budge to win a career Grand Slam, yes?
That's right,
yeah.
That's right.
Yes, he'd do it younger than Nadal.
Which is quite the feat, quite an extraordinary feat. So average forehand speed, we talked about the forehand speed, Chris, and how Tauson seems to have easy power. The forehand speed average is 128 kilometres an hour, which is a good 18 kilometres an hour faster than what Moko has been striking the ball off that wing in this match.
Forehand from Tauson to the forehand from Moko. Forehand Tauson goes back to the forehand from Moko. Now backhand Tauson again. She goes down the forehand, but she misses it.
That's a significant significant gap in terms of power. 18 kilometres average.
So that
not
means
just
that Tauson's probably got a couple of absolute humdingers.
Yeah, that's a substantial difference in terms of power off that wing. Power is not everything, as we know.
No.
Shape, precision is clearly important as well. You can hit the ball as hard as you like.
Accuracy, disguise.
Yep, no doubt at all. As Moko finds the centre line with a beautiful ace down the tee, swinging wide to move to 30 love. This looks like a better service game so far, certainly in effect anyway, Chris.
So far, yep. Moko at 30 love. Serves, going for the body, but the ball catches the net. And knee strapping has been very, very well done. There's the taping to keep it in place makes a perfect X. And that's a perfect ace.
2 in a row, back to back. Some smiles in her camp. She moves to a position to try and level this opening set. Very entertaining opening set at 5-all.
40 love. Serves out wide, and that won't come back. It's a very good serve. And a bit of emotion from Moko.
5 games over.
We have a Canadian fan standing in the stands, proudly waving
The maple leaf.
a maple leaf. Outstanding.
Yeah, it's a great flag, that.
It is a superb flag.
It's such a distinctive image, which works in colour or black and white, red and white, or a black and white version of it.
You see her just roaring towards her camp after winning that let's go, let's go. 5-all.
Serve from Tauson, a backhand returns. Tauson slices up the forehand wing. Tauson slices on the forehand now to the forehand of Moko. Forehand Tauson, cross court but wide.
And again, encouragement there from Moko. She's right into this match. We talked about how she was quite poised, quite calm in the infancy as this set or match progressed. But once we've got to the tighter end of the opening set, the deeper end, she's very, I think, showing her emotions. She's showing she's engaged. She's absolutely up for the fight here.
Tauson serves, love 15. Misses the first serve. Misses by quite a way. She's got the sun behind her, so she's not bothered at this stage. She will be from the other end. Backhand from Moko up the line. She goes for the winner, but she misses it.
And just the frustration. Just missed by a couple of ball widths, I suppose, on that occasion. Would have been a clear winner because Tauson hadn't read that. I think she was reading, thinking that was going back towards her backhand. And
I thought it would go to the backhand. It was a real break of rhythm.
Yes.
But it didn't quite find its target. Tauson serves. That's a couple of first serves she's missed now. And if Moko's going to go after the second serve, Tauson needs to keep her first serve percentage reasonably high. Serves go to the backhand of Moko. Moko goes long, and that was a short second serve.
And again, the frustration evident as she misses with a second consecutive backhand off a second serve in a game where she'd won the opening point. It was, a couple of opportunities that have gone begging here, and the frustration is evident on her face and in her body language.
Tauson at 30-15, an ace. Yeah, because that's what can happen. You know, when you've got players who can serve aces and will put maybe 1 or 2 in a game, it means you've got to make the most of anything that's on your racket. 40-15, points for 6-5. Tauson serves into the net. Just joining us on day 6 of the Australian Open. A very warm welcome. We've got the match between Clara Tauson and Victoria Moko. Moko goes long and Tauson holds for 6-5 in the opening set. 3
backhand errors off return, all of them second serves. Should be kicking herself a little bit there.
Yes, that's a wasted opportunity.
Yep, without a doubt. And Tauson to 6-5. Now, remember, love hearing from you around the world. You can get in touch with us via the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Remember to give us your name, where you're listening from, who you think might make a deep run in this Australian Open. We're edging towards the second week. A couple of days ago, third round action today at Melbourne Park.
Yes. When does the second week start, given that you start on a Sunday? It probably starts on Sunday, doesn't it?
Starts on the Sunday.
Because that's when you get fourth round matches. Yeah.
So it's sort of, it's changed a little bit in terms of, I suppose, the traditional rhythm, Chris, of how these Grand Slams go. We have an email from Astrid, who's listening from London. Thanks for getting in touch, Astrid. Greetings to the booth. Greetings straight back to you. While I cheer on Vicky, I am sending you my thoughts on a player who could be cast in a film. There's something about Hubert Hurkacz, who got beaten yesterday.
He did.
Out of the tournament, that makes me think he could have been a great stand-in for Tom Hanks in Forrest Gump. Run, Hubert, run.
Oh, that's a good one. Yes.
I like that. I like that a lot, Astrid. Thanks for that suggestion, and keep them coming in.
And got that image of Tom Hanks sitting on the bench in Forrest Gump. A slow way of speaking.
Perhaps that's how he approached his exit yesterday. Life's like a box of chocolates, Chris.
Exactly. Yeah, it's one of the great lines from that film, isn't it? Right, it's Moko serving to take the first set into the tie-break. She's at 15 love already. Serves into the body, backhand deep from Tauson. Forehand from Moko. Tauson goes up the line, but nets.
Moko dancing around in their feet, trying to get those feet moving after winning that point. The adrenaline surging. It's been one break apiece so far for both players. 6-5 Tauson. Moko serving to try and force a tiebreaker here in the opening set.
I think that last message from Astrid. She said she was supporting Moko?
Yes.
Yes, well, I think she's from Canada.
Oh, London, Toronto, in Ontario.
Well, it's a backhand into the net from Moko. There's been an Astrid who has messaged us over the years and other Grand Slam radio services and the ATP radio when that existed. And I met her in December at the Wimbledon Tennis History Conference.
Oh, wonderful.
And she introduced herself to me. And I think she's from Canada. So that London may well be London in Canada rather than Great Britain. There's a long rally on here. Lots of moonballing. Full use of the court. Forehand from Tauson is just long.
She's a bit frustrated there because she's been able to stick in that rally and get to 30 all. The pressure mounts on her rival, instead of Moko with 2 game points. The wife of...
Come on, let's go, Vicky.
There you go, some encouragement for Moko. She serves to try and level and force a tiebreaker. The wife of the beautiful wife of one of my closest mates is from London in Canada.
Okay.
And I have a good mate whose daughter is off to London to study on a 6-month exchange abroad.
And Moko, it's a very good serve and follows it up with an aggressive backhand, which levels this first set at 6 games all.
And I think it's a fitting conclusion to what's been a really even set.
If you lose because you have intention, we don't care, we move on. You go earn it by having intention, okay?
Ali,
Every point. Show her, come on.
The message there was, go and get it. Don't wait for it to be given to you.
You earn it.
You earn it, yes.
Just a great insight into what the coaches try and tell their players. A lot of it positive affirmation.
Tauson serves, back in return. Tauson with a backhand that just goes wide of the doubles line.
That one, Chris, almost ended up in the photographer's pit. It was that wide. So that's one step forward for Moko to try and earn this first set.
Did you see the photographer's pit when Osaka walked out yesterday?
I suspect it might have had a few people in there.
It did. The only problem is that because they're all photographers, so they didn't take a picture of themselves, but it was pretty packed. Backhand from Moko to the slice backhand of Tauson. Moko with a two-hander down the line. Glorious shot. And she screams a come on after that. And that shot was certainly worth a come on.
A fabulous crowd on Cain Arena applauds that one, and rightly so. She leant down into it. She was right there, perfectly positioned, and just ripped through the ball and then ripped into a celebration. A big come on.
Moko serves off the top of the net, drops over. Moko to love. Serves out wide. Forehand return will just clear the net. Backhand from Moko. Tauson has a play on this. She goes down the line. Cut off by Moko. Tauson will get there. Goes cross court with the winner. Well defended by Tauson.
And great assessment of the point situation there. She saw that Moko with the angled backhand volley would be moving back to try and cover the down the line shot. She was able to just delicately cut under the ball, use her touch and bring it back across court in front of the Canadian. Lovely exchange. Again, resplendent of the quality that we've seen throughout this match. It's just been a really, really top tier match.
Yeah, top quality and very, very watchable. Forehand from Tauson into Howard is a clean winner. And we're level at 2-all. Really don't have a strong sense which way this tiebreak's going.
No, as I said, I think both women are clearly capable of moments of brilliance, and we've seen a lot of that here. And generally, it's been pretty solid play. There's been a couple of little lapses. We talked about the Moko backhand return in the last game. Tauson, there's a couple of errors early on, but by and large, they've played really, really top quality tennis.
Tauson, 2-all serves, just missed it. Second serve from the Dane. She's wearing the outfit that a lot are wearing, the orange top, sleeveless top, white skirt. She has a white visor around her blonde hair, which is in a plait. Back and return from Moko. Forehand from Tauson. Forehand Moko. Netted by Tauson.
3-2.
Really good depth there from Moko, and Tauson not able to handle that effectively on the half volley. She didn't quite get her feet moving. Was rushed and netted it, and here we go. So the minor, I guess the mini break, Chris, as it were.
Yes. It's a mini break if you can back it up with a decent serve. Moko serves, wrong side of the centre line. Second serve from Moko into the body. Forehand return is long from Tauson. She's irritated. She looks around at her coach as if to say, what's happened to that forehand? It's been working well throughout this set. But that was a second serve that was into her hitting zone, and she overdid it. Let's just go briefly to Josh Herrick. Can you give us a couple of scores while they're changing ends, Josh?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. It's Elena-Gabriela who broke back in that first set. Borges had the opportunity to take that first set. He was up a break at 5-4. We've got a first set tiebreak though, and it's Elena-Gabriela who leads 3-1. It's 3-2 now, just then. Also on Margaret Court Arena, Daniil Medvedev and Fabian Marozsan, we are on serve there at 1 game apiece.
Yeah, I think that second one was an 11:30 start, so we've been starting Rod Laver Arena and Margaret Court Arena at 11:30 and all the other courts at 11.
Just to try and allay some of the really late night pushes that we've sometimes seen in the past. It's been a positive move forward.
And we're down to 2 matches in the day session where they have the US Open. That was a very big serve by Moko with a scream to go with it. And she leads by 5-2 in this tiebreak.
As the instruction from the coaches at the start of this tiebreaker, go and earn it. So far,
she's earning it.
She has, and she's been assertive and the better player in this tiebreaker.
Tauson serves, backhand return is long from Moko.
5-3.
Shout out to us from Bailey, who is watching via YouTube, watching us via YouTube. So
I think we must have started off looking like ghostly figures, because they had the only light we've got here is from the Rod Laver Arena.
Living on the Gold Coast, what a wonderful spot that is. I do like getting up to the Gold Coast, the south part of the Gold Coast, when the chance arises, and spending a little bit of time around the Mermaid Beach or Burleigh Heads area, Chris. Beautiful beaches.
There's a big tennis centre there, isn't there?
There's a very big KDV Tennis Centre.
Yes, exactly. That's Mermaid Beach. Backhand from Moko, backhand from Tauson. Now Tauson goes cross-court with her backhand. Moko's there. Tauson will go back cross-court. A two-hander from Moko. Now Tauson goes down the forehand wing. Has to make a lot of ground to that forehand from Moko. Moko directing the traffic at the moment, but defence from Tauson is good. Tauson goes cross-court with a winner. And she stands there with her left fist raised. And that's deserved.
Taking some deep breaths because she was forced to move a lot in that rally. Moko had her scrambling. She had to resort to a slice backhand defence, but then able to come up with the goods, whipping up over the ball at full stride on the forehand. Excellent cross-court forehand. Not a bad approach necessarily, but back to 5-4 with Moko serving.
Moko serves, backhand return. Backhand from Moko. Oh, it's into the net. She had the short return. She had Tauson committing to the forehand side. So a gentle shot would have worked. Maybe she overdid that one. Maybe it's the nerves.
Just rush it, and she basically rushed straight into the next point as well. So
Moko serves at 5-all off the top of the net and lands in. That automatically gives her some time. Deep breath, Victoria. 5-all. And Moko serves off the top of the net and long. What will Tauson do here? She's standing with her toes on her baseline. Will she come forward? She does. Forehand return to the forehand of Moko. Moko right up the line. A very high backhand from Tauson. Moko takes it on the forehand. Forehand Tauson. A drop shot. No, it's just a slice forehand from Moko. Now hits a two-hander to the forehand of Tauson. Pushing Moko wide to her forehand, but it's pushed back by Moko. Down the backhand wing now. Both players some wonderful ground strokes. Forehand from Moko. But Tauson's ready with a two-hander, but she nets.
Set point Moko. The intensity, physicality in this tiebreaker has increased significantly as it's progressed. A couple of really taxing points in the last 3 or 4.
It wasn't that quality.
Oh, outstanding striking. Both women.
5-all in the first set tiebreak.
Both women striking the ball superbly. Great depth, good power, good moving. And eventually someone's going to crack because it was such a high intense rally.
Set point for Victoria Moko. Clara Tauson serves, backhand return. Backhand Tauson is sliced. Backhand from Moko. Forehand from Tauson cross court. Just lands inside the sideline. Goes back to the forehanders. Tauson up the line from Moko. A high ball from Tauson that drops on the service line. Moko puts it away. And she raises both fists. She earned it. You can say that. And she's taken the first set. A fascinating first set. A high-quality first set. A 49-minute first set. She's taken it on a 7-5 tiebreak. 7-6.
Just a fantastic finale there from what was a really cracking set overall. Great tennis. Just watching Moko taking her seat in the chair, and you can see her taking exceptionally deep breaths. That was a real workout as that tiebreaker reached a culmination, a conclusion.
Well, we had a set point on one of the outside courts. Was that the one on Keir that you were watching, Josh?
Yes, Borges did have a set point, but Elena-Gabriela played a cracking forehand down the line to bring it to 6-all in this first set tiebreak. Again, like your match, Chris, this is a high-quality match on Kia Arena, and it's Elena-Gabriela who is serving 6-all in this tiebreak. And they're just midway through the rally now. Backhand down the line there from Borges. Cross-court there from Cain. And now he's going down the line with a backhand is the 20-year-old American. Cross-court there from Borges. Down the line with a forehand from Cain. And that one long there from Borges. And it brings up a set point now for Elena-Gabriela.
We'll stick with you for this set point, Josh.
So it's been a huge effort from Cain, who was down a break of serve early on. As I mentioned before, Borges had the opportunity to close the set out. He led 5-4. A set point here for the young American on Kia Arena. We've seen some good tennis so far. Borges to serve. He's going out wide. It's a good serve, and Cain can't quite get it back. At 7-all.
7-all.
Well, we'll stick with this one, at least for another couple of points, because this is significant. Lerner-Tien had the great breakthrough here last year.
He sure did. He won the Next Gen Finals as well last year in December. Borges is going out wide to 10. His backhand is just long. Set point opportunity for Borges now. Lerner-Tien to serve. It's all 2 games apiece as well on Margaret Court Arena between Daniil Medvedev and Fabian Marozsan. So on serve on Margaret Court Arena.
It's also 2-all first set in front of us. The Rod Laver Arena between Sabalenka and Potapova.
The American is serving out wide to the back end of Borges. Got it back. Lerner-Tien up to the net, plays a volley and puts it away. 8 apiece in this first set tie-break.
As we're still in the first game of the second set, we'll stick with you for a bit longer, Josh.
Of course, we've seen Lerner-Tien, Chris, at the pointy end of the Australian Open. He played in the boys' singles final in 2023. Now he's serving to Borges. That one just wide. He'll take his second serve. 53 minutes on the Rolex so far. He's serving to the back end of Borges. That one lands deep in the court. Borges with a mid-court forehand to forehand, and then a forehand there from Tien. Backhand cross-court there from Borges. And then Borges down the line with a backhand. Slice there by Tien. Borges with a cross-court forehand. And now cross-court from both players. Borges slices. Tien, backhand down the line. Borges. Backhand cross-court is wide. And again, it brings up another set point opportunity for Lerner-Tien at 9-8. Borges to serve, though.
I don't know if you saw, Josh, at the United Cup, there was a group of supporters for Lerner-Tien who had Australian learner plates.
Yes.
Which is a black L on a yellow background. I thought that was a very nice gesture.
Now, I did see that, Chris, and there seems to be a lot of support for the young American. As he mentioned moments ago, he had a brilliant run here last year. Here's Borges to serve. Set point, though, for Tien. He returns with a backhand, but it's netted, and we're at 9-all.
Okay, well, we'll come back to you when the set's over. That's a fascinating set, but we have Moko and Tauson, 30-all, opening game of the second set. Moko misses her first serve. Second serve. Into the body, forehand return, forehand from Moko, forehand Tauson. Moko stretches for this one. Tauson will play a drop volley, a drop shot, I'm afraid. It was a good shot.
Just keeping an eye on this opening service game from Moko in the second set, Chris, and I can tell you, if we thought there might be a little lull after that high-quality finish to the first set, not to be. It's been a really entertaining game so far. Tauson stretched her rival all over the court before putting the ball away with a big smash on the third point and that lovely execution of touch. The contrast between the power and the touch on that last point brings up a break point.
30-40. Forehand return from Tauson. Forehand Moko. Forehand Tauson up the floor. Oh, she's made it. Up the backhand wing of Moko.
Just some defiance, a really positive start to this second set. She'll be disappointed at having dropped the first because she played very, very well. Just Moko right at the end lifted her quality, the precision, the depth to another level, had her scrambling all over the place. Probably not a surprise, Chris, that we've got such good quality matches already underway, because if you have a look, in terms of the big matches, I think 15 of the top 16 men are still in the draw. 13 of the top 16 women. That tends to set itself up for some great tennis over the second week in a major.
Yeah, well, that was the whole point about the 32 seeds. Well, it wasn't the whole point about the 32 seeds. That got round a political problem as well about seeding on grass. But once you have 32 seeds, it means that you have far fewer upsets in the first 2 rounds. But it does mean that you get more of your marquee names through to the middle section of the tournament. Tauson at one love. So it's down the middle, backhand return, backhand from Tauson. Moko digs this back, but goes wide. I could see this having 3 sets. Not because there will be a reaction to Moko having taken the first, but because it was such a high-quality set.
It could have gone either way.
It could have gone either way.
A question for you as we talk about we're commentating on 2 very, very, very talented young women in this match. Howard from Sydney has written in, via the Ask the Booth form at ausopen.com, or you can email us as always at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Loving the call and the insights. Do either of us believe that Coco or Mirra have the game to win the AO? And who out of the two do you think might advance if they meet in the quarterfinal? Was really impressed with Mirra's level against Sakkari. Thanks for writing in, Howard. I think both have got the potential to go a long, long way.
I mean, I don't think Andreeva's going to win it this year. I think she may well win it one year. She seems to have a Grand Slam champion written all over her.
Yes.
I still think there is something about playing 7 matches over a fortnight that is a question of managing energy and a question of keeping your best tennis for the times you need it most. And I think Andreeva is still learning that. There's no question Goff can win the title here. The question, for me, the doubts about Goff is forehand and serve. And we know that they can go wrong. If they don't, she's absolutely the equal of Swiatek and Anisimova and Sabalenka.
She's really managed to turn around that head-to-head against Swiatek in the last 4 or so outings as Tauson just floats a defensive slice, backhand wide to move to 30. A little disappointed with that one. Just stares with disdain at the court after missing that backhand.
Goff beat Swiatek at the United Cup.
Yeah, she's won the last 4.
Yeah.
It really turned that
and
around.
Straight sets.
Quite an interesting one. Swiatek was asked in press by one of our colleagues earlier this tournament about is Tauson with that easy forehand power thumps when across court to go to a forehand winner. Simon Cain was doing a piece about how you turn around rivalries, or one way rivalries in tennis and what happens, what it means for the mindset. And he asked Iga, about these things, and Coco has won her last 4 against you after you had such a period of dominance, and Swiatek's going, look, I mean, it's been, it's quite a long time since we played. I guess, looking back to halfway, through the year at an event, X event last year, and the journalists are walking out going, tennis players are renowned for wiping matches from their mind and moving on exceptionally quickly, because that's part of it. You need to wipe the losses out and just get to the next tournament and refocus and find your energy. But to wipe one out from a week ago is quite the...
yes, exactly. Yes.
It's quite this mental skill.
Well...
but sometimes you need to do that to be able to move on.
But it's amazing. Swiatek lost her last 2 singles matches at the United Cup and ended up as a champion.
Yes.
Which doesn't normally happen in tennis.
No.
Tauson has held serve for 2 love. And Moko serving the first break of the match.
No,
there was
both women
broke earlier.
Yeah, Tauson went in the third game and was able to retrieve it for 4-all in the first set.
Yeah. Forehand from Moko to the backhand of Tauson. Forehand from Moko, flattens it out. Tauson can't get that backhand back.
I like the Moko forehand. I talk about it. Yeah, she's clearly capable of doing hitting it with different shape and spin. I like the flattened out one. She takes it on the rise a bit and flattens through it, and that one skidded through. Tauson not able to handle it. It didn't quite kick up off the court as much as it normally would. It's a bit of an older school sort of style thing where you come through it high and just whip through it flat, and it really skids through.
I wonder if there's a grip change in that.
Not necessarily. It's just more if you flatten... No, not necessarily. It's just you're taking the ball more on the rise and clubbing it.
Yeah, and probably taking it slightly earlier than you would take a lower ball. Yeah. Moko serves. Wrong side of the centre line. That's a double fault. She's up to about 5 double faults now. We'll check those numbers for you. Double faults. 5, yes. 5 from Moko. 2 for Tauson. Moko serves off the top of the net and wide. Second serve from Moko to the backhand of Tauson. That's netted. Good game from Moko. Holds to 15. And narrows the gap to 2-1. Tauson leading in the second set.
And Astrid will be very happy. She's written back to correct us both in a way, but also to say thank you. Astrid, well, the email tag says lives in London in the UK. But she says, hi again. That's impressive memory from Chris. It's the Canadian Astrid who you met at Wimbledon, Mr. Courtney. I'm not from London, Ontario, but from Burlington, Ontario, about 3 hours closer to Toronto. Very nice to hear you both speaking so well of the Canadian events. Used to work at that event. She's a loyal listener who's become a complete insomniac. Got to love AO Radio. Well, I hope you're going really well. I had a message from a mate of mine as I was on the tram in from just the inner northwest of Melbourne on the way in, and he was from London, and he responded to something that I'd sent through, and I've gone, what are you doing awake? What time is it over there? But Astrid still tuning in as well, so we might have some midnight madness in that fine capital of England.
Well, it's 1:15 there now.
Yes. Yeah.
In the middle of the night. I mean, most of Europe, we're not expecting too many messages from Europe at the moment because, yes, most of Europe will be asleep.
Of course, the next message we get on AO Radio is from London.
Okay, fine.
Lovely to hear from you, Dave. Just noticed that Mirra Zvonareva is playing in the women's doubles. Is she the oldest player in the main draw? How old would Vera be now? Because, I mean, Venus, I'd have to double check that, but Venus would still probably hold claim to that, I would have thought, at 45.
I think Zvonareva must be younger.
And also, she won the women's doubles title here in 2012. If she was to win that again, would it be the biggest gap between victories at a major? That's a good question.
That's one. Tell you who is working for.
Beautiful forehand there from Tauson, by the way, the opening point of this second game.
Rally
she brings forward, and
a lovely volley from Tauson. Great technique on the backhand volley to put that away. Tell you who's working for Tennis Australia's world television feed, and that is Greg Sharko.
Oh, well, he would be the man.
The ATP statistics guru for years. Vera Zvonareva, born the 7th of September 1984.
Yes, so Venus...
19... Oh, and my eyes
1984.
Is it 84?
It would be 84. Yes, 1984. Yes. So, no, Venus has still well and truly got that...
She was June 1980. Yes. Mind you, whenever Venus plays, it breaks all sorts of records these days for age, doesn't it?
It
like
does.
Martina Navratilova did that in the latter part of her career.
It's Clara Tauson serving at 2-1, 15 all.
Yes, she has the break still, but it sort of doesn't feel massively secure, partly because this has been just such a good quality match. Tauson serving to the backhand of Moko. Slice from Tauson. A lot of air on that one. It just drifts long.
Beautiful return there from Moko. She struggled with that deep in the first set. She missed some second serve returns on the backhand wing. That one was only hit at 119 kilometres an hour. So it is there to be attacked if you're able to get yourself into position. And she did a better job on that occasion. So 15:30, trying to retrieve the break that she dropped in the opening service game of this set.
Can return from Moko. No, the serve was long. Just looking at the strapping on Mboko's knee, there doesn't seem to be any impact on her movement at the moment. Second serve from Tauson. Backhand return, cross court. Backhand Tauson. Oh, that's gone long.
So 2 break points. Just a couple of errors in this game. She started off with a beautiful point where she was able to put away that backhand volley, but now having slumped to 15:40, has to try and find a way out of this hole to maintain her advantage in this second set.
Tauson at 15:40, going for the ace down the centre, but just too long. Got the line right, the length wrong. Second serve from the Dane. Into the body, backhand return, backhand from Tauson, backhand from Moko to the forehand of Tauson. And Moko goes down the backhand wing. Tauson will go back up the forehand, but she's gone long. She is favouring the forehand of Moko, is Tauson. But got her accuracy wrong there, and we're all square at 2 games all, second set.
So both players have only had 2 break points, and they've secured both of them so far. So that's a good sort of start. Chris, I read a really interesting piece written by one of our colleagues, and your name was referenced in it. And that's always alarming when you say to someone you're referenced in an article.
Yes. What did I say?
Well, Simon Campbell has written a very entertaining piece for, I think, the Second Serve website about the use of artificial intelligence in books and flooding the market. Now, and he made the point that there's been, for example, some very, very fine books written on Roger Federer, He, of course, wrote one. He cited Christopher Clarey's fine book, and he cited your fine book as well on Roger Federer and how there are outstanding works out there. And then he said, in the dash of an eye, a blink of an eye, Federer books or someone will do something well and a book will appear the next day. But the glaring differences in terms of Jannik Sinner, for example, after one triumph, the front cover had Jannik Sinner as a woman playing table tennis. And he said just the concerns that authors have to deal with. You know,
Yes.
I think he said it took his 2.5 years to try and do the Federer book properly. I'm making my way through Chris Clarey's second book, Rafael Nadal's fantastic book, There the Warrior, and you've written quite a number yourself. It's an investment, isn't it?
It's a massive investment, and in fact, when you write a biography about somebody, it's.
As Moko moves to 30-15 here on the 2-all on serve.
During the period you're writing it, I mean, I've always felt you feel like a stalker because every bit of information about that person
can help.
You're interested in. You suddenly, I'm doing some cooking and the radio's on, and I hear the name of the person who I'm writing a book about, and you sort of almost become neurotic about it, and. That's why it's...
Beautiful forehand there again from Moko.
Yes, to move to 40-15. That's why it's really good to get to that stage where you can send off the manuscript and have nothing more to do with it for a while.
Yes.
Until publicity interviews start. Because at least you then can sort of redevelop the more healthy relationship. Great serve out wide by Moko. And she's won 3 games on the run now to go from love 2 to 3-2.
Thrusts the racket in the air, pumps the fist, the positive body language we've seen throughout this match.
I've always been aware of how fortunate I am to have been able to write my books on a computer. Having done my university essays on a typewriter.
I thought you were only in your early 30s, Chris.
Well, that's what I try and let people think, yes. It's 10 years more than that. It's to imagine what it must have been like to hand in a manuscript before the computer age and how hard they had to work. But yes, I mean, I am frightened about AI. Fortunately, AI is not yet good enough, and the people can spot the difference.
And what I was going to suggest is if you were looking for information and looking to buy a decent read, always not just have a good look. Research the author, put the author in and try and identify who the people are, because generally you will, if you type in, for example, Chris Bowers, you will come up with a range of titles and detailed sort of I suppose biography or resume of such of where you've been, or Simon Candice.
I know a couple of things about tennis.
You will see that he's been around the world, or Christopher Clarey, see who he's worked for. Some of the names that were popping up were, we'll put it this way, had no history whatsoever in tennis, and it wasn't just that. Also had the ability to turn around biographies on US presidents within a day.
Yes, absolutely. And
so
suspicious.
And it was just one I wondered if you'd been across that and what impact that had on your
I'm
profession.
Across it in the sense that I try to ignore it, because what can I do about it? You just hope that quality and the real thing will triumph in the end. At the start of the 6th game, where we haven't been to Josh Herriot for a while, so we'll get some scores in just a minute. Backhand from Tauson to the forehand of Moko, forehand Tauson. Moko hits her forehand cross court to the forehand Tauson. This time at the backhand wing of Tauson. Backhand to backhand now. A slice from Tauson. Forehand from Moko. Thinks of coming into the net, but stays at the back of the court. A lofted ball from Tauson goes long.
And so Moko's really swung the momentum her way here. She reeled off the last 3 games. Tauson had started the second set in positive fashion. Clearly disappointed to drop in what was a really even first set. Started just beautiful ball striking, a great service break. Since then, Moko on top throughout. Did a really good job in that last service game to hold convincingly, trying to keep the streak of games going her way.
Well, that was a decent serve from Tauson, and the return was just long. There's a couple of very important points for Tauson.
Try and I suppose not stop the rot, because the tennis has been of really high quality, but just try and find a way to disrupt her rival, because Moko, those flourishes at the end of the first set were fantastic, and she's found her range and rhythm clearly in the second after an early lull.
Well, it was that 5-all point in the tiebreak. Quite wonderful point, which went to Moko. Tauson serves out wide. Oh, the return of serve almost took the ball girl's head off.
And you saw Moko put her...
Moko's just asking if the girl's okay.
Put her left hand to her mouth as, oh, wow, did that just about hit her? And it just skidded past the girl. Great reflexes from the ball girl.
Absolutely.
To get out of the way of that one.
Yeah. I'd have to see a replay of that, actually.
A very, very, very narrow escape, I think.
Very narrow escape. But that's why they have to follow the ball, especially the centre-line ball kids. They must watch all the time. Backhand return from Moko, a slice from Tauson, deep to the backhand of Moko. Moko up the line, she's just missed it.
And just a little bit disappointed. She paused and waited on that one, thinking, surely if I stand here and hold that stance for long enough, that will be reversed, that line call, because...
the ball will come back and then it will go back again in a different alignment.
Not to be. So Tauson doing a good job to recorrect here after dropping 3 games in a row, serving to try and level at 3-all.
2 points for 3-all. Serves out wide, forehand return. Onto the baseline. Tauson was down the line and steals into the net. Plays a lovely volley. Such good court craft from Clara Tauson. She did that really well. Levels at 3-all. Let's just go quickly to Josh Herriot. Anything we ought to know, Josh?
Yes, Chris, after 56 minutes, that first set went the way of the young American Lerner Tan. That first set tiebreak, 11-9 in the end, and Tan also up a break of serve in this second set. He leads 3-1 against Nuno Borges on Kia Arena. Over on Margaret Court Arena, we are on serve between Marijan and Medvedev. It is Marijan that leads 5-4. And on serve as well on centre court, Rod Laver Arena between Sabalenka and Potapova. Sabalenka leads 5-4.
Thank you very much indeed.
I noticed a curious thing with Daniil Medvedev this year, Chris. One of the things that I remember writing something in the infancy of the event about death taxes, certainties in life. And, and among the things I was saying, among the things I was saying were a certainty were Daniil Medvedev matches finishing well after midnight.
He's winning more quickly this year.
Well, no, it's more to the fact it's more to the fact he's actually playing at 11 o'clock every.
They're putting him on. They're putting him on avoiding matches. Yes,
avoiding Pete Makoto's midnight madness by playing Daniil at 11 a.m. in the morning.
Maybe there's a request from Yarra Trams. Please, could you put Daniel on earlier?
Can you please? The public transport system is buckling under the strain of Daniil Medvedev and his marathon matches.
Well, yes. Do you remember Leighton Hewitt and Marcos Bagdatis finishing at 4:33 one morning?
He did indeed.
Moko serving at 30 love. Serves down the centre, backhand return from Tauson onto the sideline. Forehand Moko. Tauson, she doesn't get the angle and leaves Moko still in this rally. Forehand Moko up the backhand wing. A slice from Tauson. It's such a good slice. Oh, not a good slice from Moko. That went into the ground. Didn't even rise above the ground level. But I think the Tauson slice is just a gorgeous shot.
Without a doubt. It's a beautiful. In fact, I think her entire ground stroke repertoire is beautiful.
I agree, but when
she's got that advantage to be able to come under it when she needs to.
She's under pressure. She really can get such tremendous depth. Excellent serve from Moko. Puts away a comfortable forehand behind it after a defensive return of serve, and she leads 40-15.
An interesting patterns of matches. We talk about that first set, the TN Borges basically running exactly the same time as the Moko Tauson. Good high quality matches. The tiebreakers on at exactly the same time. Extended quality of these players, and that's what we're going to see through the third set, third round, fourth round, fifth rounds. Once they get tighter, there's less, I suppose, golf in matches, and I think we're set up for a thrilling conclusion. And this third round match between Moko and Tauson is just a great demonstration of that.
Yeah, it's
superb
fantastic.
tennis.
And Moko has just held to lead by 4-3, and in a minute that's going to put increased pressure on Tauson.
Some really good matches on around the ground. I'm sure we'll get to Josh again. There's a couple of matches look like they're getting towards the
11:30
ends.
starts are 5-all. Given that Sabalenka is one of those, I thought she might actually be far too strong for Potapova, but that's all square. It could be that Sabalenka's just having a slightly off day on that one. Don't forget to keep your messages coming in to either the email address aoradio@tennis.com.au or the Ask the Booth form.
Just a message from Yvonne. We were talking about becoming neurotic about writing on tennis players. I wrote my master's thesis on Serena Williams and her impact on the tennis system. And now I feel as though any time I hear about her, I feel obligated to have an opinion, even though she's no longer an active player, therefore outside my realm of research.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
I guess you get invested in these sort of things, similar to the way we're invested in these matches. So, Tauson.
Clara Tauson, yes. And this sort of bright orange sleeveless top, white skirt, white visor. She serves at 3-4. The serve goes just long. Only an hour and 17 minutes. It's just been, they've got on with it. It's been absorbing tennis. It's been a fascinating match. Tauson serves, backhand return. Backhand Tauson. The backhand Moko. Backhand to backhand at the moment. Now Moko goes down the forehand wing. Tauson cross court. Forehand from Moko. Tauson up the forehand wing, but far too long. So a difficult shot to play given where she was.
Moko had her scrambling. It was a shorter forehand, good angle. Tauson on the run. She's been good on the run on the backhand wing in particular. Just on that occasion, she's urging herself on, gesticulating towards her feet. Move, 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 she says, as she drops that first point in this service game.
Tauson serving at love 15, just too long. Slightly lost the range on the serve. Second serve. No, not happy with the ball toss. The sun is really right above her at the moment. She serves to the backhand of Moko. Forehand, attempted wrong footer. A blocked backhand from Moko just goes long.
So the 15 all here. As we see Moko again just trying to take a little bit of shield in the back of the court. There's a bit of shadow towards the back in between points. She now walks back to resume. She's it's been a really intense battle as Tauson's serving here at 15 all. Goes wide to the forehand. Deep return there from the Canadian. Beautiful backhand cross court. She has her rival scrambling again, Chris.
Yes, forehand across court from Tauson. Forehand up the middle from Moko. Backhand Tauson to the backhand of Moko. Forehand from Tauson is pushed wide. It was a good attempt to drive Moko wide to the forehand side, but she's put herself into a little bit of difficulty here as Tauson.
Yeah, and I think the footwork wasn't quite there at that occasion. She just swung round and not to be. So now Moko with a half window here, having seized control. A slow start to this second set, but she's won 4 of the last 5 games. 15-30 on the Tauson serve.
She serves to the forehand Moko. Forehand Tauson. Oh, it's long. So she's been so accurate on that forehand, but just a couple that have missed. And here are 2 break points. They're almost match points, although I wouldn't quite go that far.
Just a hint of anguish on her face after that on too long. She's taken her time. She's gone to the back of the court. She's just taken a couple of deep breaths, faced away from the court for a period, now up, preparing to serve.
Tauson at 15-40. Serves out wide. Missed the first serve. Second serve. From Tauson into the body, backhand return off the top of the net, drops back her own side. Now, that could have been very close. What I would rather say, though, is that why was that ball anywhere near the net?
It's again the backhand return. It's been a problem on that second serve. She's just frustrated as she looks back towards her box, Moko.
Second break point. Tauson serves out wide, an ace. Oh, she needed that.
Sure, what's a really even game, but we can get to Josh at the end of this game, perhaps, and he can provide a bit of an update on what's going on around the grounds.
Yep. But this is massively absorbing now. 2 break points saved by Tauson. If she can hold serve now, that would be a tremendous boost to her. Forehand return, a forehand from Tauson to the forehand of Moko. Forehand Tauson up the line. Oh, she's missed that. Just wonder whether she needs to give herself a little bit more margin for error.
Just the impatience there, and she could hear the little cry of disappointment there. She was frustrated with herself. Not every shot has to clip the line, and she's really been pulling the trigger and trying to hit perfection on that forehand this game.
A third break point for Moko to give her the chance to serve for the match. Tauson serving down the centre. Forehand return is chipped. Lands just inside the Tauson baseline. She goes to the forehand of Moko. Cross court to the forehand of Tauson. Tauson nets! And there's too many errors slipped into the Danes' game. And it could cost her the match because it'll be Moko serving for the victory.
Yeah, really good break there from Moko. She looks composed, she looks confident. Really nice work there as Tauson starts to look towards her, looks frustrated. She's talking with her box. We're hearing her coach sort of trying to instruct her as to what's going on there.
Josh, do you want to come in on the Sabalenka-Potapova match?
Yeah, Sabalenka with 2 set points here, Chris, at 6-5, 15-40 with Potapova, and this is of course on Rod Laver Arena. We're off to a first set tiebreak as well between Medvedev and Margaret. So some tight matches at the moment, Chris. 2 set points though for Sabalenka. Potapova to serve on Rod Laver Arena, and that one's just netted. So she'll take her second serve. Bright sunshine this morning, or this afternoon here in Melbourne. Backhand from Sabalenka is netted.
30-14.
As Victoria Moko at love 30, trying to serve out this match 5-3 after taking the first set 7-6. Drops the first 2 points of her service game.
And at 30-40 here, Sabalenka still with a set point. Potapova to serve on Rod Laver Arena. Going through a service motion now. She's serving wide to the backhand of Sabalenka. Somehow she gets it back. Sabalenka nets her forehand, and so we're deuce.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that one. If we get another set point, we'll try and come back to you, but we've got 3 break-back points for Clara Tauson. Just as we thought this match might have been decided. There's more to come.
Rips a forehand on that last point. Beautiful shot.
Love 40, back and return. Beautifully struck, but good defending from Moko. Now Moko goes cross-court. A slice, a drop shot from Tauson. Put down the line, but wide by Moko. And Tauson has broken back.
Just the pressure of having to serve for the match. Out of nowhere, she'd won 5 of the last 6 games, Moko, to put herself in a really strong position in this match to move to the last 16 of the Australian Open. Instead, it goes begging. And it is Tauson now with a chance to serve to level at 5-4. Yeah, it's been a really tight match, and we've seen a couple of ebbs and flows. It's been pretty tight, but a service break either way in the first set. And now Tauson reclaims that break. Can she hold her serve and perhaps continue this match? She's seeking to become the first Dane since Caroline Wozniacki to make the last 16 here.
Yeah, that was what, 8 years ago when Wozniacki won. 2018 she won?
It was quite the fine performance from her.
Yes. Yes, Wozniacki has sort of written much of Danish tennis history.
Time.
We've got a lot of
matches on.
Yeah, close sets, which we'll try and keep tabs on. But in fact, Josh, do you want to just give us an update on the 2 11:30 matches?
Yeah, well, Potapova has just played a forehand down the line to bring up a game point. So her ad at 5-6 to take this to a first set tiebreak. And at the game duration now over 5.5 minutes, and we are at 3-1 in the first set tiebreak between Medvedev and Margaret. Margaret leads 3-1 and 5-2 in the second set with Elena-Gabriela and Borges as well.
As Tian just looked like he's running away from Borges a bit in that second set after that really tight first set, Josh.
Yeah, he has indeed. It was a very tight first set, but Elena-Gabriela with an early break of serve as well in that second set. So 5-2, and we're off to a first set tiebreak here on Rod Laver Arena as well between Sabalenka and Potapova.
After Sabalenka had those set points. Fascinating match. Right, we've got a fascinating one here. Moko potentially 3 points away from winning it as it's love 15 on the Tauson serve. Forehand from Moko, chopped back by Tauson. Forehand from Moko, another chop forehand from Tauson brings Moko to the net. Tauson with a backhand volley. Volley from Moko wins the point. Athleticism on both sides of the net. Fantastic defending
Yeah, spectacular hands as well. I love the squash shot from Tauson. Drew Moko forward. She was good enough to use the slice forehand and put it to the backhand wing. Great reach from Tauson, and then great racket head control to bring it back across the Canadian, who was at the net, but too good. Lovely hands at the net from Moko.
Love 30. Tauson serves into the net. This is a golden opportunity for Vicky Moko. Second serve to the backhand. Backhand from Tauson up the middle of the court. Backhand Moko also middle of the court. Now Tauson goes for the angle. It's pushed back by Moko. Now big forehand. Tauson wins the point. That was a good setup.
Yep, better setup. 15-30. Desperately trying to stay in this third round encounter, Tauson. Can she turn the tide on her serve? She's dropped 2 of the last 3 service games she's had. Has to hold to keep this match alive. Keep her Australian Open hopes alive.
15-30. 4-5. Second set. Tauson serving. Too long. Where's that first serve gone? Mind you, she has hit a number of aces. Second serve from Tauson. Backhand return cross court. A slice from Tauson. Two-hander from Moko. She has to wait for it. Cross court forehand from Tauson. Forehand from Moko. Backhand from Tauson. Backhand from Moko. Tauson will go back to the forehand, but Mboko's read it. Goes back to the forehand. Tauson down the line. A slice backhand from Moko. Tauson has to race to that slice backhand and nets it. Brilliant retrieving from Moko. And she has 2 match points.
Both brilliant retrieving and also outstanding racket head control. She was so far behind the baseline on that last backhand, but to be able to chip the ball back across court at a pretty acute angle and force Tauson to stretch wide, that was what drew the error. Tauson having to cover so much extra ground from a position where she would have thought 9 times out of 10, I'm going to win this point. Moko within range of making the last 16 of the Australian Open.
Match point for the 19-year-old Canadian, Victoria Moko. Tauson serves. Oh, that's off the frame and landed beyond the baseline. Maybe partly because she's looking into the sun, but it's also the pressure. She's facing match point and pulls out of the second serve. Not happy with the ball toss. Tauson, match point against her, serves to Moko. Backhand return is onto the baseline. Got back by Tauson. Now forehand Tauson deep to the backhand of Moko. Forehand Tauson cross court. Deep to the, it's on the baseline. Backhand Tauson. Backhand Moko. Backhand Tauson down the line. Forehand from Moko just goes, clears the net. Forehand Tauson, cross court winner. What an amazing point. That was match point, for heaven's sake.
And an amazing point for so many reasons. Right from the first serve that was shanked and you heard the crowd gasp in disbelief. It flew all the way into the back fence to then produce, to take his breath, Ori ball toss, but then produce a point of that quality. Finished off with the forehand cross court, short angle. Moko can't believe it. 1 match point saved, and saved in unbelievable style.
This has been a gem of a match, and it'll either end here or it'll be going on in an hour's time or anything in between. Tauson serves, forehand return. Forehand Tauson to the backhand of Moko. Forehand Tauson, backhand Moko up the middle of the court. Forehand Tauson to the forehand of Moko and into the net from Moko. And I have to say, Tauson teed off on those without any fear whatever.
And again, you see Moko almost in disbelief saying, what is going on? She's taking the deepest of breaths. Again, similar to the first set in that tiebreaker where right at the end, and what had been already top-level tennis, it just somehow got better. Tauson is saving her best for when she needs it most to keep this AO hope alive.
Tauson again not happy with her ball toss. This is quality. It's interesting looking at Tauson looking over to her coach. The camera on our monitor caught the coach. They're so calm. They're so cool here. Nothing's phasing them except perhaps the ball toss. She's pulled out of the ball toss again, but I don't think that's the ball toss. I think that's another big yellow ball a few thousand miles away in the sky. Into out return from Moko. Now she tees up for a backhand cross court and makes it, and it's a 3rd match point.
Nice execution there from Moko. Didn't go for too much and was able to drag that one across. Match game time of this one, 5 minutes 30. right at the conclusion of what's been, well, not the conclusion, depends what happens, of course. Tauson trying to keep herself alive here. Another match point for Moko.
I'm not looking at time. I'm looking at quality. It's fantastic tennis, but it's match point number 3. Forehand return from Moko. Forehand from Tauson. Backhand from Moko. Netted.
Oh, the frustration, Moko again. Yelling towards her box as she went too early on that one.
But no, she was yelling to herself. She said, "What are you doing?"
Yes, what are you doing? What is going on?
Oh, I think she's being a bit hard on herself. I mean, you have to be so ambitious to get to this level of tennis, but this is quality from both players. Tauson at deuce. Again, not happy with her ball toss. I think she's looking absolutely straight into the sun. Second serve. A good serve it is too. Backhand from Tauson to the backhand of Moko. Backhand Tauson. Moko cross court. Backhand from Tauson. This is quality hitting on. And into out forehand from Tauson. She gets the short ball, but Moko's read it. Tauson lets it drop, and it drops wide.
They are murdering the ball here. Outstanding hitting there from Tauson. We talked about the pace of her forehand wing. Good 128 kilometres an hour, 18 kilometres an hour, faster than what the Moko forehand was. We saw that on that occasion. Tauson flattening through the ball, and now finally a game point for herself to move to 5-all in the second. Can she claim it?
We've got tie breaks on Rod Laver and Margaret Court, but we're absolutely absorbed by this. A backhand from Moko off the top of the net, drops back her own side. The scream from Tauson, that's the first real emotion we've seen from her. Moko standing on her baseline looking like she doesn't quite know what's hit her. She's had 3 match points. They've been phenomenal points, but they've all gone to Tauson, and it's 5-all. Josh, give us a breather.
Yes, I can, Chris. Some crazy tennis on at the moment. I can tell you Fabian Marozsan has taken the first set on Margaret Court Arena against Daniil Medvedev via the tie-break. It was 7-5 in that first set tie-break. Lerner-Tien still up a break. He leads 5-4. He's serving for the second set. And we are at 5-4 in the first set tie-break over here on Rod Laver Arena between Sabalenka and Potapova as well.
Okay, we'll come back to that tie-break between Sabalenka and Potapova, but let's just stick with this for a bit, because it's 5-all, and it's a double fault by Victoria Moko. Love 15, serves down the centre, forehand return, backhand from Moko, forehand from Tauson, forehand Moko. It's just wide. And now she's starting to get frustrated, is Moko. Just take a deep breath, don't rush.
She could have been, she must be thinking about those
interview by now.
Those 3 match points that went begging in the last, in part due to the quality of the class and ball striking on a couple of occasions, but she did pull the trigger herself a little too early on one.
Moko serves, forehand return is into the net from Tauson. Josh, I think you need to tell us about Sabalenka and Tauson.
Yeah, she's just taken the first set with a blistering backhand down the line, so Sabalenka, the first set going her way via the tiebreak against Potapova, 7-4 in that first set tiebreak.
Thank you very much. I have a feeling the second set there may be a little bit quicker. Once you see Daniil Medvedev taking an hour and 10 minutes for his first set, you sort of worry. Even an 11:30 start, you worry about public transport later.
Indeed.
Forehand from Moko, deep to the forehand of Tauson. Forehand Moko, Tauson with a backhand. It's a little wild. She had the opportunity. It's almost like she needs to be match point down to play her best tennis.
It is great tennis, though. I mean, she did definitely go after that. She was in a position, the ascendancy in the rally, as you said, slightly overcooked that backhand. Whew. Wow, these women are taking deep breaths out there, and so are we in this commentary box, because it has been a thrill-a-minute ride, this match.
5-all, 30-all, second set. Backhand from Moko, netted. And it's a chance for Tauson to break. Not enough clearance. See, I understand more if you overhit a backhand in that situation, because you're looking for clearance over the net. And if you overdo it and go long, fair enough. But into the net... Break point for Tauson. Good serve out wide. Chipped from Tauson. Forehand from Moko. Tauson's read it well. She throws up a high lob. That's going to land in. Moko's run back. She throws up a high lob. Tauson lets it bounce just inside the service line. She goes cross court. Moko's read this one. Tauson is there. Can she put this away? She can! She's broken for 6 games to 5. Oh, what an amazing match. And it could well have another hour to run the way this is going.
Outstanding effort there from Tauson, and also good poise. She didn't rush to try and take that ball on the full and hit a drive forehand volley. Probably looking into the sun, thought, no, I'm going to take my time. I'll let this ball bounce, set up the next one with a really good, strong off forehand short, and was able to put away the easy forehand that followed. Moko, from a position of holding 3 match points just 2 games ago, now finds herself having to break serve to try and force a tiebreaker in this second set after the first set, also a thriller, went to a tiebreaker.
Wow. What's going on Kia Arena, Josh?
Yes, Lerner-Tan has just taken the second set, Chris, 6-4. He now leads 2 sets to love against Nuno Borges. That on Kia Arena.
Well, I suspect that Borges is probably trying very hard not to think of the set points he had in the first set.
Indeed,
Because,
indeed.
And what was that lovely quote from Alex de Minaur? You have to have the memory of a goldfish to be a good tennis player, because you cannot let opportunities that you've missed bug you. But easier said than done, as you know, Courtney, as I know.
And I'm wondering, as Victoria has to deal with that situation right now.
I mean, if she ends up losing this match, you know, that can break some players, can't it?
It can certainly rattle them, no doubt at all. And in the flip side, just the confidence that can be gleaned from fighting your way. Madison Keys is the case in point last year, able to save match points quite a few times to win matches. It started all the way back here in a semi-final against Sabalenka.
Forehand from Tauson up the backhand wing, sliced by Moko. Tauson's at the net, she plays a drop shot. Moko will get to that, goes down the line. That's a good shot from Moko. Tauson couldn't reach that. Maybe Tauson was too careful.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I meant to say Swiatek, not Sabalenka there. So yeah, very, very good start to this game from Moko. Moved forward impressively as well.
Still not through the second set yet. We may go to a decider, we may not. Tauson serves out wide, backhand return. Forehand from Tauson up the forehand wing of Moko. Moko nets. That was the play that Tauson was using early in the match very effectively. Just thinking of players who've been damaged by having a match point in a big match. The one that stands out for me was Paul-Henri Mathieu. He was dragged in as a 20-year-old to play the 5th and deciding rubber in the 2002 Davis Cup final. He led by 2 sets to love against Mikhail Yuzhny. He had match points in the 4th to give France the title. He lost, and he was always vulnerable thereafter. He lost a handful of matches from winning positions.
Yeah, it can be really tricky once that happens.
Because it means that everybody else thinks it's a weakness, whether it is or not.
Yep.
And if they think it's a weakness, they will hit more confidently to your weaker shots. 15 all, backhand from Tauson, forehand from Moko, forehand Tauson is too long.
Just some frustration there. Tauson in a position where she was dictating that point, again just overcooked the forehand, going back to the inside out forehand. So both players just showing little signs of tension when they've been the ones in front.
Well, could this go to a tie-break? First set went to a tie-break as Tauson serves into the net. Think of the energy she found and the accuracy on those 3 match points. She looks a little bit sluggish again, Tauson. Second serve is quite soft, but Tauson hits a backhand cross court, backhand Moko. Forehand from Tauson into the net. Again, lack of conviction in that. I'm surprised she didn't go cross court to the forehand.
Yeah, didn't get the feet moving. She could have taken another step forward and easily flattened through that one. Just wondering, out of nowhere, the adrenaline surge to get in front and then just that little falling off. So Moko's won 2 of the 7 break points chances she's had so far. Clara Tauson 3 from 3 when she's had chances. They've come, she's been dynamic when returning. It's just a little break there. Someone
dropped something. It was a loud noise. Tauson flinched. And maybe it's good to hit a let serve because it can reset now. The shot clock doesn't apply. Not that Tauson is anywhere in danger of violating the 25 seconds. She's 15-40 at 6-5. With her first serve into the net. Second serve from Tauson. Backhand return. Slice from Tauson, pushing Moko back. Two-hander from Tauson up the forehand wing. Moko goes cross-court. Forehand from Tauson. Forehand of Moko down the backhand wing. Tauson slices. Backhand from Moko. Forehand from down the line from Tauson. He's the most glorious shot. I didn't see that coming. I don't think you saw it coming. And I know that Moko didn't see it coming. The obvious shot there was a running forehand cross-court. She flattened it down. Up the line, perfect position, glorious winner.
She just skipped into that as well, and then just was able to come around inside, like around the ball, to add a bit of whip to it as well. Just a magnificent forehand, just a stunning shot.
One break point saved, still another one. Tauson serves, she gets the first serve in. Forehand up the forehand wing of Moko. Moko chips into the net. And that's the play that Tauson wants. It's so much better off a first serve because it's further for Moko to run.
And Moko, having seen 2 break points go begging in this game, as she needs to win to try and square this second set in a tiebreaker. It's just been amazing point play from Tauson when she's been under pressure on serve deep in this second set.
Forehand from Tauson now, a high ball from Moko, taken on the backhand, but the rally goes on. Shorter ball now for Moko to hit, but she goes down the middle of the court. Tauson also up the middle of the court. Tauson generally goes for the angles. She'll go for a slice backhand now across court. It hits the sideline. Backhand from Moko. A drop shot from Tauson, picked up by Moko, but she can't get it into court. That is excellent use of the whole court by Tauson.
And a brilliant change of pace. We've seen a lot of heavy hitting in this second set of this match, to then just come underneath the ball at the last moment, caught Moko by surprise. She moved to it quite well, but it was such a good drop shot, not able to handle it. And so finally a game point back to her, a set point here to level what has been an absolute ripper of a match.
Hour and 42 minutes of just glorious tennis. Tauson serves, backhand return. Tauson, drop shot hits into the net. It was a drop shot at full stretch. She smiles at her coach as if to say, what was I trying there?
I think that was just simply the quality of the return from Moko, finding that acute angle. And Tauson, well, it was either going to be a slice defence mid-court, and that wasn't going to cut it. So opted for the drop shot, and that didn't cut it at all.
Due a commentary change, but I think it'll have to be at the end of this set, or maybe the end of the match, who knows. Deuce, Tauson serves out wide, an ace. And no reaction, she just does it as if to say, yeah, well, whatever. Second set point for Clara Tauson. She's the 14th seed. Moko the 17th seed. Second set point, Tauson serves down the centre. Oh no, it's just too long. She got the line right. Hour and 3/4 played. Second serve. She doesn't like a ball toss. She can't blame the sun on that one. Although the sun is so high, it probably affects them from both ends. Second serve is to the backhand of Moko. The chopped forehand from Tauson. Forehand from Moko. Tauson will go up the line. That's a clean winner. That glorious forehand has taken this match into a final set. And in a way, it deserves it. It is the most wonderful match. Courtney, I think you and I are going to have to make way for Mark Hulawati. Mark, have you got a co-commentator with you yet? No, not yet. Okay, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's give us your view, Courtney, first.
A fascinating match. Moko just stepped in really well at the end there, but not able to come up with the goods. I think it's anyone's. It's so hard to pick the winner. Tauson really rallied from under intense pressure deep in that second set. And Moko had played so well. She put herself into such a good position. 3 match points on the Tauson serve at 5-4. On a couple of those, she didn't do anything wrong. One, she probably pulled the trigger a little bit too early. Had the chances again in the next game to try and retrieve, force a tiebreaker. So she's bringing up the chances on the Tauson serve. It's just a matter of trying to hold her nerve, telling herself that I have got chances and they'll come again in the third set. But either way, Tauson rose the challenge brilliantly. And I think it's fitting that we see a third round. Who's going to win? Is it Moko? Is it Tauson? I really can't split the difference. And that's what the seedings are telling us as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a third set in the third round. Before you go, is there any...
No, we're waiting for...
okay.
Please make sure you get in touch. Ask the booth form on ausopen.com. Email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Tell us who you're watching, why. I mean, it's been an amazing opening morning here. Day 6 of the Australian Open. The first sets in all 4 singles matches on court went to tiebreakers. It's been a thrilling display. You're getting your money worth around the ground so far.
Well, I'll tell you what, as Mark Holowatti's here, why don't you make way for him? And while you do that, the winner of the match between Moko and Tauson will play the winner of Sabalenka and Potapova. Josh, tell us how that second set is going.
Yes, Chris, Sabalenka leads 3 games to love in this second set against Potapova. So she's hit top gear, has Sabalenka. Also on Kia Arena, it is Lerner-Tien, who's up a break of serve. He leads 2 games to love against Nuno Borges. He's also up 2 sets against Borges. And over on Margaret Court Arena, it's Marijan, who is up a break as well against Medvedev. He leads 2 games to 1.
Thank you very much. What an amazing morning of tennis we've had so far. 2 hours into day 6 of the Australian Open. And in a second, I'm going to hand over to Mark Holowatti so that I can make way for Candy Reid. But Mark, I wish you a glorious third set, because if it's anything like the first 2, you're in for a dream.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, well, it looks like it's going to be a long morning / afternoon / late afternoon. It's one of those kind of days, and this is exactly what we want. We want to see super competitive matches. We're getting seeds that are playing each other that are very closely ranked, so you'd expect the level to be very similar. And there's not a lot in it at all. So we are privileged to have Andy Reid joining us as well. For those who have been listening, she's in one of Taylor Swift's outfits from the Era Tour. The little red number, the one with, I think it's one leg exposed, one
leg. It's a Reputation outfit. Come on,
the
Mark.
Reputation outfit, there it is.
Glad to see you in the red outfit. Have I fully indoctrinated you into the ways of Taylor Swift now?
No, but it's
Okay.
surprising how many people have come out of the woodwork and let me know how much they love Taylor Swift.
Hey, there we go. It's a thing, I'm afraid. She is the, I would say, the most famous woman in the world these days.
Oh, without a doubt.
Right, Victoria and Moko, Clara Tauson, Mark. I think we were expecting this to be an absolute humdinger, and so it's proved. Very exciting stuff. Moko, the 17th seed, Clara Tauson, the 14th seed. We're looking forward to you getting in touch with us. Ask the booth. The form is on ozopen.com. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au. Third round has begun here at the 2026 AO. Mark, your impressions of the tournament so far?
Oh, it's been one for the ages, that's for sure. The amount of people who have been streaming into the centre here at Melbourne Park has been extraordinary, and you kind of start to feel now that this is where the stars really shine. They've got through 1 or 2 rounds, and now it's the time to push deep into week 1 and in the start of week 2, and hopefully be there at the pointy end of the event. They've fine-tuned their games. They've acclimatised well to what's happening here on the court, and it really is showtime now.
Aryna Sabalenka is currently on Rod Laver Arena facing Anastasia Potapova, but we are very much going to focus on the conclusion of this match on Cain Arena. Victoria and Moko had such a good run-up to this tournament, such an incredible last year. Mark, what do you like in particular about her game?
Oh, her mindset for me is something that really sets it apart. She just keeps going, irrelevant of the situation and irrelevant of the score of the match. She just plays every point with the same kind of intensity. Doesn't look to get tentative or anything like that. Still, there's a bit of polish to be done. She's young. Boy, she's had a big, very rapid rise to like a 17th seed at a slam. So that's extraordinarily quick. Go to woe, really.
To woe, love it.
But, you know, she's got some work to do. Like, you know, she's 19 years of age. You know, it's one of the things, like, when you step onto the tour, you're very fresh. It's almost like you've got nothing to lose. But then if you do have a great season, you've got to be able to back it up the following season, which is difficult. And that's the challenge. You got to, do as well to maintain your ranking, or even better to improve your ranking. You lose a few matches, your confidence goes, your ranking drops a little bit. So it's, it's a feeling out process with that. And now she'll be the hunted.
Yes.
In matches. People will know her. They've seen her play. They've got a little dossier on her strengths and weaknesses, so it'll be interesting to see how she handles that situation.
It's not too dissimilar, is it, from Clara Tauson coming up? Because for many, many years, the 23-year-old now was touted as the next big thing. Hits a massive ball. The Dane, maybe the fitness wasn't quite there, and I've been hearing from insiders that she's really committed to the fitness portion of her game. She has a father who played, an uncle, Michael Tauson, who was an excellent player, actually coach a Danish guy who knows the family very, very well. And she, Mark, is coming into her own.
Yeah, and talent can get you so far in this game, but you cannot compete at this level consistently and to improve and do well, especially that fitness component. That's one of the non-negotiables. That's one of the things that is in your power and in your control. You can't control your height, or anything like that, and the conditions, but your fitness, that's up to you, and it is a massive asset, and you cannot compete at the elite level without, taking care of that side of things.
Well, it shows the commitment to the fitness for Clara Tauson. She's coached by Kasper Elsfad. And we've got a little update on Rod Laver Arena. Josh Herriot is our man on the scene. Josh?
Yes, Candy. Sabalenka leads 4-1. She's also up a set, that on Rod Laver Arena. And Margaret also leading 4-1 against Daniil Medvedev. He too is also up a set. That's on Margaret Court Arena. And it's Elena-Gabriela who's up 2 sets and a break. Leads 3-1 in the 3rd set on Kia Arena.
Yeah, he's playing Nuno Borges, is Lerner-Tien, the man who won the Next Gen, which is the under-20 best players in the world at the end of last season. And Fabian Marozsan, Mark, as we have a look at this match on John Cain Arena, 1-1, Moko and Tauson in the 3rd set. Marozsan is one of the cleanest ball strikers in the world. He's had an upset win on clay over Carlos Alcaraz a few years ago. And we're just waiting, I think, for him just to emerge as the next big thing.
Well, he's getting very close to take out Medvedev there, going 2 sets of love up. He's almost ready to shake him off.
He's very, very talented. His former coach, he works so hard with him, Georgi Baldas, and he was just talking about Farage sometimes doesn't quite believe in himself, but he's got the game.
So interesting to hear these little stories where players have doubt, this imposter syndrome, that they don't belong. There's so much more to this game than just being able to hit a furry little yellow ball over the net.
That's about 10%, isn't it?
Yeah, I was speaking to one of the coaches or the boyfriends of a player on tour, and he was saying that she's gone through 5 coaches last year. And she's and not because of. It's obviously you don't plan that, but things just don't work out. The communication's not there, the messaging, and then you've got to go through that process again and be able to be open enough to listen to the coach and believe in what they say. It's a challenge. And then the back end of the season, they just said, okay, tools down. Let's not worry about that. Just the 2 of them went out, and she ended up winning, I think he said, maybe 8 of her last 10 matches with no burden of having the, issues with coaching. And it's just we'll start fresh in the new season. Let's just go out and play. So,
interesting.
The shackles are off to a certain degree.
So much, particularly on the WTA Tour side of things, Mark, and you know that side very well, is the parents get really involved. And sometimes perhaps too involved when they don't actually know. Now, Vicky Moko is facing a break point here. They've exchanged breaks in the first 2 games of this 3rd set. Moko, the Canadian, the 19-year-old, seeded 17 here, who won a 1,000 level tournament last year, took the first set on a tie-break, 7-5. Clara Tauson, the big-hitting Dane, 23-year-old, answered back in the second, winning that 7-5. And we are currently 1 game all in the 3rd set. Mboko, 30-14. She's just hit a decent serve. Mark, the serve for Mboko, explain what she does well and what could improve.
Yeah, I think her overall speed, especially on the second serve, needs to get better. That's probably one of the things, she's been broken a couple times already. I think that side of it just needs some additional work to be able to just challenge the better players. You need to be able to get, 1 to 2 really high quality serves every game to give yourself that leg up and at least get a more comfortable first strike after the serve. Her placement on the second serve, I think, is the thing that lets her down. It's a little bit too central in the service box, and if you're playing, someone like Sabalenka or even Tauson, who's a big hitter, it's right in the hitting zone, and that as soon as the serve goes in, and it's good percentages, it lands in, but the first shot you're receiving is going to be difficult, and then you're starting the rally in a negative state.
Well, it is a deuce here. A long game once again. Vicky Moko is in a pink visor, a burgundy dress. She's got a knee brace on her right knee, white shoes, white socks, and she's just hit a massive ace after an hour and 56 minutes. This match showing absolutely no signs of slowing down.
That's a heavy knee brace there too. So interesting that the situation is there. Might take a day and a half to get that cut off.
Right, game point for Vicky Moko. Misses the first set just wide. You get out the chisels. Second serve coming. She's playing with the green Wilson racket. It's into the Tauson forehand, and Clara has just missed her return long. So we've got our first hold of set 3. Vicky Mboko's team are on their feet, and she mouths to them, "Let's go." Clara Tauson in orange top, white skirt, looking relaxed though, and she's going to be serving next. Right, let's get an update from around the grounds. Josh Herriott.
Yeah, Potapova has just broken back against Sabalenka. One break of serve there, so Sabalenka leads 4-2 over on Margaret Court Arena. Marijan still leads 4-1 in this second set, and Lerner-Tien Candy leads 4-1 against Nuno Borges. He's got a couple of game points here to hold his serve, to be up 5-1 on Kia Arena. It's been a blistering display from the 20-year-old. It was a tight first set. It went to a tiebreaker, but he has shown a clean pair of heels in these last 2 sets.
He's an incredible young man, Josh, coached by Michael Chang. And they've just seemed to work together. Michael Chang travels often with his children. He's got 2 girls and a boy. Chang's eldest daughter actually is a very good player and one to look out for. She's just 15. And I was talking to Michael's wife actually for quite a long time in Saudi at the end of last year. And it's funny, Mark Halawati alongside me, Candy Reid, Josh Herriott going around the grounds. But Michael Chang is very much, let's take it easy on his kids. His daughter's 15. He says there's no rush. Only this year she started doing some two-a-days. Up until this year, she was only playing once a day maximum, 5 or 6 days a week. Now think about it. Michael Chang won Roland Garros at the age of 17, so he clearly wasn't doing that. What do you think? That's
good. That's great to hear it from someone like that. There's so many different ways to go about it, and it's very rare these days that someone so young just storms onto the scene. It seems that mid-20s, it's such a long journey, and you're right. If sometimes if you go too hard too soon, you get burnt out, and you want to instill the passion, and it's the longevity of a potential career as well. Yeah, that's a very good point. And Michael Chang did retire early, didn't he, after winning that Roland Garros title at the age of 17. Will Vicky Moko win a major title very soon, perhaps even this year? I don't think you could rule it out given the way she's been playing. It's Tauson 15 love in the 4th game of set 3. Tauson with the bigger, heavier ground strokes. She's moving Moko around, Moko defending brilliantly, and Tauson's just sent that forehand long. This will be interesting to see. This match is starting to get, we're deep into a couple of hours of high quality tennis. It just hit the 2-hour mark. It's pretty warm out there as well. It'll be interesting to see if fitness comes into it. What you'll start to find is a few shot selection
I know
issues.
Where you're going here.
Yeah, I don't have as much petrol in the tank, so I've got to really try to hit my way out of trouble.
And that is Clara Tauson in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Help, I'm in a nutshell. What kind of nut is this? What movie is that from? 30-15 to Clara Tauson is a big hitter. Come on.
I don't know that movie.
I'm in a nutshell. What kind of nutshell is this?
Am I thinking of Austin Powers? No.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it's Austin Powers.
Is it?
It's Mike Myers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can't remember that part of it.
Oh, no, it may have been Wayne's World. Oh, it's Wayne's World.
okay.
I do apologise, but it is Mike Myers. One of the best.
Yeah.
Yes. Camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2. Anyway, they're all coming out. 30-15, Clara Tauson. Mark Halworthy formally thinks I'm completely nuts. Which,
Not at all. No,
it was about 99%
continue.
till today.
Don't say formally. It's just highlighted. No.
It's just
And I wouldn't want to have it any other way.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I feel the same about you.
Yeah. Let's not be beige.
It's an up-the-line backhand winner from Vicky and Moko off that left foot. The open stance backhand, Mark, has really come to fruition.
Oh, wow. It's an amazing backhand that she's just hit too. It wasn't a bad ball from Tauson cross court, deep and wide. Great athleticism.
A friend of mine, Dan Kiernan, coaches Gabby Dabrowski, the Canadian doubles star, and so worked with Vicky and Moko at the Canadian United Cup campaign. He said the girl was absolutely delightful.
Oh, great. That's good.
Really, really pleasant. Every morning she went over and said good morning. Just acted very, very grown up, which is wonderful to hear. Right, Clara Tauson in a little trouble here. 1-2, break point down. She stands at 6 foot tall, 1 meter 82, born in Copenhagen, Denmark. She's won 3 WTA Tour titles. She gets her first serve in down the middle. Now it's a backhand crack cross court. Moko goes with the backhand up the line. It's another stunner. 3 games to 1.
Wow, that was a deja vu moment with that backhand from the point previously where she went open stance backhand up the line. Tauson is not happy at all, understandably so. She's got to be ready for that backhand line, but boy, she hit that so deep. Tauson had to retrieve backwards and at an angle.
Wow.
We're seeing footage of Booker just roaring at her team.
Maxime Chujikan, former coach of Victoria Azarenka, is working with Vicky and Moko. She's also got her father there, a physio, a team of 4. The entourage is getting bigger and bigger for Clara Tauson. It's just Casper Elvad, boyfriend and coaches. She's just thrown in a little drop shot, and Vicky and Moko uses her athleticism. Another point to the Canadian.
Is this the point in the match where a little bit of fatigue, a little bit of fitness comes into play?
A run, Mark, quickly over to Kia Arena. That match almost has finished. Josh.
Yes, here's Lerner-Tan serving for the match. Oh, he went to go down the middle of that one, just wide.
Up against Nuno Borges.
Yeah, Nuno Borges. He's got 2 match points here. The young American, he's serving to the back end of Borges, and then the inside-out forehand there from Tan. He's at the baseline, he plays a drop shot. It is utterly superb. It just sums up the match, I think, this morning. This man is the real deal. He could do some damage. He wins in straight sets, 7-6, 6-4, 6-2 against Nuno Borges.
He is a scary proposition, Lerner-Tan. 20 years old, out of Irvine, California. Stands at just 5'11", 1 meter 80, and I think that's a bit of a stretch, actually. I don't think he's quite that tall. Turned pro a few years ago, Mark, and I watched him at the US Open Junior singles final, and I thought, I'm not sure his game is going to transition to the seniors. How wrong I was.
Yeah, he's got a little Marcelo Rios about him on the lefty.
Not so crazy in the head, though.
No, just the racket skills. But boy, you know, he loves Australia. He had a great tournament last year.
Yes.
A couple of 5-set battles, took out Medvedev.
He's won 5 matches against top 10 players last year, Lerner-Tan. He also beat Rublev, Medvedev, as you say, Zverev, just crazy. And now Clara Tauson here on John Cain Arena has just come to the net. That's where she's lacking, the tall Dane. Doesn't really have the hand skills, not able to get nice and low. And Moko is on a good stretch here. She leads 3-1, 40 love. Second serve comes in from Moko. Oh, it's about to come in. She's just missed her first serve, just a little long. And it just seems like Clara Tauson, under the sunny skies, there are no clouds up there, is just getting a little bit tired, although Moko has thrown in a double fault. Not the worst time, Mark, for a double.
Yeah, you're going to do it at 3-1, 40 love. It's not too bad. It kind of just stops the roll of points there for Moko.
Yeah, just slowing the momentum just down a little bit.
Still 2 game points, 40-15 to go 4-1 up in this third set.
And she does it. A little look again to her team. Moko is getting closer. 4-1, third set against Clara Tauson. She's opened the door, and Clara Tauson is allowing the Canadian to walk right.
Yeah, that was a
through
big miss there on the second serve, straight to the forehand wing. Didn't even get to clear the net. Maybe that's just a little tired forehand.
I think that's it. She tries to hit her way out of trouble, doesn't she, Tauson? And Moko is so athletic. We are looking, Mark, at this match on Rod Laver Arena. That's where we are positioned. What have you made of twice champ Sabalenka?
Yeah, she's in a little bit of a hole here, actually, against Potapova. It's been a interesting match. I think Sabalenka was up 4-1. Now it's back to 4-all in the second set. Potapova's hit a bit of a hot streak. She seems to be covering the court very, very well and matching Sabalenka toe-to-toe, power for power. Serving 4-all second set, but she's at the worst end you could be serving for at this time of day. Straight into the blazing sun. Not an easy proposition.
Potapova in the same outfit as Vicky Moko, the pink visor, the burgundy dress. Always looks very sharp, does Potapova. Together with Talon Griekspoor, his level has come down, her level has gone up. Sometimes that happens. Sabalenka in the Nike outfit, which is orange, pink and black. She's got white shoes and very pink laces. She's got a 4-man team in the box. Apparently her hitting partner, Andre, can replicate any opponent.
Really?
Yeah, apparently he's really good at that. He is sitting behind Jason Stacey, who's her high-performance coach, has worked with Aryna Sabalenka on getting her fit. And you think that if Clara Tauson could get into the same shape, because she's the same build as Sabalenka, she could be something else. She's just run out of steam here, Tauson, trying to stay in this third and deciding set against Vicky Moko in an all-seeded third-round clash in the women's singles. 1-4. Tauson is serving in the white and orange, white visor, hitting big forehands and big backhands, but she's netted a backhand.
Sure, the fitness coach, Jason Stacey, he's got a martial arts grappling background, and I saw under his eye he's got some stitches under there.
Oh.
Yeah, and
Sabalenka?
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to. That was initially my first port of call, but I think that might have been from a training session on the mats.
Oh, gosh.
Not with Sabalenka, but with potentially someone else. But
Wow.
they've been together a long time,
That's
which
a
is
story.
fantastic. Yeah.
Could be a good story for press. We'll find out if Sabalenka goes to press as a winner or not, as the case may be. She was picked to the post, of course, by Madison Keys as she went for the three-peat 12 months ago. Here on John Cain Arena, 4-1 in the third set to Vicky Moko. Tauson of Denmark, the 14th seed, serving at 30-15. We'll go to our man around the grounds, Josh Herrick, very shortly. Mark Halawati and Candy Reid in the commentary box. Don't forget to get in touch with us. The Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au. We've also got a competition going on, and you may or may not have heard of this, but it's about which actors would play tennis players if a movie was made of their lives, and you can get us in touch with us in the same way as the Ask the Booth form, ausopen.com. Sabalenka with a massive return of serve. She's got blue shorts under the very colourful outfit. She's just hit a massive backhand up the line. A good cross-court forehand from Saba wins the point. Back to Tauson and Moko on John Cain Arena.
Better use of the court there from Sabalenka. Good angle out wide. Dragging Potapova. Good distance outside the double sideline.
She is in incredible shape, isn't she?
Yeah.
I think she might take you out with one blow.
Yeah, and you know, to be the number one in the world, that's where you got to be.
Yep.
You know, that's the benchmark that everyone needs to not only try to get close to, but surpass in the physical side of things. You're going deep in tournaments, you need to have that kind of physicality to sustain that high level of play. It's far easier just to have be a one-hit wonder and play a great match, but then you've got to back it up.
And again and again.
Yeah, and then also for your mindset as well. You know, like fatigue just plays around with the way you think and how clearly you think and your responses to adversity.
That is such a good point, Mark, especially when you walk on to a day where you know it's going to be hot. If you know in your mind that you're going to be fine physically, that's a massive advantage.
Yeah, exactly.
And quite the opposite if you know you're not really in great shape and it's hot out there.
Yeah, and you feel like you got to get that first set and you got to push. You can't hang in on the rallies.
Well, that is good work from Clara Tauson. That was a must hold, but she does look like she is suffering out there in the Melbourne heat. Not as windy as it has been the last 2 days today. The sun is out. There's essentially no clouds in the sky. It's a beautiful blue sky. And Vicky and Moko getting closer to victory. 4-2 up here in the third set against Denmark's Clara Tauson. It would be a slight upset given their world rankings, but I don't think anyone would be massively surprised.
Yeah, that's right. And it's going to get warmer over the next few days here in Melbourne as well. I see the temperature getting up into the 40s over the weekend and early next week. 44 as well, that's predicted.
Ooh,
so
44?
Yeah.
Good grief. Vicky Moko, just looking at her results here, she beat Emerson Jones, the young Australian, in a good straight set match, then took out Katie McNally of the USA. So Clara Tauson, a different kettle of fish, one who hits the ball bigger than both those players, much, much flatter and harder. But Moko has been coping with everyone in her wake, and she wins the first 2 points of this seventh game, 2 hours and 11 minutes on the card.
The thing that I like seeing from Moko is the way she's able just to absorb the power of Tauson. She's not trying to overdo things. Just trying to make Tauson go again, hit big and make an error.
We see a lot of players being pushed back, don't we, by Clara Tauson? But not Vicky Moko, who was born in North Carolina in the United States, moved to Toronto as a youngster. And she's been working a little bit with Nathalie Tauziat, the former French player who had such beautiful hands. Very different player than Moko. Nip over to Rod Laver Arena because the match between Sabalenka and Potapova, Josh, is coming to a conclusion.
Yes, at 5-4 here, Sabalenka serving for the match. We're at 15 all. And over on Margaret Court Arena, it's currently 40-30. In fact, a long shot there from Medvedev. So Marijan has taken the second set. He leads 2 sets to love over on Margaret Court Arena. So Daniil Medvedev in some trouble. Sabalenka scrambling at the baseline. Potapova's up towards the net. She plays a volley and she put it away. Sabalenka's there. Gets it back somehow. A drop shot there from Potapova. Too good. And she takes the point. So at 15-30, I might hand it back to you, Candy, and I'll let you know when we have a match point here on Rod Laver Arena.
Yeah, you're getting closer. Thank you very much, Josh Heriot. Daniil Medvedev down 2 sets to love against Fabian Marijan of Hungary, who is a bit of a giant killer on his day. Here on John Cain Arena, Mark Kalawati, and Vicky Moko has taken a 5-2 third set lead over Clara Tauson.
Yeah, that's a steamrolling effort right here in this the vital third set. Very comfortable conditions. And who's the win? Did we have the winner of? Who should,
yeah, they're going to play the winner of the Sabalenka Potapova.
Okay.
Top of the table draw. Very exciting. And, and it's only fair, isn't it, now that the matches sort of go simultaneously, so that no one has a time advantage.
Yeah. And that, for me, that's not a bad matchup for Moko to play Sabalenka. Doesn't mind someone with pace. It'll be a really good test.
Well, she's got that today, hasn't she? It's just a little bit of an upgrade, obviously, Sabalenka to Tauson, but similar styles. Sabalenka has added to her game, hasn't she? She's been drop-shotting and coming to the net. She's adapted the slice backhand, and that's, for me, along with the fitness, Sabalenka's got plan A, B, and C these days.
Exactly, yeah. Unfortunately, sometimes on the women's tour, it's just it's my one game plan, and if it's not working, that's it. Be able to have, you've got to be able to go through, and you don't have to change your game style for too long. It may only for a period of time, and then you're back onto it.
We saw that a little bit with Paula Badosa, who was disappointing yesterday. She has had some injuries, Paula Badosa, but she was in trouble in the wind yesterday against a player she really should have beaten and just lost her way, didn't look particularly interested and didn't change her game style, just kept trying to do what wasn't working. 5-2 to Vicky Moko. She's taken the first point of a match between her and Clara Tauson. They're playing for a place in the 4th round of the Australian Open, and it's a wide return from Moko. Good serve from Tauson. She's got a lot of power on that serve.
Sabalenka just lost her service game, so we're back at 5 all. Potapova serving for 5 apiece. Failed to serve out the match.
Work from Anastasia Potapova, who's had potential for a long, long time. Signed on with an agent at the age of 13 for 10 years.
Wow.
10 years. She's now very still early 20s, but she's been around the block for a long time. And now really forcing Sabalenka to come out with some best. Here on John Cain Arena, 30-15 to Clara Tauson. She is serving to stay in the match now, 40-15. The Dane, who's won in Auckland, has 3 WTA Tour titles, also won 2 titles in Lyon and Luxembourg. Does love to play on the indoor courts. Tauson, coming from Denmark, spent a lot of time in her youth doing that. She's just slammed an ace down the tee. So after 2 hours and 16 minutes, it's 5-3 to Vicky Mboko. Clara Tauson has narrowed the deficit, but now the moment has come for Mboko to try and serve this out.
We'll see the mentality of Mboko to be able to serve this match out. Like you said, Candy.
Thank you.
Much easier sometimes to return to try to break.
First point could be important. Vicky Mboko misses her first serve.
Tauson needs to just make her play as often as possible.
Just not sure that's in the DNA of Clara Tauson, is it? Slams a big return down the tee. And this time the backhand up the line attempt from Mboko is wide. Getting a little wound up.
Yeah, that was probably not the best choice of shot there. That was a high risk trying to thread it in that corner of the court. Didn't pay off, love 15.
First serve is netted. She had a breakthrough season last year, and Mboko lifted her first WTA Tour title in a fairy tale run on home soil in Montreal. That was just crazy. Lands her second serve, having to retreat here. Tauson's moving in, goes to the backhand volley from Tauson. That's athletic, but I don't know if she needed to be quite as flamboyant, Tauson. She's missed wide.
I don't know if Mboko wanted to play it that higher on the backhand side. Maybe a little bit of a mishit, but fortuitous. Forced the error.
So 15 all. She was an 18-year-old wild card when she won the 1,000 in Montreal. 1,000's the level just below the majors, so big deal. Lots of points, lots of prize money. Mboko with beautiful hands at the net.
Yeah, it's a brave move coming forward. Didn't do a lot with the approach shot and ended up with a very difficult volley, but was able to just inside-in, backhand side spin, short.
30-15. Mboko is 2 points away from reaching the 4th round. Oh, I thought that was an ace, but it's called out. I don't believe that. That's rubbish. Also won Hong Kong last year at 250 level, so 2 WTA titles. She's just double faulted. That was a big double fault.
After playing a high-quality point, and then it's a double fault, just making it difficult for herself. And this, I guess, sometimes is a little bit of the inexperience of youth. 30 all, 5-3.
The team is saying, you've got it. First serve landed, this time goes out wide, then the backhand into the open court is magnificent. She doesn't even know if it's in. It was.
Yeah, she's gone for a percentage. She decided to try to hit the ball flush on the line. Not a little bit on the line or not a little bit outside the line, but just flush. So very accurate. Boy.
No one knew if that was in, did they?
They're both ready to throw their racket in anger, waiting to see.
Match point, 2 hours, 19 minutes. Vicky Mboko, 40-30 up, 5-3 up in the third, and what's been a tremendous match. Up the line, backhand. She's got a volley. Can she put it away? Almost. Can she put this one away? She does. Vicky Mboko gets the better of Clara Tauson. What a result. This young woman, what can she not do? She takes out the higher-ranked, higher-seeded player, Clara Tauson, in a thrilling 3-set match on John Cain Arena. A nice eye-to-eye handshake. Sometimes that's unusual on the WTA Tour. And Vicky Mboko is celebrating. So are her team. She is just a sensational 19-year-old. And she could cause the winner of the Sabalenka-Potapova a bit of a headache.
Yeah, bring on the next round. Oh, she plays similar style to that. She'll be able to match. She has to play the #1 seed. It's not over yet here on Rod Laver.
Yeah, let's get a quick update on Rod Laver Arena. Josh Herriott.
Yeah, Candy, I can tell you, Sabalenka serving here to bring this to a Second set tiebreak now. So as Mark mentioned, Potapova did break back. Then she held serve to bring it to 6-5. And Sabalenka at 30 love to take this to a second set tiebreak.
She's really been pushed, isn't she? Is she playing well, Josh? Is Anastasia Potapova playing better? What's going on?
Potapova's been strong in this second set, and Sabalenka just getting a bit frustrated now. She was throwing her arms up in the air before. She was looking over to her player box, so she wasn't too happy when she dropped that break of serve. So she was quite frustrated. At the moment, it is 30 love, now 40 love as that forehand from Potapova is netted.
So it looks like we're going to go to a tiebreaker on Rod Laver Arena, and we will go to that match and the conclusion of set 2. Sabalenka is set up on Anastasia Potapova, who's now representing Austria. Surprisingly, spent quite a lot of time in Austria, I believe, over the COVID break. So Potapova has moved allegiances. We're going to hear from Vicky and Moko, because why wouldn't we? She is going to be, well, she's already a star, but Mark Coloetti, she's a star of the future.
Yeah, very much so. She's really a star of the future, but boy, she's, you know, is she top 10 potential?
Victoria, first of all, huge congratulations. That was an amazing match. First time ever for you, 4th round of a Grand Slam. How did you feel? How did you were able to get through that match in the end?
Yeah, no, I think it was just self-belief at the end. You know, I had so many chances in the second set, but I got to give credit where it's due. She was playing incredible tennis, so I just had to lock in the important moments. But this is my first time here, so I'm really happy to have gotten to the 4th round.
Talk about the second set a little bit, because you had match points. She did play phenomenal. How were you able to reset, just get back on track to be able to get through?
You know, when you have those chances like that and you're up in the match and you have those opportunities to finish but don't take it, it can be very discouraging. But that's why there's a 3rd set, and I was able to regroup and just find my groove again and just get it done.
We enjoyed how much fire you brought. You had so much energy, pumping your fist consistently. Those moments, how does that fuel you?
Yeah, well, I always try to, I want to stay positive with myself. I think pumping myself up and always being in good moods and having good energy helps me, and it just helps me with my fighting spirit. So I think I really fought hard today, and she's a great player, you know.
So you say it's your first time here. I know some of your family members are here. What have you enjoyed their support, and what have you enjoyed most about being here at the Australian Open this year?
I mean, it's my first time playing, so I feel like what's not to enjoy it, you know? You're in Australia, it's warm. It's not so warm back home, so it's nice to be here right now. But yeah. I mean, I see some Canadians out and some Canadian flags, so they're bringing the home energy as well, and I really appreciate everyone who came to support me today. Yeah, like everyone's support. I wouldn't have done it without them either, so I want to thank you all.
Well, you're so much fun to watch. Amazing match. Best of luck, everyone. Victoria Moko.
She's just a kid, isn't she?
She's such a kid.
But quite a level head. It's amazing that they're so young and they're dealing with having to be so mature in their decision making and the pressures that they're putting themselves in. And then when you hear them talk sometimes, they're still just a little teenager.
Yeah, that's so true, so true. And by the way, the weather in most of Canada right now, Mark, -8.
Yep, frosty. Not playing outside on days like that.
So Victoria Moko delighted to get through into a 4th round, and speaking there to AO Radio's own Jill Krabus, who'll be in the booth a little later on. Don't forget to send us your messages, get in touch. Ask the booth form, ausopen.com, email us aoradio@tennis.com.au. Right, we're going to switch our attention, Mark, over to Rod Laver Arena, because Aryna Sabalenka, twice champion here, is into a very tough battle with Anastasia Potapova. I don't think I was expecting this. Were you expecting this? Are you surprised at how Potapova has kept this one close?
Yeah, she's really just hanging in there, and it's almost like Sabalenka's taking 2 steps forward by playing some good points and then 1 step back. She's very frustrated, and I think Potapova's doing a good job of just making sure she stays close to Sabalenka. She's expecting that she's going to hit some winners, she's going to play some, great points, but also Sabalenka is just throwing in some random errors. I won't say unforced errors, but random errors in situations that are not required.
Sabalenka's just thrown in a really good serve, hit a bounce smash after it, wasn't put away. Potapova throwing up some moon balls, 2 or 3 in a row here, Potapova, which is unlike her because she is a player that likes to hit their absolute boo out the ball. And she gets a mistake from Sabalenka. So it's Anastasia Potapova, Mark, 4-2 up in the second set breaker.
Yeah, and Sabalenka showing a disgust with that point, hitting the ball up in the air, saying, oh, these moon balls, how bad are they? But that's a good sign for Potapova. Love to see your opponent there complaining about what's going on. It just gives you all the fuel and all the information you need.
Oh yeah, any sign of weakness will be registered and enjoyed, that's for sure. So just a reminder, Aryna Sabalenka is the top seed, the overwhelming favourite to win a third title here. She is up 7-6, won the first set on a breaker. We're into another tiebreaker after an hour and 55 minutes on the main court here at the Australian Open. But Sabalenka 2-4 down in the breaker. Oh, and Potapova went big on the returns, just missed it long.
I'd just love to see Potapova just be really, really tight with her game here. And just not make an error. Just balls in play for Sabalenka to miss. She's frustrated. Just keep the pressure on the #1 seed.
Sabalenka's done a much better job with that, hasn't she? Because she used to really get rattled, that sort of blood pressure boiling. But here, even though she's been frustrated, she's keeping her mind on the game. However, that was a decent kicking second serve, and Sabalenka's just dumped it in the bottom of the net.
Yeah, and if I rewind 1 point, second serve, Potapova, she's got a forehand, and she tries to just tonk it and misses it. This could be, you know, a 6-2 lead.
It is, in fact, 5-3 because Potapova did miss that forehand return. She's just missed her first serve, collapsed a little bit on the left side. She is a right-handed tennis player in the maroon burgundy dress with the pink visor on, the blonde plait down her back, and she's just served another second serve that's earned the points.
Yep, Sabalenka just framing that and complaining bitterly about how bad she's playing. That was only 136 kilometres per hour, so at this level, that's quite a slow second serve, but it's good enough because Sabalenka just mistimed the ball completely. We've got a couple of set points here for Potapova.
Crikey. This would be something, wouldn't it? We are settled. Sabalenka, though, hits a forehand, keeps herself in this second set breaker here on Rod Laver Arena, a match that started at 11:30 a.m. local time. We're now almost 2 hours in.
Two set points for Potapova. 6-4.
This one will also be on the Sabalenka serve. It's wide on the first serve. You can hear when Sabalenka's playing, can't you? You don't actually need to see it because she is very, very vocal. Second serve is coming in. Left arm stretched up nicely, and Potapova misses the forehand return in this time in the net.
Oh, that's just a little bit too loose. That's 2 second serve points on that juice side. Gone to the forehand, and the forehand has failed to find the court. Big moment, you've got to take them.
Set point number 3 for Anastasia Potapova, representing Austria, the 24-year-old, 5'7", 1m75, currently ranked 55 in the world. Misses her first serve long. That could be trouble. Second serve. Potapova is long, considerably long, getting tight there. And they're going to change ends. Her coaching team on their feet, but Anastasia Potapova has blown 3 set points.
Wow, and 2 of those with the return of serve on that forehand wing. And unfortunately, against the best players in the world, you cannot afford to do that. You've got to make that moment. You've got to make them play.
Doesn't happen so much.
Yeah.
Get into position, but finishing it off.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it bounces the ball a couple of times. Anastasia Potapova, she's got another serve here. Serves out wide to the forehand of Sabalenka. A forehand cross court is netted from Sabalenka. What a strange shot.
7-6 Potapova.
That was born again ugly, that forehand. Unfortunately, they went halfway up the net from a pretty routine forehand.
Anton Dubrov is looking with a quizzical look towards her. They're on the same side now, Sabalenka as her team. She's not looking at them, not trying to complain, just trying to get on with the job here. It's going to be a 4-set point for Potapova. This is going to be the 3rd set point, though, she's had on the Aryna-Sabalenka serve. Full crowd almost on Rod Laver Arena. Sabalenka misses the first serve.
She go to the forehand. That's where she's got a couple of errors on these second serves. Potapova will be feeling a little bit tight, a little bit tense.
Second serve in. Box, really, middle of the box. Potapova able to hit a backhand return where she feels more comfortable. Backhand cross-court from Sabalenka. Now a forehand cross-court from Aryna, who's going to lean into a backhand. She's moving Potapova and she gets the error.
Oh, Potapova, I feel like, had to just keep trying to pepper the Sabalenka forehand, but she fed her too many backhands, and that backhand is a lot more solid. Well, brave play from Sabalenka. She realises the importance. It's 7-all. One more point on serve.
22 singles titles for Aryna-Sabalenka, the current world #1, a winner of over $45 million in her career. Over 480 professional victories. Can she come through this one? It's a scare for Sabalenka. I suspect she'll be hitting the practice court if she does come through this one. If she doesn't come through this one, it might be a trip to the bar. Who knows? But we will see. 7 points all. Second set breaker. Throws in the kick serve. Forehand return from Potapova is okay. Goes down the line with the forehands. Potapova on the move. Throws up a high ball. Sabalenka should put it away, and she does.
Again, Potapova went one ball to the forehand, next ball went to the backhand, and that down the line ball to the backhand allowed Sabalenka to go cross court, make Potapova move. So I kind of feel maybe a little tactical error there.
So we've had set points for Potapova, 4 of them. Now we've got a match point for top seed Aryna-Sabalenka. The Tiger tattoo, the Tiger. Can she roar to victory? She will be facing a second serve here. Remember that Potapova double faults just before they changed ends at 6 points to 5. She might live to regret that. Second serve is in, it's slow though. Sabalenka hits a backhand cross court, feels comfortable on that side, and Potapova hits the bottom of the net with her backhand. Sabalenka survives 7-6, 7-6 in a 2-hour, 2-minute battle with Anastasia Potapova. The top seed is through just.
Well, what could have been there? A couple of set points, a little bit of inexperience there in the big moments. That allows Sabalenka to once again dig herself out of trouble, which I think is great. It's great for her mentality. She's not at her best form by any stretch of the imagination. But you don't need to be here. She's fighting hard. And that's good to be able to win these matches when I'm not playing at the level that I expect.
Still hasn't lost a set, Sabalenka, through 3 matches. We know she will be playing against Vicky and Moko in the next round. That is going to be extraordinarily exciting. It will be surely on Rod Laver Arena. She's just handed rackets to her coach because they're going to get restrung. I believe she's going to be out in the practice court. That is why she's done that. So Anastasia Potapova is going back through the tunnel. It was a good tournament for Potapova. Had her chances. She'll be ruining those 4 missed set points. The player who came through against Cocciaretto in the previous round has really pushed Sabalenka today, but didn't quite get over the line. Casey Delacroix is on court ready to speak to the Tiger herself. Sabalenka, whew, I think she had a little bit of a let-off there.
Yeah, Paul Potapova, that double fault to second serve, return of serves to the forehand, failing to land inside the court. Oh, just a bit of inexperience, but you know, when you talked before about Potapova's potential, she's had that potential for so long. These are the moments right here to turn that word into something more.
We're just waiting for Aryna-Sabalenka, who's putting on the ubiquitous watch. She's got lovely diamond earrings, beautiful necklace as well. She's quite the fashionista, isn't she, Sabalenka, who loves a TikTok video. She's handing some towels out to some fans. You just think of the tournament organisers just sort of cringing every time they see one of their valuable towels being handed out. It's
and
incredible.
The players are hoarding them too, don't you worry about that.
Oh yes, Serena was one of the best. Let's go down on court. Sabalenka talking to Casey Delacroix.
Aryna, congratulations. That was such a fantastic match from both of you. Yeah, we'll give it another round of applause. It was fantastic. What did you feel like was the key for you to win this match and also close it out there in those final stages?
Well, she played incredible tennis. I was always on the back foot, and to be honest, there's days where you just have to be there, just have to fight and try your best to put the ball back on that side. And I don't know what was the key. I think even though emotionally I was like all over the place, but I was able to still fight for every point. And against Anastasia is something really important, that you always focus, you're always there, you're always fighting. And I'm just super happy that I was able to get this win. It was such a fight, and I really enjoyed it.
You're so right. You don't always have the best day all the time. But today you did seem a little bit frustrated. But I'd love to know, what do you tell yourself in those moments in between points to just manage to keep calm enough and composed enough to just find yourself again and rock up to the line and play another great point?
I was just trying to calm myself down, which wasn't working well today, but at the same time I was trying to figure out how to connect my body. It seems like everything was working separately. My brain was somewhere else, my arms were going one direction, my was going other direction, and I don't know, I was like looking on that side thinking just try to put pressure on her, just try to, I don't know, just try to let her play basically, and somehow magically I was able to get this win. And guys, thanks for coming, thanks for thanks for cheering for us, and yeah, you guys are making this tournament. Thank you.
You're into the second week. This is your 6th consecutive 4th round appearance here at the Australian Open. Your game looks great. Your serve volleying a bit more, drop shots. How do you feel like your game is building heading into the second week?
Should we depend on this match or like overall?
Let's go with overall.
No, I really think that I'm every time when I'm competing out here, I'm trying my best. Doesn't matter how I feel, doesn't matter what the conditions are, whatever I'm dealing with, I'm always there, always fighting, and that gives me belief that I can find my best tennis, and I can do my very best here.
And just lastly, yesterday we saw you join the Gucci family. What did that mean to you when you were approached by Gucci to join their family?
I mean, that means the world. That means the world, and they're bold, they're elegant, they're super cool, and I feel like it's a perfect fit, the collaboration, and I don't know, I'm the happiest person on earth right now. I couldn't dream, I don't know, even like a few months ago that I'll join the best brand, and right now I'm just super happy.
Well, you should be. Congratulations, you are through to the next round. Please, one more round of applause for Aryna-Sabalenka.
A little different to my no-name brand T-shirts with the old Gucci.
I was going to say, how's your Gucci collaboration? I'm personally with Prada.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Other beautiful super brands are available, of course.
Yes, I am for hire.
Mark will work for anyone, anywhere. That's what he's trying to say.
Willing to. But I really like, hearing Sabalenka. She's so self-aware of where she's at right now. Like she was talking about, she's all over the place, arms and legs. It wasn't her best day. but the fact that, the way she says she's just, trying to find a way in those situations. And also, she said to just make Potapova play. And so she kind of probably got the sense that, she can get a little bit tight in those situations. So, she's very, very tuned into her game and knowing that she can win when she's not at her best, because she's using her mentality and a determination, which is far better than sometimes some players that, it's just a bad day and there's nothing about it. But, you can really compete. You can lock in, or if it gets too difficult, you just go tap out, white flag, I'm out of here. It's one of those days. So I much prefer to hear that, and that's why she's the #1 player in the world.
Oh, that's so true. Yeah, talking about Paula Badosa, who's, of course, Sabalenka's great friend. They both live in Dubai. She definitely tapped out yesterday.
Sabalenka did not, and she
that's
gets
the difference.
Yeah.
Do you want to be, winning slams? Because you don't know if you stay out there for another 3 or 4 minutes, you don't know what your opponent's going to be like. And also you got to ask the question: how are they feeling?
Good
like
point.
Potapova, like if we were to stop the match with a couple of set points, and you ask her, what's your emotional state? She may be thinking, well, I'm really anxious. This is a big moment.
Yeah.
I could do this, this, and this. So there's tension from her side of the story as well. So you just got to hang in there long enough and just keep presenting, and you don't know what can happen.
Oh, that's so true. That's what makes Mark Halawati such a good coach. You just got to stick around there, and it's true to life, isn't it? I think Woody Allen said 90% of life is just showing up. And I think that's a good way to live. So Aryna Sabalenka through against Anastasia Potapova, I should say, 6-6, and she will play Victoria Mboko in the 4th round. That is a match that is going to be terrifically exciting. Moko, the 19-year-old from Canada, has just ousted Clara Tauson. We were impressed, Mark.
Yeah, that's going to be a great showdown, those two players. And Moko being able to absorb power. And, it would not surprise me if, there's going to be an upset in that match at all.
On form,
yeah.
Moko has a good chance. She's got to feel good.
Sabalenka's got to play a lot tighter and be a little bit more consistent with what she's doing. Otherwise, she's going to get in herself in a big spot of bother.
Big hole. Her legs, her rear end, I think she was going to say, wasn't she? Well, she didn't say it, but she said her legs, her arms, everything was going in different directions. Let's hope she's a bit more streamlined in a few days' time.
That's the way I dance.
That I want to see. Now, Carlos Alcaraz is up next against Quentin Moutet. That is a match I'm very excited about. Moutet has talked about his underarm serve and whether he'll apply it against Carlos Alcaraz. The one tournament, of course, that Alcaraz has not won. Hasn't got past the quarterfinals here at the Australian Open, and looking to add that to his miraculous CV. Let's go to Margaret Court Arena, though, where our man on the scene, Josh Herriot, is watching Daniil Medvedev against Fabio Marozsan.
I am indeed, Candy, and what's just caught my eye on Kia Arena as well, Zeynep Sonmez and Yulia Putintseva. Sonmez was down a double break, but she has now broken back twice, and we are back on serve here, 3-2. Sonmez now serving to bring it to 3 games all in the first set. Plenty of Turkish fans at Kia Arena as well. Plenty of red flags that surround the arena. But I can tell you on Margaret Court Arena, Medvedev, he did have a couple of break points before. We are on serve, though. It is 2-3. Marozsan with a few game points here as Medvedev with a nice forehand to the back end of the court to bring up a clean winning shot, 40-30 at the moment, but he's down 2-0 against Marozsan. So a bit shaky here for the 3-time finalist, of course, for Daniil Medvedev on Margaret Court Arena. And as I glance over to my screen on John Cain Arena, the players are on court. Tommy Paul and Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. That match to get underway very shortly. Mid-rally here, game point here for Marozsan. The off forehand from Medvedev and netted there by Marozsan to bring it back to deuce.
Yeah, Marozsan, a bit of a giant killer. I think a lot of ATP players are scared of him, but mentally he hasn't been solid enough, the Hungarian, who is 26 years of age. I think his potential and his actual ball striking is out of the top drawer, and he could be a top 20 player easily, but we haven't seen Marozsan get there just yet. He does have a win over Carlos Alcaraz on the clay of Rome, and that was just a few years ago, and he's 2-0 up on Daniil Medvedev, the 11th seed. Medvedev now working with Thomas Johansson after parting ways with Gilles Savara, his longtime coach last year. And Sonmez of Turkey, Mark, she's been a bit of a revelation this week.
Yeah, and the Turkish fans are coming out to support in droves. She qualified, won a couple rounds, and this match would not be surprising if she comes out with the win there. It's a great effort. Taking
on Yulia Putintseva, who had that beautiful 2024, the best year of her career, but lost ground last year. Did Putintseva, who represents Kazakhstan. Putintseva up 3-2. They're on serve in that match on Kia Arena. Our thanks to Josh Herriot. He is following all the matches around the grounds. And we've got a match between Alcaraz and Quentin Moutet on Rod Laver Arena. Looking forward to this one?
Yeah, if there's one player that you don't want to play who's the most annoying creature that you could have, who can hit shots that you would not imagine could be hit and miss shots that you can imagine that you cannot miss that kind of ball, Moutet is exactly that player. And I think he will thrive in this environment here.
Yeah.
He'll be that pesky fly that's buzzing around your head that you've been trying to swat for hours. He will just annoy you, and you just don't know what you're going to get with him. And boy, he has got some racket skills, and he will do everything he can to get under the skin of Alcaraz. And like you said, that underarm serve, I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to throw a whole bunch of the spinny left-handed underarm serves. Which,
let's hope so.
Which is is not a bad option.
Sinner was talking about his drop shot because he hit a lot yesterday. The backhand drop shot not particularly good. He was laughing, and he was asked who the best drop shots are on tour, and he said, well, of course, Alcaraz. But the other two are Hugo Gaston, who Sinner beat in the first round, and Quentin Moutet, who is in the corridor and awaiting to step on to Rod Laver Arena. Well, with tomorrow's forecast expected to reach 39 degrees around 4 p.m. and Tuesday getting up to 41 degrees, even hotter, we sent AO Radio reporter Ethan Wright to speak with Dr. Carolyn Broderick, the Chief Medical Officer for Tennis Australia, to find out all about the protocols and precautions for players and fans alike. Let's hear it.
Summer in Melbourne obviously always brings the heat. What are the Australian Open's heat protocols this year, and how will they impact play?
I think the heat is something that we've worked on for a number of years, and I first started in this role in the end of 2017. 2018 was my first Australian Open. It was very hot, and I thought to protect the health of our players and also not to unnecessarily cancel competition, that we needed to have a good evidence-based heat policy that was based on good science. And so as a result of that, I collaborated with Professor Ollie Jay and his team at the University of Sydney, who are world experts in thermal physiology, and developed a model which I'm so proud of. I think it's sport-specific, which is the real key. We measure all the environmental parameters on site, so we measure the factors that make up heat stress, which is air temperature in the shade, radiant heat, which is really the heat of the sun, but also reflected heat from the court, wind speed and humidity. So they're the four environmental things that we measure on site, on our stadia court and on our outside court. But I think the really unique aspect of the Australian Open heat stress scale is the fact that it also incorporates tennis-specific things, and that is the average metabolic heat production in a tennis player. So heat doesn't just come from the environment, it comes from internally as well. And it also takes into account the clothes that they wear and the evaporative resistance of the clothes. So in order to lose heat, the main mechanism in this hot, dry conditions is to evaporate sweat. And if you've got clothes that impede the evaporation of sweat, then that will impact your heat stress. So what the heat stress scale looks at is really the risk of exertional heat illness in a tennis player, and we have various thresholds at which we intervene with the aim of hopefully not needing to suspend competition very often. So when the heat stress scale hits 3, we have additional cooling measures on court, which is ice towels, wet towels. When it hits 4, we have a cooling break between set, and in women's tennis it's between the second and third set, and men's it's between the third and fourth set. And so the cooling break allows not just the reduction of metabolic heat production because you're resting, but it also enables us to put on cooling strategies. And then in extreme examples, when the heat stress scale hits 5, we suspend all play on outdoor courts and we close the roof of our stadia courts, and we have the luxury of being able to do that so the tennis can continue.
All right, so that's all about the heat rule. It's due to be 39 and then 41 degrees over the next few days. That's Dr. Broderick talking about all the protocols, which surely will be applied because, of course, the health of all these players is absolutely paramount. Well, we have got a very exciting matchup coming up on Rod Laver Arena. We'll be bringing you all the action here on AO Radio, live around Melbourne Park, broadcasting to the world. Quentin Moutet against Carlos Alcaraz. Can Carlitos, who is the #1 seed at this year's Australian Open, finally win this tournament after years of trying. He's got past no better than the quarterfinal in his attempts, but he is the number one. He's up against the world number 32, Mute, who under Hugo Aguero, his new coach, Mute has been a formidable opponent for many, a tricky one. Alcaraz is going to be up against it today. The drop shots king is meeting another. Perhaps we'll call Mute the drop shot prince. Carlos Alcaraz in his lime green sleeveless shirt, lime green shorts, slightly a lighter greeny colour on the majority of the shorts. The shoes are a combination of both. He's getting out his Babolat racket, which is both a luminous yellow and grey. He is skipping to the nets to meet James Kiothevong, our chair umpire, and Mute fully in white with a white hat. The Frenchman with the very yellow racket joins them. So let's hear the coin toss.
Corentin, this is Tora, Corentin. Gentlemen, the same format as your last matches. Any preference on towel box, blue or white? We go blue or white? White, blue. Any questions? Now, after this, can we have a photo with Tora facing this way, please? Okay, Tora, all yours. We've got AO or player? AO. Player. Receive. Okay. Fantastic. Photo. Yeah. Let's change now. We're
going to change ends. And while Carlos Alcaraz goes round the net, Corentin Moutet, the smaller of the two players, goes over the net.
Thanks very much, guys.
Nice picture for the mantelpiece with one of our hot shots players. All the youngsters, and Mark Holloway, to get to go on the court before the matches begin and go and have a hit.
Yeah, exactly. They bring the nets out start of the day, which is fantastic for the kids, give them a taste. Now, is the Frenchman the new Benoit Paire?
Yeah, he's Benoit Paire, but he's more together.
There's such a thing.
Well, so Benoit Paire, just fill everyone in on Benoit Paire, Mark.
He's not so together out there on the court. He is, when you look in the dictionary for unpredictable tennis players, with a short fuse but amazing racket skills, he can do anything. And also, you wouldn't want him to be playing a tennis match.
For your life?
Yeah, or your house.
No.
But boy, amazing skills and
He's quite a bit taller, wasn't he? Benoit Paire voted Comeback Player of the Year in 2015. Very tall, very thin with a long beard. Moutet is smaller. He's very thin, but of course very strong, as all players are these days. He's got a little bit of a beard as well. But Moutet, for my mind, last year really got it together. He's got a new coach in Hugo Guerrero, and they've just contained everything, Mark. So they haven't got rid of all the fun stuff, but they've just said, I think, to him, let's not use it all the time.
Yeah, he can do anything. You know, imagine if his tennis skills are in a golf bag. In a golf bag, you've got 15 or so clubs. Moutet has about 138 clubs in his bag. He can just do whatever you want. Just expect the unexpected against Alcaraz today. Got a fantastic feel.
He really has, hasn't he? I saw actually a clip of Tommy Fleetwood, the British golfer, hitting a shot in the fairway, and he hit about 16 different shots with the same ball. And they actually tracked the ball. So one went to the right, one went to the left, one went down the middle, one went low, one went high. 16 different shots. And that's what Moutet can do with the same ball. It's just incredible. But for those players, Mark, who have got so many choices, it's sometimes difficult to choose the right shot.
Yeah, and that, you know, the person who comes to mind there was Ash Barty. Like when she was younger, she was, she had a bag, she had 3 golf club bags worth of shots available, and the great thing that Craig Tyser did and the team did, like they really narrowed that bag down and threw some of that stuff out, and that's what made her such a difficult competitor on the women's tour. And it's finding out, when is it the right time to play those kind of shots, because no matter what you do and how amazing it is, you still get 1 point value of it. So if you go break the sound barrier with a running forehand that goes around the net post that causes the ball to catch on fire when it lands, you get 1 point compared to it coming off the handle and dribbling over the net. It's got the same value. So, and it's about the repeatability of your game style.
Oh, that's such a good point. Repeatability is what Mute has really, really improved upon. He is feeling good about his chances here against Carlos Alcaraz, a man who's never won the Australian Open. Every time I say that, it just sounds so unlikely, but it is true. Right, Josh Heriot has returned from a short break. Josh, what can you tell us about the match on Margaret Court Arena?
Yes, we are on serve. It is 5-4. Margaret serving here to bring it to 5 games all. This match going 2 hours and 26 minutes on the Rolex. So Medvedev trying to stay in for the fight. He must win this set. Margaret is looking quite strong, though, at the moment, as he has done throughout the afternoon. And I can tell you that Sonmez and Potensova, the scores here, 5-3. In the first set, and Potensova is 2 points away, Candy, from wrapping up the first set against Sonmez. And also on John Cain Arena, Tommy Paul, a hot start. He leads 3 games to love against Davidovich Fokina.
Yeah, Davidovich Fokina, the Spaniard, is the 14th seed, twice a runner-up. Actually, 3 times a runner-up last season on the ATP Tour side. Twice he had championship points, both at Delray Beach, where he lost to Kecmanovic, and then at Washington, when he had 3 championship points against Alex de Minaur, lost them all. He got so nervous, Davidovich Fokina, trying to win his first ever ATP Tour title. He is some player. In my mind, he's got probably the 3rd best return on the ATP Tour side of things. So that match, one to look out for. John Cain Arena, Tommy Paul from America leading Davidovich Fokina 3-love. On Kia Arena, Yulia Putintseva representing Kazakhstan 5-3 up on Zenia Sonmez of Turkey. And Daniil Medvedev down 2 sets to love against Fabian Marozsan. 5-4, Marozsan currently serving but facing a set point. And I suspect if Medvedev takes that 3rd set, Marozsan might just crumble. You just never know.
Yeah, that's going 5.
Oh, big call.
Yeah, when we talk about players who are willing just to hang in there,
yeah.
Medvedev is that kind of guy.
Oh, yes. Often seen right on the back fence of courts. He likes a big, big tennis court, doesn't he? So he can run around. Right, we are just about to begin this match on Rod Laver Arena. Fans of Carlos Alcaraz, keep your ears peeled. We're going to be looking primarily at this match, Alcaraz of Spain versus Quentin Moutet of France, a seeded 3rd round battle at the top of the men's draw. Can Carlos Alcaraz complete the trick? It's not really a hat trick, is it? Because he's already won the other 3 majors. So can he complete the deal, win a Grand Slam of major titles? He'd love it more than anything at this point. This is the one, surely, that he has his sights on in 2026. Quentin Moutet to serve under sunny skies on Rod Laver Arena. Mark Helawati, Candy Reid and Josh Heriot around the grounds for us here on AO Radio. First serve from Quentin Moutet. He is wide. He's a lefty. Stands at 5'11", 1m80. I think that's a little bit of a stretch. Turned pro 2016, coached by Hugo Guerrero, who's born in Paris. And he's 26 years of age. He wins the first points.
This will be a challenging match for Alcaraz with a lefty serve. And Alcaraz, you know, his backhand cross-court's a great shot, but that's going to Moutet's forehand where he can be dangerous. So we're looking to see him changing directions a lot, trying to get the ball to the Moutet backhand.
Alcaraz has had a good tournament so far. He's played 2 strikingly similar matches, in fact, both ending in straight sets featuring same score lines in a different order. Opened with a 3-6-2 win over Adam Walton of Australia, University of Tennessee. Adam Walton, always like to get that in, 15 all. So he beat Adam Walton in 3. Then he got the better of Jannik Hanfmann on this court. Jannik Hanfmann, the big German. And that was also a straight sets victory over Hanfmann, but the first set was pretty tricky. Alcaraz, quite a lot being made of the fact that he's changed his serve considerably over the last year. He's talked about it in press, and Novak Djokovic wants copyright for it because he says Alcaraz has just copied his serve. He was joking, by the way, because I don't think Djokovic needs any more money. But there again, you never know. 15-all first set. Quentin Moutet up against Carlos Alcaraz. Moutet throws the ball up, second serve into the backhand of Alcaraz. We'll have a look at Alcaraz's left-handed record shortly. Alcaraz up to the net and gets the error.
Moutet's going to struggle with the firepower of Alcaraz. Mutay's not the biggest hitter out there, so he's not going to blow Alcaraz off the court.
He's going to try and mix and match, though. There's no doubt about that. We've got an update and a set completed on Kia Arena, Josh Herriott.
Yes, and the first set is going the way of Potensova. She came up to the net and played a cross-court forehand, so she's taken the first set 6-3 against Sonmez on Kia Arena.
She calls herself Potensova the gangster on the court and an angel off the court. She's very short, Potensova, and she grew up with people in the tennis world telling her she was never going to make it, she's not good enough, she's not tall enough, she's not strong enough, and she's got one of those combative personalities as a result. Talking of combative, Carlos Alcaraz has 2 early break points here on Rod Laver Arena.
15-14.
Already early days. Mutay throwing in just a random drop shot at the end there, which was a little bit too high, almost looked like a lob.
So 15-40, Mutay serving into the sun, the left-hander, and Alcaraz's left-handed record is pretty strong. The first serve goes into the backhand of Alcaraz, who's in his lime green sleeveless shirt with ripped arms. He's just thrown a backhand up the line, won't have to hit a volley.
Alcaraz.
It's an early break of serve for the #1 seed. And the record mark against left-handers for Carlos Alcaraz, he has played 57 in his career. He's won 43.
I wonder what does it say, which lefties he's lost to?
He does. So he lost to Cameron Norrie at the Paris Masters last year.
Yep.
3 sets, but Cam Norrie
Quick
does like
indoor.
an indoor court. Yeah,
Yep.
he does like an indoor court. Alcaraz has lost to Jack Draper, another Brit, at last year's Indian Wells in 3 sets. So those are the 2. Those are over the last couple of years. Now in Paris Masters, again indoors, lost to Hugo Humbert in 2024. He lost to Jack Draper at Queen's Club on grass, 2024.
He's got something against the English, hasn't he?
That's 3 out of the 4. He's lost to Thiago Monteiro, the Brazilian. That was a surprising result, but that was on the Rio de Janeiro clay courts at the early part of 2024. Before that, Cameron Norrie lost to in Rio.
Another Englishman.
And before that, he lost to Norrie in Cincinnati.
He's his pigeon. It's like...
Before that, he lost to Rafa Nadal in Indian Wells. So there's a theme, isn't there? It was either British or Paris Masters, Indian Wells, or clay in South America. But other than that, he wins.
Yeah, or playing left-handers.
And he has lost to Hugo Gaston 2021 in the Paris Masters. Doesn't like the Paris Masters. I suggest Alcaraz shouldn't play the Paris Masters.
I wonder what the lead-in events to that Paris Masters, if he's there just to have a good time in Paris.
It's right at the end of the year, isn't it?
Yeah.
So right before Turin and the Nito season ender, which of course Carlos Alcaraz qualifies for all the time.
Is he green eggs and ham by that time of the season? He's done.
Yeah. Talking of green eggs and ham, that is sort of the outfit he's in, green eggy. I'm not sure that's very nice. It is a nice outfit, actually. Motey throws in the first of many, many drop shots, and Alcaraz can't handle it.
He's got such good disguise, Motey, with that forehand drop shot.
15-all.
It looks like he's going to just crush the ball and drive it and then change his action, slides the racket under it. Even the foot speed of Alcaraz unable to really get there and control the ball.
Love to hear from you. Don't forget to get in touch with us. Ask the booth form on ausopen.com. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au. Mark has a huge amount of experience in tennis, so ask him questions. He's here for you. As Alcaraz puts in a first serve, Mutay blocks it back. Cannot reach the next resulting forehand. That's a winner for Alcaraz. He started hot.
Yeah, I need to ask Todd Johnson here, who's on his ride-on lawnmower doing the lawns in sunny Queensland. And he thinks Roger Federer would make a great 007.
He'd make a fantastic 007.
There's
That
one.
is a great call. That's 50 Australian dollars going right his way, I think. Absolutely.
License to serve volley.
Apparently Alcaraz has been talking about Federer's golf game and says his golf game is as beautiful as his tennis game. That's something, isn't it? Federer out here before the tournament began. He was playing some doubles with Andre Agassi. He was playing some mixed doubles with Ash Barty in an exhibition. Mutay coming to the net. Alcaraz overhits.
Kind of get the feeling that Federer would have been putting some months training a little bit. He doesn't want to rock out on court and
good point.
And be ugly and framing balls.
He looked good.
Oh.
He looked really good, despite the fact that he's got that knee problem. He's moved into retirement rather happily, hasn't he? And there were some pictures taken because one of Roger Federer's daughters, he's got twin daughters and twin twin sons. Milo and Charlene are his daughters. One of them was hanging out with Cruz Hewitt, which was very cool. They're all growing up quite considerably. And Leo and Lenny, of course, Federer's sons. They all resemble, well, they're kind of a combination between Roger and his wife Mirka. Into a long rally. It's another drop shot from Mute. This time Alcaraz gets up to it. Tried a huge raindrop lob. It's just a little long. 40-30 Alcaraz with a break already. 1-love. Right, Margaret Court Arena. Daniil Medvedev is down 2-0 against Fario and Marjan, but maybe not for long, Josh Herriott.
2 set points here for Daniil Medvedev as Marjan serves out wide. He's going down the line with a forehand. Medvedev cross-court backhand is good. Marjan nets his backhand, and Medvedev has taken the third set 7-5, 2-1 on Margaret Court Arena.
Mark has called that one a 5-setter. Tommy Paul, Josh, quickly on John Cain Arena, is absolutely storming Alejandro Davidovich Fokina.
He has skipped clear. It is 5 games to love, Candy, against Davidovich Fokina on John Cain Arena. So probably didn't quite expect that.
No, definitely not. As we've been talking about, Davidovich Fokina is a top 10 returner on the ATP Tour, and a man who got to 3 ATP Tour finals last year. He is an exceptional player and meant to win that match, according to the rankings. It's 2-love here on Rod Laver Arena. We're covering the match between Quentin Moutet, the mercurial Frenchman, up against the sensational Spaniard, who is Carlos Alcaraz. He sometimes looks like he's got a bit of a wand in his hand, doesn't he, Alcaraz, who is now defending, moving beautifully. He's up to that drop volley.
Wow.
He tried to go around the net and he didn't quite make it.
And that's the skill and the hands and the feel for Moutet. Got the drop was a half volley, not an easy ball to control. Not only did he control it, he hit an amazing angle. Great feel. Speed of Alcaraz getting there and almost was able to weave it around the net post as we watch it in super slow-mo.
To have that presence of mind, Alcaraz at full speed, is just so fun to watch, isn't he? These guys, you don't believe they're really human. It's incredible. 30-love to Quentin Moutet. Alcaraz, of course, making some headlines after breaking up with long-term coach Juan Carlos Ferrero. He's got Samuel Lopez as coach. Lopez was there with him at the end of last year because Ferrero didn't travel all the time due to having a young family. Alvaro Alcaraz is also there, and actually Alcaraz has a younger brother called Jaime, who's a very good player, looks a little like Carlos, just a smaller version. Carlos travels with his dad. He's up there quite often, his dad's friend as well. He's got his agent Albert Molina, got a whole team. He travels with about 8 people these days. That can get pricey.
It's a posse.
It is. It's a posse. That's a bit like your entourage, Mark. I was noticing. Your entourage of 8?
It's almost split personality.
Moutet up 30-15 with that lefty serve of his. 10 minutes played and gets an error off the return from Alcaraz, so he's got game points here. In all white, and Moutet, white hat, white shirt, white shorts.
I like what Moutet's doing. He's just giving, with his forehand, he's just giving different kind of shapes of balls to Alcaraz. He's going there heavy spin, he's flattening it some out.
Alcaraz on the move, trying to defend, but Moutet holds serve beautifully. Mark likes what he sees from Moutet. He's just brought it all in, the talent, Moutet. He is really fun to watch, many people's favourite. Alcaraz with a break, 2-1 in the early stages of this match on Rod Laver Arena, top half of the men's singles. Right, Tommy Paul has been storming Alejandro Davidovich Fokina on John Cain Arena. Josh Herriott, what's going on?
He's taken the first set, Candy, 6-1. He delivers an ace out wide to take the set. So, Tommy Paul, 6-1, 24 minutes for that first set.
Wow, that's incredible, isn't it? Iva Jovic against Jasmine Paolini is the next match on John Cain Arena. On Kia Arena, Josh, Yulia Putintseva 6-3 up on Zeynep Sonmez of Turkey. What's happening in the second set?
And Putintseva has a break as well. She's up 2 games to love in the second set. Of course, as you mentioned, Candy, 6-3 for that first set in favour of Putintseva.
We're just seeing Carlos Alcaraz put a watch in his bag.
Yeah, so during the warm-up there, realised he didn't have his watch, so he sent the ball kid to give his accreditation to one of the coaching staff there that's raced off to the locker room, scoured the locker room, found a Mickey Mouse watch there, I think, and just slipped it back to him.
The players, of course, have to wear their watches, don't they? They have big watch deals, and you'll see them after they shake hands. They go to their bags, put their rackets in their bags, put on their watch, because not many players play with a watch. Do you know of anyone who actually plays with a beautiful watch?
No, actually, no. Yeah, no. It's all once the hands have been shook at the end of the match. Additional one there. Just go put the $400,000 watch on. And that's probably the most expensive delivery that poor girl is given to a player.
She probably didn't know what was in her hands, did she? Alcaraz serving at 2-1 up against Quentin Moutet for a place in the 4th round. Sabalenka had 2 watches on. Moutet tries to slice back a ball, but hits the net. First point goes to Alcaraz.
And Sheila, I'll get to your message very soon.
Good day, Sheila.
In Michigan.
Oh, Sheila from Michigan. You always think about Sheila and Bruce from Australia.
Yeah, that's right, Bazza and Shields.
Quentin Moutet, he is up against the world #1. Has come through against Tristan Skulke and Michael Zheng. There's a great story about Michael Zheng and the ATP Tour website. He's a player who plays at Columbia University, so very, very bright and a very good tennis player as well. Quentin Moutet injected into the top 40 last year. These two meeting for the very first time. Alcaraz owning a 14-win loss record, 14-2 in Grand Slams when playing for a place in the round of 16. As Moutet has just found a little corridor and has hit a winning forehand down the line.
15-13.
So the #1 seed in a little bit of a hole here as he serves.
Unfortunately, not enough angle and depth with that volley from Alcaraz. Going to the running forehand of Moutet. That's always going to be in trouble.
Rest of 5 matches, Alcaraz has never lost to a left-handed opponent. Has won all 14 matches. That doesn't bode too well for Moutet. He's just netted a return on the forehand side.
Pretty sure the coaching staff wouldn't have told Moutet that one. Just it's not the news you want to hear.
No. Got to show him the good stuff.
Yep.
Moutet snapped an 8-match losing streak against top 5 opponents last year. He scored the biggest win he's managed so far after Taylor Fritz at Queen's Club on the grass. This is a different proposition, although Moutet's got to break points.
30-14.
Moutet's done well here at the Australian Open. Got to the 3rd round 12 months ago, lost to Lerner Tien. Lerner Tien, a winner earlier today. Tien just 20 from the United States. He is a very, very exciting young player, very controlled and contained, Tien, but boy, is he a good left-hander. Marcus, he looks a little like Marcelo Rios in the way he goes about things on court, much more relaxed though than Rios, but a similar style in that he really dominates from the baseline. Moutet's just hit a backhand at the bottom of the net. Juice, great point saved.
Good serving to get out of trouble there, Alcaraz. Realise the importance of that serve, that point.
After this, by the way, on Rod Laver Arena, your man Alex de Minaur is up against Francis Tiafoe.
It's a popcorn match.
It is certainly. The first serve in from Alcaraz. Should have put the forehand away, is resorted to hitting the smash and does put that one away, gets there in the end.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
French players always have this innate flair, don't they?
Yes.
There's always, you think about Monfils, Santoro was one of them.
Hugo Gaston.
Oh.
You can't be French and not have flair.
Yeah.
I don't think it's allowed. It's like Australians with volleys. For Australian, you've got to have a good volley. Good first serve from Alcaraz. Great forehand return from Moutet. Just flicks the ball back. Alcaraz is up at the net. He's going to have to hit another smash. Looking up into the sun, takes his time and nets it. That was not good from Alcaraz.
Great defensive skills there from Moutet. Threw it up high into the sun. Smart play.
Yeah, Alcaraz taking his time. He did look up into the sun, didn't he? It's tricky up there. It's very, very blue sky. It's a pretty perfect Australian day here in Melbourne. You are listening to AO Radio. We're live around Melbourne Park, broadcasting to the world. We do hope you have been enjoying our continuing coverage of the first major of the year. A wide serve from Alcaraz. Moutet full stretch, cannot control the backhands.
Yeah, Moutet's going to have to do something to negate that serve from Alcaraz. That's a quality serve, and he'll be doing that all match long. Getting Moutet to go with one hand, he can't do much with it. He's going have to try to work out and change where he stands to return on that due side.
So game point for Alcaraz, who saved a break point in this game. Misses the first serve. There were a few handbags at dawn on this court last night. Naomi Osaka up against Sorana Castella. They had an interesting handshake at the end. Castella, who's due to retire, not happy with some of the antics of Osaka, who was a bit nonplussed. And Alcaraz has just held. That was a tricky game, but he leads 3-1 against Cain. It's quite exciting, isn't it, when you get sort of a handshake like that?
Yes.
A little bit of drama.
Adds to the story. And I'll just go back to Sheila here. She's listening to our exciting, expert and fun commentary while watching it on TV. You are much more entertaining than TV commentators. Why, thank you for that. For the contest, has anyone suggested Alcaraz as Sylvester Stallone in the Rocky movies?
Oh,
there are 10 in the franchise, and the first one was the best. I can see Alcaraz running up the steps of Philadelphia's Museum of Art. I don't need to be entered in the contest. Won the very first contest a couple of years ago and still enjoying the swag with appreciation.
I think you should definitely enter the competition with that one, because I think Alcaraz would love that. I could totally see him as Rocky Balboa.
Yeah.
That's a terrible impression, but he is.
That's a little bit more Mr. T than
Peter the Fool. Oh, just long. Alcaraz. So I was in Tokyo, Mark, with him and his team, and his physio, who is sitting next to his agent in orange with a white hat, is an absolute beast. He's not the tallest, he's not the biggest when he's got his T-shirt on. He's in the orange shirt, and he takes his shirt off. This guy is absolutely ripped, and I was watching him work out in the gym. Incredible.
Really?
For about an hour and a half, he was doing a HIIT workout. Every time I was in there, he was working. He's a lovely guy, Juanito. And you could see why Alcaraz is in unbelievable shape, because his physio is a beast. He's Mr. Beast ×2.
Wow.
Yeah. That is why he's...
Not saying I hate those kind of guys, but I kind of hate those kind of guys.
And he's a lovely guy as well.
No. Yes.
But I know what you mean, though.
Yeah, that's great.
It's discipline, but Alcaraz is in the shape. I mean, it's just the shape of his life. So he could easily play Rocky Balboa. I have to work on my Rocky impression. Mute has just thrown in another drop shot. That was really well disguised.
Very well. Had a lot of options with that forehand.
15-13.
Serving at 15-30 though, Mute, losing the first 2 points of this fifth game. 1-3 first set, Rod Laver Arena, third round battle. 19 minutes on the Rolex. We will go to our man around the grounds, Josh Herriott, very shortly to see what is going on Margaret Court Arena, where Daniil Medvedev 2-1 down on Fabian Marozsan, but making a good impact there. Mutte's just flung a forehand up the line, so recovers from love 30-30 all.
And I kind of feel that's maybe the small area of Alcaraz's game that's a little bit deficient, and it showed up in his two earlier matches that when he's coming forward to the drop shot, he does make some errors, and he's not as good. He's great at playing the drop shot himself.
By the way, Sorana Castella, after the handshake, said she didn't really want to talk about it. I think she was just a bit upset about how she played and didn't want to talk about it in press. Mute has just hit a forehand wide, and that's the pressure, Mark, of these top players.
Yeah, you've got to go for it. And Alcaraz was on the move to the open side of the court. It's kind of forced Mute to miss that wide a little bit. Mute just telling himself, don't over-rotate on the forehand.
Doesn't need to go for broke so quickly. Break point down. Alcaraz looking at a second break of serve, early stages. He pulls Mute wide into the court. Mute having to hit a backhand. Alcaraz is at the net. Lovely little low volley. And now watches it ball. The ball goes wide. It's a double break for the world number one, Carlitos Alcaraz, leading 4-1 in this first set.
This is a good question here from Steve Lynn, who's in Maryland. Since I think Nadal was left-handed, I think so too. If Alcaraz and Nadal were to play a match that went to 5 sets, who do you think would win, theoretically speaking?
Well, are they in
Nadal
peak, or are they?
Yeah, are they on the dirt or are they on the hard?
I mean, if on the dirt, you'd have to go with Rafa.
Yeah.
On the hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to vote against Rafa.
Yeah.
And Rafa's spoken about, because a lot of us always say, oh, well, you know, this generation is better than last. And he's like, no, whoa. He doesn't believe that at all if you actually speak to him. He's pretty honest about it. I mean, who would have beaten Rafa in his prime?
Yeah. It's scary to go to a French Open and what was his record? He lost one match in am I thinking it's 40, 50 plus matches over there, X amount of
checking.
years? Like,
It was insane.
how would you even go about trying to play him in a first, second round if you're there, unless you sit with him at the change of ends and do everything possible to try to annoy him and be that kind of player. Yeah, ask for autographs between points, take a photo.
He'd probably be fine. He was so relaxed, wasn't he? Now an ambassador for Saudi tennis. He's around. He's now got 2 little ones, doesn't he? Happily married and probably on his boat fishing right now is Rafa, winner of 92 ATP Tour singles titles, the king of clay. It is Carlos Alcaraz serving at 4-1 with a double break here against Quentin Moutet, a third round encounter. Let's quickly head over to Josh Herriot on Margaret Court Arena. Josh.
Yes, thank you, Candy. And it's Daniil Medvedev who's found his groove. He leads 4 games to love in this 4th set. So Marijan, he looks to have hit a little bit of a brick wall. He just double faulted moments ago and then netted a simple backhand as well. So Medvedev leads 4 games to love, and it's 30 love at the moment in the 4th set.
Mark Loetti is going to be right. I think he predicted a 5-setter there. And then Tommy Paul, he's 6-1 up on Alejandro Davidovich for Cain on John Cain Arena. What's going on in the 2nd set?
Yes, it's 1 game apiece in the 2nd set, but Tommy Paul does have a break point here at 30-40, so I'll keep you updated, Candy.
Brilliant. We've just had a bit of a groan there, Mark. Why?
Yeah. Well, it was an amazing second serve from on the ad side of the court from Alcaraz that was short up the single sideline. Moutet was about 5 or 6 metres outside the double sideline to return a forehand, almost collected 2 of the ball girls at the side of the court. And Alcaraz, full stretch volley, nearly made the shot.
Thought he was going to. Great return here from Moutet, just clipping it back on the forehand wing. Now he's on full run. Alcaraz up to the net, hits a beautiful drop volley with backspin. Now he's gone and been lobbed. Moutet's been lobbed. Alcaraz throwing the ball up. He's got an underarmer through the legs. Drop shot from Alcaraz. Got it from Moutet, not quite. Thumbs up from Moutet. Absolutely brilliant.
So the master has just been clapping the apprentice there, I think. Moutet, the artist, with the racket in hand.
30-15.
Oh, I love these two.
It's nice that in the space of an intense opening set, they can have a little training drill here where they're just toying with each other.
Gotta love that from Alcaraz. He just loves tennis, doesn't he? Big smile on his face, thumbs up from both players. Moutet hitting a beautiful through the legs, both players lobbing each other. Alcaraz now at 30-15, 4-1 up, 40-15, comes to the net. He's been at the net a lot today.
40-15.
And that's the thing, you know, Moutet's got to make sure that he maintains some kind of length on those ground strokes. Not easy to do when you're getting pummeled by forehand after forehand from Alcaraz. But like that last one, Moutet was trying to attempt a passing shot from a good 6-7 metres behind the baseline. It's not easy.
A serve long from Alcaraz, serving to the juice court in the lime green outfit. The dye in his hair has grown out finally. He laughs about his hair, doesn't he, because he says it grows so quickly. He's just hit a brilliant second serve with a huge amount of kick on it. It's gone into row H on the side of Rod Laver Arena, which is carnivorous court, 5-1.
I did like the blonde look from Alcaraz
Yeah?
when he hit that, yeah.
And then he had a bit of a joke last year, didn't he? Because his brother, his older brother Alvaro, who trains with him, practice partner, travels with him all the time, got the clippers out and over-clipped his hair, so he took it all off because it was such a disaster. He can kind of get away with anything. Just looking at the average topspin speeds, so Alcaraz on the forehand, 130 Ks to 121 for Moutet, so hitting the ball considerably harder than his French opponent today.
Thank you to Hope, who lives in Florence, Italy. Super jealous. By the way, Rafa used to play wearing a watch.
Oh, yes, that's true, with an orange strap.
Yep.
I think that watch was like 750 grand.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a certain brand I won't mention, but it's pretty expensive. But yeah, you're right, he did. He absolutely did on his right wrist.
700, wow.
Yeah, 750,000 it was, that watch is a beauty. But of course, Rafa is, he's actually right-handed, isn't he? He played tennis left. So did he wear his watch on his left arm or his right?
I think the right, because he would have had a sweatband on his lefty. So
yeah, that makes more sense. Just trying to think it through. Retired in 2024. Mute up to the net, hits a drop volley. Alcaraz slides it up the line. It's a great lob over the backhand side. Oh, he tried to hit a high backhand volley winner. Alcaraz just short.
15 all.
sensational little low first volley from Mute, bringing Alcaraz forward.
I'm just looking at a picture of Rafa, and he's got his watch on his right hand. He used to wear sweatbands on both right and left wrists, but it is on the right hand with the racket in his left. The legend, he'll go down as one of the best of all time.
Very expensive right arm.
Don't go to London. Corentin Moutet trying for a drop shot. There's a groan because he's undercooked it.
Won't go swimming in the Australian waters.
Good point. That's
Snappy might take that one off.
Yeah.
Fortunately, had a spate of shark attacks, which is not ideal.
Oh, no, that's not. But are they? The sharks aren't going for people, are they? They think it's a seal. They think you're a seal.
Yeah.
So they don't have great eyesight, I don't think, sharks.
Or hearing, Kiss to a Rose.
Oh, seal. Yes, I love that song. Corentin Moutet on the front foot. Draws the error out of Carlitos. He's just adjusting his left shoe right in front of us. We could almost touch him if we had Go-Go Gadget arms. Inspector Gadget? Did you have Inspector Gadget?
Yeah, we do, yeah.
Okay. Good. That wasn't lost on you.
No.
It was a blank look, but I get that a lot from you.
That's right. I do fade in and out of consciousness occasionally.
Only when I'm talking rubbish, which is about 90% of the time. 5-1 to Carlos Alcaraz. Moutet serving to stay in this first set. It's 30 all. We'll be going to Josh Heriot around the grounds because there's been a big move from Daniil Medvedev and Margaret Court Arena playing Fabian Marozsan. And Corentin Moutet is in big trouble here. He's just netted a forehand. Bad forehand because he was inside the court. And now it is set point for Carlos Alcaraz, and it's come in 29 minutes. I think we were expecting this to be a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, he's just been a little bit loose here, Moutet. Understand that he's got to really push the envelope here against #1 seed.
Easy to overdo it. First serve is wide and draws the error. Great first serve from Corentin Moutet, the lefty.
It's only 153 kilometres per hour, so a lot of pace taken off the ball, but it's swinging and moving through the air and dragging Alcaraz a long way outside the court to return. So smart serving. It's not always the bigger serve that's going to win it for you.
That's what Le-Tien does really well. Doesn't hit the ball hard, but it's lefty, it's slice, it stays really low, and it drives opponents nuts. Moutet's just missed a first serve. He's landed most of them, about 3/4 of first serves today. He's won only half, though, as first serves points. That's been tricky, and only 1 point behind his second serve. Throws in a second serve. It's an easy backhand return from Alcaraz. Moutet stretches and drop shots. Alcaraz returns the favour. Another drop shot from Moutet. It's in. Alcaraz tried to go around the outside of the net post. Doesn't get this one either.
And Moutet's not sure if he made that shot or not. Great little bit of cat and mouse there with angle to angle. The Alcaraz ball, unfortunately, just outside the court.
Advantage, Moutet.
Twice today, Alcaraz has tried to go outside the net post. And twice, he's just missed it. That one was so close, though. Just a little tap. You don't have to go over the net when you go round it. Game point here for Moutet. Lefty serves down the tee and draws the error.
Well done, good hold.
That was necessary. He remains in the first set, but Alcaraz will have 2 chances to finish it off. Josh Heriot, Margaret Court Arena. We're going to a 5th set.
We are indeed, and Daniil Medvedev has made a bit of a statement. 6-love in that 4th set. He took the 3rd set 7-5 and then 6-love for that 4th set against Marozsan. And over on Cain Arena, just looking at this match, Tommy Paul took the first set 6-1. He's also up a break in the second set. He leads 2-1, but Davidovich Fokina just taking a medical timeout before, so perhaps something not right with the 14th seed over on Cain Arena. He's just re-emerged onto court, and that match will be starting very shortly.
Well, that's a shame for Davidovich Fokina. The score indicates there's something wrong, unless Paul's just playing a blinder. 6-1, 2-1. And on Key Arena, Sonmez and Putintseva.
Yes, back on serve here, Candy, at 3 games all in the second set. So Sonmez just broke back moments ago, and plenty of Turkish fans out there on Kia Arena.
Turkish Delight. Do you like Turkish Delight?
I don't know why they're in like the big variety box of chocolates. It's like, I guess you've got to have one lot chocolate that you don't like.
I hate Turkish Delight.
I can't imagine.
But my grandmother and my mother love Turkish Delight. I don't understand. It tastes of flowers.
You got
something
close.
worse.
Yeah, not ideal.
Okay, so
we've got a Tommy Paul fan here. We've got
go for it.
Yeah, Dave, who's in Slippery, great name for the town, Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania.
Love it.
Taking a break from practicing bass with my acoustic, with my band Acoustic Stew.
Oh, what a great name! It's Acoustic Stew. Brilliant. We'll look them up.
Yeah, I'll be Googlising that one to see what kind of music you play. He's, enjoying the coverage, and he's waiting for a Tommy Paul victory.
Probably is going to get it. Acoustic Stew. We're just looking them up. I've just learned I'm starting to learn to play the guitar, and I realise how very difficult it is. So I'm in awe of anyone who plays guitar like that.
Is that because there was an opening in the Taylor Swift band?
That's right. I was thinking,
so,
I'm going to
you're
jump
in. You're a couple. Yep.
No chance. I've got about 30 years of practice ahead of me.
You're a quadruple threat: singer, dancer, choreographer, guitarist.
Of which none of these I'm good at. Put me in sport, fine. Put me in anything else, not fine.
That's not what I heard.
Well, it's not true. Everything you've heard is a lie. I can play sport well, but nothing else. We are at 5-2 for Carlos Alcaraz. Love 15, he's lost the first point against Mute. He's absolutely pounding forehands Mute. Love 30.
Love 30.
Well done to Mute. And I like the way he's going big with his forehand to the Alcaraz forehand. So is that a case that he feels like maybe that's the side they can get a few mistakes from? Just did that.
Mute's got a few tattoos on him, just like Carlitos. Carlitos is gaining them with every major he wins. Mute's got one on the back of his neck which says, chaos makes the muse.
15,
as Alcaraz almost hits an ace-T. Mute just got a slip of his racket on it.
He's got one at the back of his left calf muscle as well. On him.
You've got a few as well.
Yeah, for all the Grand Slams that I could never enter. It's about 3,465. For all the times I made mistakes.
Very cool. I'm going to just have a look at all the tattoos. I have written them down,
30 all.
what he has on him, but there are a lot. 30 all. Good work here from Alcaraz to recover from love 30. Just looking at the chaos makes the muse on the back of the neck. Do you forget you have them if they're on the back of you?
Oh, you forget that you've got them full stop. I tend to find people always, aren't you worried about what they look like? You forget.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't even know that they're there anymore.
Alcaraz is, I think he's got an Eiffel Tower on there, hasn't he? He's got, is it Strawberry from Wimbledon? Corentin Moutet on his, just above his Achilles, he's got Amor, is it Patty there? Something like that. Amor is on one sort of Achilles calf muscle.
I do have my children's names on the back of my calves.
And your children's names are?
Holbrook
yep.
and Huxley.
I love it.
Holbrook being my wife's surname. So
that's lovely.
Our little girl's got 2 surnames for
Game in first
also
set.
known as Holler.
Alcaraz.
And there we go. You just heard it. A set to Carlos Alcaraz, recovers from love 30 and wins the first set against Corentin Moutet.
6 games to 2.
35 minutes, 6-2, 2 breaks. That was never in doubt for the world number one. He's playing and feeling really good on Rod Laver Arena. An update then from Josh Herriot, who's around the grounds. Josh?
Yes, as I mentioned before, over on Kia Arena, it is Putintseva and Sonmez, and we are at 3 games apiece, but a breakpoint opportunity here for Putintseva as well on Kia Arena. And then over on John Cain Arena, 4-1 in this second set between Tommy Paul and Davidovich Fokina. Thanks, Matt. He's just changed me to Kia Arena. They're just playing out the rally now. Putintseva netted. And so we are back at deuce, and you can hear the roar from the Turkish fans in at Kia Arena. There's plenty of them, plenty of flags flying around.
Is it a Turkish-heavy area, Melbourne, Josh?
Not particularly. A little bit probably in Melbourne's outer east and northern suburbs, I think.
Okay. But she has got a lot of supporters. And yep, Sonmez, who was in the gym a little bit earlier, warming up. As was Madison Keys was in there, Magdalene was in there, a lot of the guys as well. Where they go and begin their day. It's an early day, isn't it, Mark? If someone's playing at, say, 11:30, when would they get to the venue?
Well, you got to work backwards. So if you've got an 11:30 match, you potentially want to be on court practicing. You get your half-hour warm-up, maybe 9:30 to 10. So if you're going to be hitting balls at 9:30, you want to be in the gym doing your activation, probably around 8 o'clock.
And
in the
activation,
morning.
explain that.
Oh, yeah, it's just a bit of a body awareness, just going through a bit of stretching, bit of some yoga, bit of rehab, rolling on balls, foam rollers, and then doing your physical warm-up after that activation. Okay. And then that means, when does breakfast occur? If you're going to get to here, it's probably half an hour by the time you get a car, get into here, walk to the locker rooms, get yourself organised to get to the gym, 7:30. So you're probably having breakfast about 2 a.m.
And what would breakfast contain?
Depends who you are. But yeah, you'd be loading up on some oats. I'm sure all the players have got their specific dietary requirements.
Eggs, would you say? You're not going to have bacon, though, would you? Would you have bacon, something fatty like that?
The coaching staff could definitely have that.
But maybe not the player?
No, they'll just maybe smell it and sniff it, and the waffles.
There's lots of good salad options here. You got sushi, salad, pastas, of course. It's pretty normal for lunchtime. It's difficult, isn't it, for tennis players to organise the food, especially if they're not playing first, because you don't quite know when you're going to go on court. We're entering the second point of the second set. Alcaraz up to the net. Hits a drive volley off the forehand. He's got to move back. He's going to hit a tweener. It's a good one. Mote hits a drop volley. Alcaraz up. He pokes the ball down the line. It's a winner, and both players smiling at each other.
Great tennis from both players. Showing a full gamut of shots. The tweener now is just such a staple of the shot selection. When they hit it, they make it.
This is tennis heaven, isn't it? Just tennis heaven.
Yeah.
Mute versus Alcaraz. Beautiful day on Rod Laver Arena, first major of the year. I mean, they were both just showmans, and Mute's just tried to kick a ball with his right foot, which I suggest is not his stronger foot. It was a bit of a mess, so his football skills have been knocked here on the main stadium court. The second serve goes in to the body of Alcaraz, and the next shot is missed by Mute. He's got to be very careful here.
Yeah.
Love 40.
I was just watching Alcaraz at the change of ends after that set. He was remonstrating to his team about something in his bag. He was looking for something in their bag, and they finally he found what it was, and a little tablet or a pill or something like that he ingested. So I don't know what that would be.
Hopefully it's nothing more than that.
Yeah,
I'm sure it isn't.
Maybe Mute's causing him headaches.
Well, he will with that serve.
Or a pain in the
15.
You know what?
In the arm.
Well, that was a lovely sliding serve from Mute. 146k is a lot of slice.
He does that well.
He does that really well, doesn't he? But to hang on here a bit, Mute, because he was broken early on, twice in fact, in that first set. Mute now in trouble once again. Love 40 to 15-40. He's missed his first serve. It hit the net tape and decided to come back the Frenchman's way. So second serve, 2 break points for Carlitos Alcaraz. Top seed in green. He's waiting calmly. He doesn't have to hit a backhand return. It's a double fault. Mute swipes a forehand away in frustration, and he's been broken for a third time.
Yeah, it's hard to see what Mute can do. He just doesn't have the firepower to match it toe-to-toe with Alcaraz.
They're both being very nice when they change ends. Neither player is kind of wanting to go through. And I always like that, because you see some players, when they change ends, they kind of barrel in front, they've got their head down, they know where their opponent is. It's a bit of showman and gamesmanship. They want to get there first. These two are being very respectful to each other, and they're both kind of holding back and letting the other go. Alcaraz, to me, has fantastic manners. He's always incredibly polite and very respectful of everyone, from the cleaning people to the staff here at TA, to the fans. He will go and sign as many autographs, take as many pictures as his time will allow, which, as you can imagine, doesn't have a huge amount of time, given that he always gets the business ends of tournaments. Just not here at the AO. So 1-love, second set for Alcaraz. Doesn't have to pick that one off the line.
Alcaraz, I guess, has got to be a little bit careful here as well. Like we've seen in his last couple of rounds, he kind of floats in and out of focus and intensity. You might feel like this is a bit easy and just lapse a little bit, take the foot off the accelerator.
That's a really good point, actually, because he does like the flamboyance, doesn't he? And sometimes he can be sucked into it a little bit and then have to refocus. His team will remind him. He's just pulled off a forehand there, a little bit wide, 15-all. He has won $60 million in career prize money. And then probably times that by 5 in endorsements, would you say?
Wow.
24 titles. He's only 22 years of age. That is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. The man from El Palma, Murcia in Spain. 6 foot tall, 1.83 m. He's one of the shorter top 10 players. Alcaraz hits a beautiful backhand. Love his backhand technique. Nice straight arms on the backhand side. Gets down nice and low. He's got to take that one on the rise. Mute hits a forehand. He's continually pumping balls into the Alcaraz forehand. But now Carlitos on the forehand. He's moving forward. He's got to smash. Take care of this one. His smashes are a bit dubious today.
Yeah. Just a couple here already.
15-30.
The sun is not helpful, though. It's not easy up there. Caught the racket beautifully in the air with his racket. That was why everyone was very impressed. That is something that the fans are impressed with, but every tennis player can do.
That's right. I'm sure that Alcaraz would have been a lot happier if he had made that smash instead of the catch.
So 15-30, Alcaraz serving, second game of set 2. Oh, and he hits the ball frontwards between his legs now, forced into it, he's up to the net. Is there anything he can't do?
He's doing one a match there so far with that serve and tweener first shot.
30-all.
And his team are just giggling as well. Samuel Lopez has taken over the reins as full-time head coach. And that's probably nice to see from the bench that they're enjoying it as much as him. A frontward forward facing through the leg shot. That ball off the return came so fast. He obviously felt that was the only option. 30-all. Alcaraz with that nice relaxed service motion, which looks a little like Novak's, but he's just missed a backhand coming forward.
30-40.
Right, and finally Mute gets a break point here. Alcaraz has been in cruise mode, but a little bit of flamboyance. All of a sudden, finally a break point. Mute to get back on to level pegging at 1-all.
No aces yet, surprisingly, in this match. Alcaraz has been to the net 21 times already. Won 11 of those. He's missed some pretty routine smashes. Routine, though, if you're not looking into the sun. First serve is made. Of course he makes the first serve on break point down. Alcaraz is moving forward, throws in a forehand drop shot, and that's too good for Mute. Brilliant disguise.
Some of those advancements into the net are forced because Mute is going with the drop shot as well. So there's some voluntary choices, and then there's others that you're dragged into the net.
Let's get to our man on the scene, Josh Herriot. He's looking at the courts other than Rod Laver Arena. Josh?
Yes, Candy, unfortunately on John Cain Arena, Alejandro Davidovich Fokina has had to retire. He just lost that second set 6-1, and he's just come to the net and shaken hands with Tommy Paul. So we knew that something wasn't right with him. The physio and doctor came out at the end of that first set, I think it was. He had a medical timeout. He's just leaving the court now. So Tommy Paul progressing through to the fourth round.
Dear.
Unfortunately, Davidovich Fokina having to
anything
retire.
Picked up on what happened?
No, I didn't quite see what part of the body was injured. He went into the rooms with a physio at the end of the first set, so not quite sure, but obviously and clearly not at his best today.
So generally, if you're taken off court like that, they're doing something that they don't want to have open on the court. So that might be something around the lower extremities, or unless it was something, an illness of some sort.
Big shame, though, for Davidovich Fokina. We don't know quite the extent of the injury, just know that only won 2 games against Tommy Paul before having to retire. So the Spanish player out. But another Spanish player very much in. It's Carlos Alcaraz. He is 2-love up in the second set after facing and saving a break point against Quentin Moutet. Moutet's just thrown in an underarm serve. We were expecting that.
Yeah.
15.
Carlos having a little little giggle. He's just telling himself, you've got to be prepared for that. Got to be prepared.
That's so good.
Not a bad option.
It's
always that. It's a controversial one, isn't it? Is it should it be like?
Oh, let's do it.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
Let's do it.
He's going again.
It's a good one too. Alcaraz ready for it. Scoops it up the line, but can't get the next shot. Moutet 2 underarm serves. 2 points won.
Oh, come on now. Do three. Do three.
Dirty love.
Alcaraz's bench are enjoying this.
Yeah, and Alcaraz is inside. he's going up to the service line.
And Moutet was showing him who's going to hit an underarm serve. Let's see if he does. I think he might. Moutet, what will he do? In the white. He's throwing the ball up. He's going to hit it overhead. And he missed it. He should have gone for the underarm serve. Oh, these two are just brilliant. Just brilliant. This is tennis at its absolute finest. 6-2, 2-love Alcaraz, 30-love from Moutet. And it's a second serve with the slice to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz now on a forehand, puts it into the Moutet forehand. In he comes to the net again. Beautiful volley and another beautiful put away, Alcaraz.
And it's a controversial thing. Like I remember Max Purcell had had match points a couple, maybe a year and a half ago or something like that. And I think he had 3 match points, served normally, lost the match points, and on match point, again, he went the underarm and lost the point and ended up losing the match. But at the press conference, they were asking me, like, why would you do that? But no one ever questions that when you lose your match points on a normal serve, like, why would you go again with a normal serve? And he goes, hey, I practice it. I do it well. The guy came up with a really good point too. Good.
Yeah, he was playing German qualifier Henry Squire.
Yep.
It was at Roland Garros.
Yeah, that's right.
There we go.
And Squire made a lunging, diving volley on a passing shot, and it was a great underarm serve. If he had won it, they would have been lauding him for great skills.
It is 30-15. Moutet puts a bounce smash away. Alcaraz, he almost got that. If he had, that would have been fantastic. We're seeing players do that now, Mark, rather than trying to put a smash one side or another. They actually go for the big bouncer, don't they?
Yeah.
It's a safer way of doing it. So 40-15, it looks like the 32nd seed is going to get up and running here in set 2, but it could already be too late for him, given that Alcaraz has an early break. Moutet was going to serve and volley there, but just collapsed. He is a lefty. The right arm went down far too early. Alcaraz could be expecting another underarm serve. Moutet has hit 2 already and won both points, but no, Moutet overarm serve, second serve into the Alcaraz backhand, and Moutet hits a backhand in the net.
40-13.
Good deep return there from Alcaraz, just super solid. Receiving that second serve, putting the pressure back on Moutet. Still got 1 more game point. He needs to get on the scoreboard here. You wouldn't want to go 3-love down, set and 3-love.
Apparently it was a left hamstring for Alejandro Davidovich Fokina that he had some treatment on. And that is difficult. The hamstring to recover from, once that is gone, there is very little way back, unless you're Novak.
You're a hobbling mess out on court if that's the case.
Didn't Novak have a tear in his hamstring and still won this tournament?
Yeah, it's like 7-foot-long tear in the hamstring. Still got out there. Amputated 3 times and still managed to play it. Replaced his leg with a chicken drumstick.
Juice.
And still managed to win the tournament.
He's got 10 of them.
That's right. The man's a centipede.
It was 40-15 here to Moutet. He's just dumped a volley. It was a tricky volley. It was down by his shoelaces. And so it's juice here. And you're fearing now for Quentin Moutet, as much as he's a great entertainer, he just hasn't been able to hang with. Alcaraz is at full stretch on the backhand. Wonderful serve from the Frenchman.
Advantage, Moutet.
He's got a yellow racket. Quentin Moutet, white grip, all in white. Trying to stay cool under the Melbourne sun. It's a warm day. Not too much wind here on Rod Laver Arena. First serve is good. Alcaraz backhand return. Moutet throws in a drop shot. Alcaraz is going to get there. Counter drop shot. Moutet throws up the lob. Can Alcaraz get there? He's going to go with a high backhand. Oh my gosh, what on earth was that from Mute?
I think that was trying to be a backhand, dinky little backspin shot. He's just totally miscued it. And Alcaraz looking into the commentating booth to see what's going on. Wondering who's next door.
He's looking into the ESPN commentating booth, Alcaraz.
J Mac.
Johnny Mac's like, what is Quentin Mute thinking there? Mute threw a lob up. Alcaraz went to try and hit it, realised he had to let it bounce, hit a weak backhand. Mute just got it all wrong. Mute's up to the net again, and he hits a couple of volleys. He's going to get past. He does. It's going to be break point.
Normally these drop shots from Mute would be almost winners against some players, but the foot speed and anticipation from Alcaraz, he knows that Mute's going to play a lot of drop shots. So as soon as he gets that low ball, he's on his scooter moving forward.
Just past 3 p.m. local time. Mute down break point, not for the first time. He's already been broken 3 times today, and a fourth will surely signal the end of this set. Foregone conclusion from Carlos Alcaraz, who's one of quite a few on the men's side who has not lost a set so far. Jannik Sinner, his main rival for the title, has also not lost a set, and in fact Sinner has lost the fewest games. Alcaraz does break. 3-love. Second sets. Right, let's go to Josh Herriot. Josh, what's going on Kia Arena? Sonmez against Putin Saber.
Well, you've got Kate Kearns, but I don't know that I can get Josh back, Candy. I'm so sorry.
No.
You stick around.
I'd love to have an update from you.
Well, out on Kia Arena, Sonmez, the qualifier. It's 5-4 in the second set, and Putintseva, she has just hit back, so we're 5-all. Putintseva having won that first set 6-3. So 5-all in the second, and looks like things are starting to get very interesting in that match. And then, of course, over on, just seeing, Margaret Court Arena, of course, Medvedev. He is 3-2 in the fifth, of course, and 30-15. So he looks like he's starting to really take over in this match. It's been a long time on court for both men, both feeling at 3 hours and 22 minutes. But Medvedev with an opportunity here, it looks like, to break on the Morishan serve. I have to say, Morishan, his serve speed has been dipping in the last couple of sets. He's gone from 190 kilometres an hour averaging to 174, and you can really tell things are sort of starting to slow down out there. But he's at 30-all, so he's hanging in there. And we'll see how that plays out. Not long to go, I would think, here in the fifth.
Thanks, Kate Kearns, not Josh Herriot, who was doing our Around the Grounds.
Ready for play.
And my thanks to Mark. We have got a commentary change. Simon Cambers and Courtney Walsh, Australia's finest, will be replacing us with the conclusion of the Alcaraz-Mute second set. 6-2, 3-love to the world number 1 after this short commercial break.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
This is indeed AO Radio. This is Simon Cambers and Courtney Walsh now with you for the next phase of this match between Carlos Alcaraz and Corentin Moutet. Thank you very much to Candy Reid and to Mark Halawati for a sterling job. And Alcaraz busy making Corentin Moutet look pretty average here, which is not always easy. Moutet still coming up with some unbelievable points. Here's one of them, half volley drop from Moutet. Absolutely insanely good.
Just Alcaraz, after running fruitlessly for that ball, kept going between the umpire's chair and the net post because he had a full head of steam up and then took a couple of deep breaths and then applauded with his racket. It was a spectacular touch from the Frenchman. Beautiful play.
Yeah, he needs an awful... It was a ridiculous shot looking at the replay. Brilliantly played. Very, very soft hands. Just cut across it. And even the speed of Alcaraz nowhere near good enough to get anywhere near it. But Alcaraz very much in control of this match. Less than an hour played, 57 minutes so far. On a beautiful day, has to be said, at Melbourne Park. Lovely weather, lovely temperature, sort of mid to high 20s, not much humidity. I'm saying all that now because there's a stinker coming tomorrow. So I'm just enjoying this weather until tomorrow, where I just stay inside all day.
A scorcher, you mean?
A scorcher. Stinker scorcher. You take your tomato, you choose.
Yeah, no, look, it certainly heated up. I'm sure that Kate and Mark have been across the fact that play will be dragged forward to 10:30 a.m. starts across the grounds tomorrow morning to try and at least alleviate the impact of the heat on those matches a little later on, as Moutet comes up with a scorcher himself off the forehand wing. A magnificent pass. Alcaraz was serve volleying at 40-30 in a bid to move to a 4-love lead. Moutet, bang, ripped that one up the line. Beautiful shot, Simon.
Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, you're right. 10:30 start across the board, including the show courts tomorrow. Designed to make sure that players aren't playing right in the middle of the heat of the day at the beginning. But temperatures tomorrow. Novak Djokovic has the night match on the first night match. Starts at 7 o'clock local time, and it's going to be 38 then. So there might not be the blistering sun to deal with, but there will be a lot of heat, and it'll be a tough set of conditions for the players. Meanwhile, Moutet hits another big forehand. He's giving himself a break point.
And he's just capable of that, isn't he, the Frenchman? Those flourishes, the fabulous shot making from nowhere. He was airborne as he hit that forehand from well behind the baseline. If you're Carlos Alcaraz, you're thinking, okay, I'm in a reasonable position in this point. He is on the run well behind the baseline. Bang, flattens out and smashes a winner up the line.
Yeah, he can do anything, can Moutet, except for hit a 130-mile-an-hour serve. That's the only thing he lacks, just through his stature. But in terms of shot making, he is right up there, and a pleasure to watch, just as is Carlos Alcaraz, of course.
A joy to watch.
Such a great combination, these two. Massive forehand return from Moutet. Took it about 3 or 4 feet inside the baseline. It was a good kick serve into the body, theoretically, from Alcaraz. But he got himself out of the way and slapped a forehand down the line, and he gets on the board in the second set.
And even when you were the world's #1 ranked player, and someone with as much talent and as skill as Alcaraz, sometimes you come up against someone who is just too good. And that was a case in point. Moutet, from game point down, 3 points of absolute magnificent, couple of firing forehands down the line, an hour on the clock, and he breaks. Well, he retrieves 1 service break.
The problem for Moutet is that that's how well you have to play to win against Carlos Alcaraz to win points and win a game. He still finds himself setting the break down. It must be soul-destroying. It's interesting, in his press conference before this match, Moutet was talking about how much he was looking forward to it. He said he was really excited to play Alcaraz. He was supposed to play him in Rome, but didn't quite manage it, and he just wanted to show what he can do. Well, these two are playing some fantastic points. Whip forehand up the line from Alcaraz. We're into about 14, 15 shots already. Now he goes cross-court. Oh, pummels it cross-court, does Alcaraz. Just ripped his arm through that ball. Great shoulder turn. Creates the spin, and Moutet no chance of getting anywhere near it.
A 14-shot rally finished with an accelerated forehand. Alcaraz was already had, well, I think Moutet had the foot to the throttle, foot to the floor on that rally in terms of his baseline, and then Alcaraz just has an extra gear, and he really ramped it up. 160 kilometres an hour, that forehand that scorched through the line, sizzled through the baseline.
Love 15, Moutet serves to the backhand of Alcaraz, who's on top of it, coming forward now to hit what should be an easy volley. Jumps up, mishits the drive volley. He's going to have to hit a smash, which he does, and puts it away. And apologises for a terrible drive volley, which created all sorts of spin and actually some problems for Mute.
Mute shaped as that one came off the back sponsorship order, and he was shaped as though he was going to try and play a paddle shot to return that one. Ready to go. So a very, very beautiful point, aside from the absolute folly of a drive backhand volley, which still worked to his advantage.
Hit every side of the racket possible. So love 30, Mute serving. Alcaraz waits, doesn't have to hit the first serve because it's just a bit long. Mute just came very close to our commentary position. He's huffing and puffing. He's having to do a lot of work out there to stay in points, win points. Second serve. Mute serves to the backhand of Alcaraz and comes in. Serve and volley, and it pays off because the return from deep from Alcaraz goes into the net.
And that one was the slider that just kept going away. I think Alcaraz, maybe waiting for that one to just kick back into him a little bit. It didn't. It kept going, drew the error. Nice serve, particularly against a player seen so far back. If you can continue that slow slider that moves away, sometimes you don't have the rhythm.
Shorter, slower if you can. Harder for Mute to do it short because of his height, but sometimes you don't have to hit the cover off the ball. In comes Mute, attempted passing shot from Alcaraz, hits the top of the net, pops up, and Mute does a nice job in just carving away the volley.
Nice reflexes as well. Certainly it jumped up enough to give him the time to react and correct where he was going to take that volley, but you still have to be good enough to execute it in a beautiful backhand. Really knifed across that lovely shot.
He's getting into the net quite a lot, is Mute, as you might imagine. That would be his aim, get those points finished off at the net if he can, instead of getting himself into long, bruising rallies. 1-3, 30 all. Second set of this second round encounter. Third round encounter, losing track. Second serve. Into the backhand of Alcaraz, serve and volley from Mute, puts the volley deep. Up goes the lob from Alcaraz, it's good. The volley is decent from Mute, and the forehand eventually goes long from Alcaraz. He did really well on that high backhand volley.
Yeah, and raises the right fist in triumph, which he's been doing a bit in the last 10 minutes or so of this match, as he really tries to find a way back into this match. Dropped 9 of the first 11 games, but I think the standard of the quality of his performance has actually been very, very solid, and the game point here to get to 2-3.
Big serve from Mute, and he holds serve, and that's a good job from the Frenchman. He cuts the gap in the second set. Alcaraz still leads, though, by a break at 3-2, having taken the first 6-2. Let's check in with Kate. Kate, how's Medvedev doing in his attempted comeback?
Yes, Simon, he has broken here in the fifth set. He's got a 4-2 lead. We're 15 all on, so make that 30-15. So he's looking good here in the fifth against Margaret. Of course, Medvedev was 2 sets to love down, so it's been a great fight back, and I have to say Marchand's just looking a little tired.
He put a lot of work into those first 2 sets, didn't he?
He did, but look, it's still the one break, although Medvedev at 40-15, he does look good. He keeps disappearing behind or into the shade at the back of the court, so it's a little hard to actually see where he is on court at any point of time.
Well, the two men here on Rod Laver doing the same thing in between points, just staying in the shade as much as they can. And there's a nice big run back at the back on Rod Laver, of course, and most of it, especially up one end, is in the shade, so that's a good place to hide out in between points.
And more than four and a bit hours, at least 4 hours, maybe 15 minutes or so for Medvedev and Margaret. They were just on court as I was doing my early AO radio shift, and here we are, a second one a few hours later, and they are still slugging away from the baseline. So not surprising they're a little weary. I know that you and your breaks go and get a massage, don't you?
I would love a massage. That would be great. I needed one yesterday. That would have been very nice. Back was a bit stiff, but no, didn't have it. But it's all good today. Nice drop shot from Mute, and a little bit of a run in this second set from 3-love down.
Yeah, just again took the return early, flattened through it. That time off the backhand wing, and that put Alcaraz immediately under pressure. He could only slice the backhand back and relatively short, and Mute with those hands that he has, that feathery touch, able to produce a beautiful drop shot and draw the error from Alcaraz.
I feel like this is quite a nice match for Alcaraz because I think he knows he's going to win. You know, all being equal, even though that was a great return. Here comes another drop shot from Mute, not a good one this time. Alcaraz gets there in plenty of time, should put the volley away, doesn't actually do that. He's going to have to reach for a smash and puts that away instead. And there's a big fist pump from the Spaniard.
He just looks like he's cruising around the court, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Even like that second drop shot, he read it. He was running forward basically before Mute had
wasn't sprinting.
Opted for it. No, just casually jogged in. The forehand volley probably should have done a little bit more, but even then he was convinced that he had the point one, and he had to work a little bit to get back to that lob, but did it exceptionally well.
Yeah, I think he thinks he's going to win, no problem. But it's a very enjoyable match because Mute makes it enjoyable with all the variety that he brings. And they're playing some really outstanding rallies. And here we go again. Drop shot from Mute. Has a almost was good. A little bit more height on it. Just died on his side. And it's 30-15.
That was one of those ones where you sometimes see players with trick shots, don't you, Simon? And they hit so much underspin, cut under it so much that the ball, if it actually does clear the net, then bounces straight back onto their side of the court. He really went for everything in terms of the spin. Only just fell short.
This is Alcaraz. I'm sure Candy was mentioning this. This is 100th Grand Slam match. Massive return from Mute. Alcaraz just taking a little bit of pace off the first serve, trying to kick it. Didn't get the angle, and Mute right on top of it.
He's
slams it up the line.
Achieved a bit in those 100 matches.
He says so. He's won 9. Well, if he wins today, it'll be 87. So it's 86 and 13 at the moment. And he's never lost to a left-hander in a slam. He hasn't lost many, full stop, in the last couple of years, that's for sure.
Ascension beginning as the last great left-hander was easing off in his fabulous career from Spain.
Yeah, it would have been nice had they overlapped a little more, but, you know, beggars can't be choosers. Beautiful top spin lob from Mute. Alcaraz chases back, flicks a backhand over his head. Does a good job, but it's wide. What a lob that is.
What a lob that is, and what a time to do it, because it does give him a break point here to get back on level keel in the second set, having dropped the first 3 games and the first set 6-2. A little resurgence here from Mute, who is playing some marvellous tennis.
Yeah, he really is. That was a good return, good second shot, and then the lob as Alcaraz came forward was absolutely pinpoint in its accuracy, with a lot of topspin, moving away from Alcaraz as he ran back. Even someone with his speed couldn't get there quick enough to be able to control the little flick that he tried over his head on the backhand side. But second serve, 30-40, 3-2. Mute standing on the baseline, inside the baseline. He doesn't have to hit it. And that's the pressure of the returning that Mute's been doing in the last few games. And we're level in this set. From 3-love, it's 3-all.
I think we might be the difference. Clearly, Carlos might ask us to bring back Candy Reid and Mark Halliwardy. He was absolutely coasting with that combination on AO radio in the chair. And here we are, Mute bringing some madness and some method behind that madness, some disrupting, some mayhem. It's been a fabulous, entertaining opening to this second set.
It really is entertaining. Not a seat to be had in the house. Just a couple vacant ones popping up here and there in the sun, but the rest are totally full. Just as it was for the Nick Kyrgios match last night, the doubles. I just walked past Kyrgios on the way down here, actually.
How was he moving?
He said hello.
That's a start. That's good.
He was moving all right. He actually looked okay last night, even though I know he took painkillers.
Yes.
But he seemed okay. It was poor old Tanasi who was really struggling.
Just the shoulder?
Yeah, shoulder went in the third set. His serve speeds were right down. I think he'll be out for a while. That's what he was saying last night, so that's a shame for him. Hopefully he comes back stronger. Serve Mute at 15-love at 3-all. Drop shot from the Frenchman is good. Here comes Alcaraz, and he tries to play a drop shot of his own and puts it at the bottom of the net. That reminds me of someone who's here this year, Marat Safin, who anytime he chased down a drop shot would always try and play the drop shot back. And almost always make a mess of it. Alcaraz more skilled on that. He tried to really cut underneath it and
just caught the frame.
In fact, he almost did it twice.
So every one of these drop shots we've seen since we joined the commentary booth, and there's been about 4 or 5, have all been directed to the Carlos Alcaraz backhand side.
Sensible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you can't smack it as easily as you can on the run as a forehand. And also as a left-hander, it's easier to play that backhand, that side. You The opposite would be the case if you're a right-hander. In comes Mute off the second serve. I think that surprised Alcaraz. Not sure he saw him coming.
And again, lovely hands, because Alcaraz gave that return that a decent clip. He was able to just get the racket up. He had to evade it a little bit closer to his head. Punched it into the corner. Alcaraz not able to make the love, and all of a sudden, just a little concentration waiver perhaps for him. Mute certainly is playing some marvellous tennis, as I touched on before. It's been a real pleasure to watch.
Well, he's really turned it on in these last few games. Oh, my word. That is unbelievable. Serve and volley. Good return at the feet of Mute. He just waits for it, gently plays a little half-volley drop shot on the angle. Alcaraz just keeps on running to his chair. 4-3, Mute leads. Second set from 3-love down.
The number 32 seed, giving us the full repertoire here of his fine skills.
I mean, he's really coming in. He's coming in a lot now, isn't he? He is making a lot of charges. Well, crossed. Clee?
Simon, yes, exciting stages of the second set here on Key Arena between Sonmez, the qualifier, and Potentseva.
Thank you.
Well, we're at 6-3. Sonmez is receiving, but has a number 3 set points. And just stay with me. Potentseva serving, and that first serve has just managed to find its way in. And she'll get another first serve, just bouncing the ball. It's been a very exciting match. Lots of support for both players. And Potentseva first serve has gone into the net, and chair umpire just trying to calm down the crowd. Sonmez is she's got a lot of support from her compatriots from Turkey A. And now Potentseva, the second serve to the backhand of Sonmez. Backhand Potentseva down the middle of the court. Both women playing with some margin here. Potentseva with a forehand. She's gone for the line. She's missed it. And Sonmez is back in this match, having taken the tie-break 7 points to 3. We're a set apiece, and we're going the distance here on Kia Arena.
Wow, what an effort from Sonmez to take that into a third.
And just while I've got you, Simon, Margaret, he actually broke back, and we were on we were 3-all, but Medvedev has broken back again. He's 5-3 and he's 30-love, so he's serving. Well, he's 2 points from the match, so that one's got close on. Did you want to stay with me for that? Yeah, absolutely.
Stay with Medvedev and see him over the line.
Margaret, he's been trying to put in a lot of drop shots and bringing Medvedev to the net. And that sort of got him back into this fifth set. But Medvedev now serving. First serve, it's just bunted back by Marchand. Backhands being traded cross-court at the moment, but Marchand has put that backhand into the net, and that takes Medvedev to 2 match points.
Yeah, it's been a good comeback.
Yeah, it's been a terrific comeback from Medvedev. 2 sets down, won the third 7-5, 6-love in that fourth set, and 5-3 and 40-15. So see how he goes here, if he can go into the next round. The first serve to the forehand of Marchand, backhand Marchand. He's gone for the big one down the line, but he's missed. And Medvedev raises his hands and is very, very relieved, I think, with that win. It's a huge match for him. Been out on the court now for 3 hours and 43 minutes. So in the end, it was 6-7, 4-6, 7-5, 6-love, 6-3 to the 11th seed, Daniil Medvedev. And yes, he'll be very happy with that win and to be getting out of this sun and get some relief.
He will be very happy indeed, because he's been out of form for a long time until he started this season very well. And that's a good win for Medvedev to take him through to a 4th round meeting with Elena-Gabriela.
As Carlos Alcaraz moves to 40-love in this service game, trying to right the ship after dropping 4 games in succession to Corentin Moutet. He was in a strong position leading 6-2, 3-love. All of a sudden, just Moutet, some magical hands, magical touch. But Alcaraz trying to keep this on serve.
We've seen a lot of drop shots from Moutet. We saw one in this game from Alcaraz, which was also good, and he holds to love. And a roar from Alcaraz, a little waggle of the racket towards his team. And it's 4 games apiece. Reminder to please do get in touch. We love hearing from you. You can do so by going through the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com, or you can email us aoradio@tennis.com.au. Remember to tell us your name and where you're writing from, and letting us know what you're up to.
And just on that, we have a message from David. It's written from lovely Fargo in North Dakota, enjoying the broadcast.
What a film.
It sounds like you're having a much more enjoyable weather down under. We have cooled down a bit to negative 19 Fahrenheit, negative 28 Celsius. Yes, the weather here is like what people saw in the movie Fargo. It is brutal. He sent through a photo, and yep, he's got the beanie on, the very, very thick jacket, and you can see the snow all in the surrounds. David, you look like you're well equipped to cope with that, but I'd be having another couple of layers on as well.
Mute just hit his serve, which was out. Alcaraz played it back to him, and instead of catching it or putting it on his racket, Mute headed it straight to the ball girl net. Very good effort.
15 love.
Shout out Fargo, what a film. What a film.
It was outstanding. I saw it again not too long ago.
Stands the test of time, that film.
Marge longer.
Oh, it's brilliant. Absolutely amazing. Great cast. As Mute serves 4-all, 15 love in the second set of this third round encounter. Goes big down the tee, but just misses. Just takes the ball from his pocket, adjusts his cap. Couple of bounces of the ball. Looks down the other end of the court. Serves a swinger to the backhand of Alcaraz. He gets good depth and actually pushes Mute far enough to his left that he couldn't control the forehand and puts it in the tram lines. It's 15-all.
So critical here for Mute, having done so well to get back into this second set, that he somehow tries to find a way to continue the momentum, to continue this very high level with which he's been playing, and trying to pinch a set if he can here, and give himself bring it back to a best-of-3 match.
Yeah, that would be some going if he can manage that. It's a good serve to start, then pulls the forehand, just held it on his strings a tiny bit longer, so Alcaraz didn't know which way he was going, and then sent the Spaniard the other way.
I'm sure a few listeners would be able to come up with tennis players who might look like characters in the film of Fargo, which is
Andrei Rublev, Steve Buscemi. That's my favourite of all time.
Yes, absolutely spectacular. I like it.
But if you've got any others, let us know. We always love a bit of movie chat. 30-15, second serve. Mute serving. Alcaraz standing almost in the shade at the back of the court, far end of the court as we look at it. Serve and volley. Mute, well, it wasn't that much of a surprise element this time. Alcaraz saw him coming, put the backhand at his feet, and he couldn't adjust quick enough to get the volley in.
And you saw Alcaraz thrusting his racket into the air, trying to get the body language up and going, trying to get himself back, fully focused. It was, as I said, he was coasting, he was cruising along, and then all of a sudden, just perhaps a little lackadaisical on a couple of points, some magic from Mute, as we've touched on, and in a little tricky position here.
Well, strangely, the crowd have gotten a little flat. Which, given the shot making that's coming from Mute, is a bit unusual. So I think they're with Alcaraz in sort of dipping slightly, maybe wilting in the afternoon sunshine. But yeah, Alcaraz needs to get them going. He's standing in the shade, way back on this second serve. No wonder Mute thinks about serve and volleying, which he does again. In he comes, drop volley is good. And Alcaraz, you can't hit. You've got to hit the most amazing return if you stand that far back against serve and volley.
And particularly, as I said, it's not like that serve is being clipped at a really fast pace. It's moving, so it's doing stuff in the air, but you've got to produce your own pace, and it's 143 kilometres an hour. You're a long way back. It gives Mute all the time in the world to get to the net, and he's got great hands. It's a clever tactic.
Mute was at the net before Alcaraz got to the baseline, so that's what's showing you what that does. Better return from Alcaraz. And he pulls the forehand cross-court, thinks about coming in himself, just waits, plays the forehand the other side. Mute plays the forehand, easy volley for Alcaraz, and that's much better from the world number one.
And when the rally, when it gets into an extended rally, just the difference in terms of firepower, Alcaraz is dictating terms, absolutely dictating. So it's clever by Mute to disrupt, to try and change the rhythm, to throw a different look at Alcaraz as much as he can, because he knows that if he finds himself in rallies, well, he has absolutely no chance realistically based on the way Alcaraz can out-muscle him. But he's doing a great job of doing that, disrupting and showing him different things.
Mixing things up. Alcaraz thought that might be a drop shot. It's a slice instead. Pulled forehand cross court from Mute. Then he goes back down the line, inside in. He's got a high backhand volley, which he cuts into the net. He was really trying to get the angle and just got his angles wrong.
And just a nice defensive lob there from Alcaraz, because that one was struck with a lot of topspin, that approach shot, really heavily whipped. Nice depth. Rather than trying to do too much with it, Alcaraz, basically undercut it, put it into a position where it would be slightly awkward for Mute. Unless Mute came up with something magic, he was going to get another look at that shot, at the next shot.
Yeah, but that's the
clever.
The smartness of lobbing over the backhand sides, what you taught as a kid, what Nadal used to do so well in his backhand. Good serve out wide to the backhand of Alcaraz, but the backhand from Mute goes long, and you can hear exactly what Carlos Alcaraz thinks of that. Massive vamos as he walks to the net and waits for Mute to go around first. That's one of his little superstitions. And then he makes his own way to his chair. So feeling much better about things again with a break of serve to the good. 5-4 he leads in the second set. So not many other matches on the courts in terms of singles except for Sonmez and Putintseva, which, as Kate Kearns was bringing us earlier, is right now at the start of the third set. Lots to come though. Coco Gauff and Hailey Baptiste will be starting very shortly over on Margaret Court Arena, and Jasmine Paolini and Iva Jovic will be on court very shortly on John Cain Arena. So we'll be flooded with matches very shortly.
A really nice email here from Mel, Elliot and Finn, driving from Adelaide to Melbourne with the AO radio on and loving the commentary. And I like this one. At the Adelaide International, Tommy Paul gave his hat to my 9-year-old son Finn after the match. We brought the hat with us on this trip, and we're hoping to get it signed by Tommy when we are at the tennis next week, keeping our fingers and toes crossed that Tommy cruises through the next few rounds. Well, he was in dynamic form today against Alejandro Davidovich Fokina before the Spaniard withdrew at the start of the third set. Interestingly, they played, I think, here last year. The scoreline was 6-1, 6-1, 6-1. Well, today, not much more generosity from Tommy Paul. 6-1, 6-1, and that was it. The Spaniard...
no more.
No more. That's it. Thank you. So Tommy playing really well. It's, I certainly think he's a contender to make it through to at least the semi-finals. He's done it here before. He's got a lot of good traits on hard courts, Tommy.
He's the least talked about player on the men's tour, I would say, of the top players. As Mute flicks a backhand lob up really high. Alcaraz waits for it on the bounce. Mute gets to it, tries to whack it up the line, and actually comes closer to hitting the ball girl standing by the net. And just a little apology from him. Sorry about that.
And you see the ball girls just going, whew, and they're looking at each other, having a little bit of a smile, going, okay. I saw one of those earlier today with Victoria and Moko. Similarly, luckily the ball girls and ball boys had their wits about them, which they have to do when they're standing in that position. They are encouraged to follow the side of the ball to make sure that, if something happens, if it gets a little late, they're on top of it.
Yeah, it can be awkward there. Good serve from Alcaraz up high to the backhand and Mute. Alcaraz goes long with the backhand. 15-0.
So still some work here to do for the Spaniard to try and close out this second set after a mid-set lapse caused as much by Mute's brilliant hands and brilliant touch and brilliant strategy as it was by his own. Just slight dip in concentration, but he's righted the ship. Well, we'll say that if he actually manages to close out this set. The break's not the break until you actually convert the following game.
A few big serves will help. Almost gets one there. Just long on the attempted tee serve. Alcaraz wearing lime green with a slightly paler green on one side of the shorts. Forehand hooked high from Mute, but he's at full stretch because that's great play from Alcaraz on the backhand. Wasn't easy. He flattened it out, played it really deep into the forehand corner of Mute, and he couldn't get it back into play.
So 30-15, 2 points from the set. Great power there, and you look at, when we talk about the physique, the athleticism, all of those things, but also the ability just to get down so low, the strength of the core, and then pivot through, get the weight through that shot.
And do it again and again and again. Serve down the tee from Alcaraz, inside out forehand is good, hacked back on the squash shot style by Mute, and very casually dumped into the net by Alcaraz. That was way too casual.
was going to say, let's not beat around the bush. That was trash.
Yeah, that was really poor. He either took his eye off the ball or just totally decelerated.
He kept running forward. He didn't actually set, if that makes sense. So while it was there to be hit, he didn't at any stage sort of put the left foot down to pivot, have a pivot point. And not the finest forehand we've seen from him.
Could be dangerous. 5-4, 30 all. Backhand return from Mute off a decent serve. As wrong footing backhand from Alcaraz does the job. He pumps his fist and a big smile to his team. I can hit that awful shot before, but look what I can do.
And only just, though. It just had enough topspin to dip at the final moment and clip the back of the baseline. Fine margins, but a set point nonetheless for a 2-set lead.
Hasn't dropped a set yet in this tournament. Alcaraz served to the body of Mute is good enough to draw the return into the net. Another big vamos from Carlos Alcaraz. And he is now 2 sets to love up on Corentin Mute in this third round battle.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
Welcome back to AO Radio on day 6. I always have to keep adding them in my head as we talk of the Australian Open 2026. And a really fun match so far between Carlos Alcaraz and Corentin Mute of France. Mute, the number 32 seed. Hitting back well in that second set, but in the end, Alcaraz getting it done, and he leads by 2 sets to love. Simon Chambers and Courtney Walsh with you, and we've got time for a couple of emails.
We have, and make sure you can write to us via the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Remember to give us your name, where you're listening from. If you're cold like Dave in Fargo, absolutely let us know as well. I like this one from Lizzie in Utah. I suspect Lizzie's probably in the midst of a winter as Mute starts this set with a drop shot on the forehand wing, that time directed to the Alcaraz forehand, drew the error. She got to see Mute play live in Cincinnati last year, and it was an absolute blast, she said. Would recommend anyone take the opportunity to play live if you can.
Yeah, he is.
I love that one, Lizzie. Thank you for writing in.
So much variety, yep, thank you for
that. Josh has sent a message from Torquay. Hello, team.
Torquay in Australia or Torquay in Britain?
It'll be Torquay in Victoria. Fabulous Torquay in Victoria. As Mute comes in and just makes spectacular.
Oh, Alcaraz gets the smash back though. Mute tried to pretend to do the smash. He played a drop volley and it was almost in slow motion as it dropped into the net, and then he tries to do it again just for a bit of fun. He's put it in the net again. He's asked for another ball from the ball girl. There we go.
And Alcaraz loves that as well. He's enjoyed that. He's applauding. He's suffering smiles back to his team. That was very, very
that was fun.
Great. I mean, all parts of that point. Mute's backhand volley deep was outstanding. Alcaraz effectively used the back of the racket to get that one up. It was a remarkable recovery to make him play another shot. Now, Mute should have put that away. But nonetheless.
But it was fun. Serve down the tee, backhand return into the forehand corner of Mute. Cuts underneath the drop shot and the angle, but just pushes it into the tram lines. 15-30.
Now, the beauty of this match is that Mute's been absolutely serious here and playing as though he wants, and without any doubt, like this is part of his rationale. But it's also like watching one of the great legends, Mansur Barami, play those old legend matches, the trick shots, etc. You get to see everything when Mute's on the court.
We'll see if he throws 3 balls up and hits one next. It's one of Barami's tricks, his favourite party tricks. Serve into the net, 15-30. We'll cross to Kate in a moment to check in on Putintseva and Sonmez. Serve from Mute. Spins it out wide to the backhand of Alcaraz, who hooks the forehand back into play. Good depth from Alcaraz. On the forehand side, he goes a little bit shorter with an angle, then slice backhand down the middle. Mute pulls a forehand with lots of topspin. Cross court goes down the line. Alcaraz catches the tape on a flashing, dazzling forehand and just goes wide.
It's the only reason that Mute won that point, because that forehand was going rapidly, and it would have, had it not clipped the tape, sizzled away for a winner.
Would have been pretty spectacular. As it is, it's 30-all. First game of this third set. Crowd getting involved. Alcaraz thinks it's funny. Mute serves. Down the tee, in comes Mute on the serve volley, and Alcaraz's return is wide.
40-30.
He's having
pressure from Mute.
Yeah, and having more success when he's serving volley into the juice court, the one where Alcaraz doesn't have as much angle to play with on that backhand return. He, the ball's already moving away from him. It's hard for him to drag it back down to the forehand side of the lefty. And it's been a clever play.
Game point. Mute serves into the body of Alcaraz, gets out of the way and hits the forehand. Mute unloads on a forehand, and then they have to move quickly to his forehand side to squash shot it back. Drop shot from Alcaraz. In comes Mute. Forehand up the line. Cross court goes Alcaraz, and Mute again tries to play a drop volley, and again he misses it. It was a high tariff shot because Alcaraz was moving forward already, so it had to be short. In the end, it went wide. And it's juice.
This is the type of demonstration, you know how people will often say if you played an okay level, people might say, oh, could you get a point off a professional? Could you get a game off a professional? And invariably you look at it and go, we saw the 1 point slam here last week. You might be able to get a point if you make a mistake.
Only if they've got one serve.
If they've got one serve. But you look at Alcaraz here against Mute, who has got great ground strokes off the baseline. He hits the ball really well.
Another drop shot from Mute. It's not a good one this time, and Alcaraz gets there so quickly and just pushes the backhand down the line. And that was a poorly executed drop shot from Mute. And of course, the thing with the drop shot, I love the drop shot, but if you overuse it, the other person knows it's coming, then you're in trouble. You have to pick and choose your moments, and you have to play it in from the right parts of the court. Make it easier for yourself. As it is, it's game break point to Alcaraz, who chops back the first serve from Mute. Here comes another drop shot. It's a better one. Alcaraz does get there. The forehand flick from Mute just out past the outstretched diving backhand of Alcaraz. Can't get there. And it's back to juice.
Didn't mind that he tried to cramp him up there, Alcaraz. But Mute up for it, able to whip his feet out of the way and flick that forehand up the line. My point being that, you say that, and then you see Mute, who, he's playing very well from the baseline. He doesn't have quite the same pop as like a lot of the other players, but his touch and his angles and his depth and what he can do with the ball is superb. And then you see Alcaraz when they're actually in rallies, and he just dictates. It's
totally different.
It's just such a different game.
More height on the forehand from Mute. This one's a bit shorter though, and here comes Alcaraz with a big forehand of his own. He comes forward on the net with a volley. Good lob somehow from Mute at full stretch, but it's just over the baseline. And that was a good example of what Courtney Walsh was saying. As soon as the ball's drop short in a rally where Mute's not coming forward, then the punishment comes from the other end.
Yeah, he's just so good, Alcaraz. And, we're talking about it. It's 6-2, 6-4. So it's been absolutely competitive. But you watch it and go, I just don't see how Mute can beat him.
No, and I think Alcaraz knows that. And that's why he's comfortable, even if he's losing some of these points that are pretty spectacular. Up the line goes Mute. Alcaraz slides into a forehand, pulls it cross-court, and ups it with a backhand that's more power, straight down the middle. Mute equal to it. Forehand down the line from Alcaraz, again on the slide. When he tries to put it down the line, he misses wide, and then he gestures that he should have been playing that cross-court.
And again, Mute is playing really good tennis. It's a pleasure to see him working the angles, working the Spaniard around. But the Spaniard does have an answer for the most part.
Invariably, yeah. Over to Kate quickly. Kate, how's Putintseva Sonmez looking?
Yeah, Putintseva has the break here in the third, the decider. She's 3-love up. And Sonmez, she has had her opportunities to break the Putintseva serve, but just unable to. I think sometimes the nerves get the better of the young player from Turkey. But yeah, terrific match so far, and I think there's just one more. I think there's a little bit more to play out. Maybe another break or two from Sonmez. She's definitely got the crowd behind her, so let's see if they can get her back into the match.
Yeah, you never know with Putintseva. She can be really up and down, and she's not going to knock you off the court. So you get your chances. Maybe Sonmez can work her way back into that set. It's break point here. Mute just putting the ball over the baseline. First game of the third set, Alcaraz leading 6-2, 6-4.
Quite an extended game on the Mute serve. 7 minutes now and counting.
Serve from Mute. Out to the backhand of Alcaraz. In comes Mute on the serve and volley. Alcaraz is going to get there, but again just pushes the forehand into the tram lines. There's a short volley from Mute. Alcaraz got there in plenty of time. And the way it's almost like Alcaraz is trying to play within himself and not get too carried away with anything.
Yep.
Not get annoyed. Not have too many highs and lows. And he's keeping his temper in check, because he could have got annoyed about that shot. That was a breakpoint chance. As it is, it's back to Juice. Mute serves. Just wide.
Some fancy footwork as he flashes the ball back towards the ball boy.
It's one of the ones where these automated calling. There was 2 calls there, one for long, one for wide. Second serve into the backhand of Alcaraz, who tries to nail it inside in. Shake of the head from the Spaniard because it's gone wide again. Slightly rushing the ball, rushing the shot selection, a bit annoyed with himself. And it's game point to Corentin Mute, the number 32 seed. He prepares to serve once more. Goes big down the tee. It's 201k, 125 miles an hour, but just long. This would be Mute's 100th tour level win, should he manage to pull it off. Fine player. Slice serve out wide to Alcaraz's forehand. Mute nets with his own forehand on the slide.
Juice.
Ball toss of Mute is a little bit errant, a little bit obvious.
It is. You knew that one was sliding wide,
one.
I'm sure. It's interesting we talk about Mute. He is a very fine player, and he's 100. You know, if he was able to pull off a big upset here from a position where he's in a bit of peril now, 2 sets down against the world number 1. 102 level wins is an amazing feat, but it also again underlines that he's up against a great. If Alcaraz is playing his 100th Grand Slam match, and it would be his 87th Grand Slam win.
Exactly.
It's just astonishing.
Alcaraz.
Mute getting a little frustrated, missing that backhand long for another break point. Yeah, sort of classes apart, aren't they, in terms of their records? Alcaraz and Jannik Sinner having split the last 8 Grand Slams between them. And pretty much everyone thinks that it's going to be those 2 in the final a week on Sunday. Long way to go, though. Alex de Minaur might have something to say about that.
Yeah, I think he's been playing. I mean, I thought his win the other night against Medvedev was quite good.
Well, he did very well, because it was a tough first set. Alcaraz just again playing within himself on the backhand. Then he starts to line it up a little bit, and the forehand is netted from Mute. He's somehow got annoyed with himself despite playing well in this game, and he's been broken to start this third set.
Third set.
And it is Alcaraz in control once more.
And we'll get back to a couple of the messages that we were just making our way through. James from Torquay in Victoria, beautiful coastal town. Hello team, as we seem to be entering the era of air-conditioned to heated football stadiums, would most players prefer to play all year on courts always maintained at the exact uniform temperature?
I think even though players definitely would like to not play in the wind, for example, and have nice temperatures to play in. I think today's temperatures, for example, mid to high 20s, not much humidity, some sunshine. I think everyone loves playing in that kind of condition. You wouldn't want to play indoors on a day like this, because it would just start to warm up too much. I don't know. I think
it's all part of the variables.
Well, exactly.
And anyone that's played the sport will know that you're going to play in different conditions. You learn to hone different skills. You learn. I noticed, one of the Western Australians in action yesterday, Madison Keys, was able to snare her second straight 7-6 in the third win, super tiebreaker win.
Amazing.
The other, Taylor Preston, played very well against in the match she was in against the young Czech star
Linda Noskova.
Linda Noskova. Again, just edged in 3 sets, and I thought, I played a bit of tennis in Perth, and I'm very mindful that when you're over there in the West, the Fremantle doctor comes in. By that we mean the not the Fremantle doctor, a doctor from Fremantle, but basically the wind sweeps up into Perth and eases the temperatures, midway through the afternoon, and that used to pose all manner of challenges. Alcaraz moves to 30 love now, 40 love, the easy put away, beautiful serve down the tee, set up the lob. It used to pose all manner of challenges because the wind would probably come in, and both of those young women handled the wind very well yesterday, I thought.
It's like Rafael Nadal, grew up in Mallorca, a lot of wind, best footwork in the world, managed to cope with it better than most. I once asked a few players if they practice in the wind to get used to it. The answer is no.
No?
Yeah, they don't deliberately go out to play in the wind. I mean, obviously as kids you play in everything. But as Alcaraz comes forward, plays a nice angled volley on the backhand side that Mute doesn't get to. There's a very quick love hold of serve for the Spaniard. Yeah, they don't, like, if it's a really windy day, they don't think, right, I'm going to work on my footwork today in the wind. They don't do that proactively.
But 2 games to love.
It's an interesting one. Over to Kate for a second. Sorry, Courtney.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. And Potensova with 40 love on serve here. She's 3-1 up. She's got the break, and you can tell that she, like the last couple of games, last couple of service games, she's really done well to get a lot of first serves in and put pressure on Sonmez. So she's just gone up 4-1, having held serve, and is looking good here in the third. We're a set apiece, of course, and yes, but Potensova, I mean, her ranking is around 94 at the moment. It's been a lot lower than that, and I think that experience is just showing through right now.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. They're underway too on Margaret Court Arena. Coco Gauff and Hayley Baptiste, first game on the Baptiste serve, 30-all. As Mute starts with a double fault, and all that effort in the second set that he put in to get back on track, he just looks a little bit frustrated now. Maybe he's paying the price for all that effort.
Yeah, now dropped 5 games in a row and a flatter start to start this service game, the double fault. Speaking of conditions, Bronson from the Gold Coast, it's going to be 36 degrees here on Monday with tropical humidity, which is crazy heat. He's got relatives in Melbourne saying the heat is awful as well.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow does look very hot. It's supposed to be about 38 degrees. Yeah. Meanwhile, Mute just gesturing about his ball toss being too far to the left. As a left-hander, that's not what you want. And he's having to come around the ball a lot, even though on those where he wants to hit a slice serve, it's a bit obvious, and he's carving the ball round instead of hitting through it more. Getting a little bit annoyed with himself. He wins that point, though, 15-all.
Got an extended email from our old friend Red Sox Devil in the West, speaking of Western Australia and the Fremantle Doctor, and he says the perfect nickname for Daniil Medvedev, the Spade. Would you like to know why?
Yes, I would like to know why.
Or it could be
would I like to know why?
Or perhaps the Ace of Spades, or from the famous Motorhead song.
Yeah.
The reason is that Daniil's a digger, pure and simple. He digs in and keeps digging and digging. Exactly like a grave digger. You were never quite sure if he's digging his opponent's grave or his own sometimes. But you do definitely know it is going to take a while before we get an answer.
That's very true. Backhand from Mute and a long rally developing between these two. Eventually, Mute trying to find an angle on the forehand side. He mishits it slightly and it's into the tram lines. And just talking to his team from the other end of the court. It's not an easy job. And just 15-30.
He goes on to say the other reason for the Spade is Daniil is brutally honest in interviews and perhaps one of the most fascinating characters in tennis, full stop. He calls a spade a shovel.
He's a very good talker, Daniil Medvedev. He enjoys chatting with the media, which is good. And he's very honest, that's very true. As Mute serves, danger time for him. Foot fault from Mute.
So it must be just that front foot coming over the line there, because it's not going to be the back foot from the...
No. I think he just twists it slightly, and sometimes, maybe hits the line very, very, very closely. Another baseline rally between these two. Alcaraz then whips a forehand. Extra power, but it's just long.
Yeah, unleashed. with venom on that one, as we see, yes, just marginally. We see a replay of that, marginally touching the line.
Right foot. Thanks, mate.
That was pretty clear, actually. With a good review that we have the option to see, or the ability to see, which is handy. So it's love 2, Mute serving, third set, 30 all. Missed first serve, trying to carve it down the centre of the court and away from the backhand of Alcaraz. Now he'll have to reload and go with a second serve. Mute's serve comes in. Kick to the forehand of Alcaraz, but it's a double fault. Mute's definitely come off the boil here.
He has, and look, and you can sort of tell in the crowd as well. It's there seems like there's an air of resignation in the Frenchman and an air of certainty in the crowd. They know which way this one's going, all being well for Carlos Alcaraz.
No, there's no jeopardy. There's no feel that Mute, for all his great shots and shot making, will actually be able to win this match, and that does create a bit of flatness sometimes, as good as some of these points are to watch.
And it's been marvellous. It's actually been really entertaining tennis, and I'm sure Carlos has actually enjoyed himself out there as well.
Absolutely. I think because he's a player who plays with a lot of variety and likes to play the drop shot, come to the net. Seeing someone else do it is good.
The artists of the tour.
Mute serving, break point down, love 2. Serve into the backhand of Alcaraz. Forehand hooked to the backhand again from Mute, but he's in full stretch on the forehand side. Now he goes across the other side, sliced back from Mute pretty well. Now he can go with the two-hander, hits more height, too much height, too much length. Ball goes long, and that is a second break of serve for Alcaraz, who now leads by 2 sets to love, and 3 love, and for once he crosses net first.
He feels comfortable.
Mute was dawdling.
Yes.
Mute's still not at his chair as the clock counts down. There's only 45 seconds left, and let's get up. Still not sitting down. 42, 41, 40. There you go. Just about.
Tosses the racket angrily onto his bag. Disappointment clear on his face. He looked at the coach. He couldn't believe that he'd hit that backhand long. It will keep them coming, as always. Get in touch with us via the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com. Email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Remember to give us your name and where you're listening from.
Before you read one out, Courtney, I'm just going to remind you about the competition, which is still going this week 1. We have a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop to give away. We're looking for which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. It could be any genre, any era. We want you to be as creative as you can. The movie can be from anywhere in the world, any era. The voucher can be used online, so you don't have to come here and get it. You can be entering from anywhere in the world. Please enter via the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com. You can email it in through aoradio@tennis.com.au. Remember to give us your name and where you're listening from. Entries close 5 p.m. this Sunday, Melbourne time, with the winner to be announced on the evening serve with Nat Edwards that evening.
Looking forward to that. You're a judge, I'm assuming, Simon?
Well, of course. No, I don't think I am, thankfully. Other more qualified people can do that one. But yeah, we look forward. We've had some great entries already. We look forward to getting plenty more as Alcaraz looks to wrap up this match. He's 2 sets to love and 3 love, and wins the opening point of the 4th game with an easy smash. Let's cross over to Kate for a second. Some signs of a recovery, Sonmez,
There certainly is. I was just going, woohoo! Sonmez has Penetseva. Sorry, what am I saying? Putintseva.
That's the one.
Love 30 on serve. So with 4-2, Putintseva has the break, but she's struggling now, just feeling a little bit of pressure trying to close out this match. And Sonmez has just gone long with a forehand, and she'll be disappointed because that was gettable. We're at 15-30. Do you want to stay with me or get back to your match? Because
we've just seen an exhibition-style point from these two.
I'm keeping an eye on that one as well. I should have called it.
Yeah, you could have. Mute eventually wins the point brilliantly. It was cat and mouse between the two men, but it was fantastically done at the end. Alcaraz is hanging over the side of the fence, watching the replay back on the big screen. And Mute's just pumped the air as well. He's won the point again.
Both men really engaged. That was unbelievably beautiful tennis to watch.
It was very good. Very nice.
And Sonmez now with a chance. She's got two break points on the Putintseva serve, 15-40. Putintseva with the break, 4-2 in the third, the decider. Putintseva is So the first serve has gone to the forehand of Sonmez. Potensova gets that back down the middle of the court. Both players going straight down the middle. No one going for anything big at this stage. And Sonmez has gone cross-court with the backhand, and she's put it into the net. So one break save there by Potensova. She's at 30-40.
All right, thank you very much, Kate. We'll be back in touch with you very shortly. Alcaraz, meanwhile, 30-15, just put a drive volley away. And for all the beauty of that point that Mute won, Alcaraz just mercilessly going about his business. Forehand into the corner, high lob from Mute at full stretch. Alcaraz just coolly waits for it on the bounce and then batters the ball away. And this bounce smash, it's 40-15.
Yeah, I think he toyed and lost his concentration for a bit in the second set, whilst enjoying the flow of the match, but just a little streak of ruthlessness, saying, "You've had your fun. The clock's edging towards 2 hours. It's a nice afternoon.
That'll do.
Nice afternoon on court. I'm going to wrap this up and go and put my feet up afterwards."
He's very much played within himself, as Alcaraz not got too frustrated when things weren't going his way.
Alcaraz
finishes that game off with an ace, and he needs 4.
Just superb, and he has the fist raised towards his team, walking back towards the Melbourne end of the court. By Melbourne end of the court, I mean, if you see the sign, if you can picture the sign of the name Melbourne behind the baseline about 1.5 meters, and he's down that end. It's the end closest to the MCG, away from the Yarra River, which borders this very fine Melbourne Park precinct.
Indeed. Back to Kate.
Thanks, Simon. Yes, Sonmez has broken through. She's
it's not over yet.
It is not over yet. So we're back on serve here on Kia Arena. And things are, yes, getting very interesting.
Indeed. Going to be interesting to see if Sonmez can finish.
Well, it'll be interesting. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if she can get a nose in front here, just how she handles it. But crowd is going nuts right now.
It's a game apiece between Goff and Baptiste on Margaret Court Arena as well. It's very much Carlos Alcaraz's day here on Rod Laver Arena. Corentin Moutet more than playing his part in a lovely match to watch, with beautiful little angles and touch and lobs. And anything you can think of, he's been able to come up with it. But he is 2 sets to love down and 4 love down, and that's how good Carlos Alcaraz is.
He's lost 16 of the 22 games played, and I think he's probably played pretty well.
Yeah, I think he'd be fairly pleased with how he's played, yeah, except for maybe just a lapse at the beginning of this set. Drop shot from Moutet just dies his side. He's hit an awful lot of drop shots, but and most of them have been very, very good. But that one was just short.
A note from Elliot, writing from Adelaide, loving the broadcast. He was thinking that Andre Agassi, from his heyday, when he had those luscious locks back in the day, would be appropriate movie star in Wayne's World.
Yeah,
what do you guys think?
With the haircut, yeah, absolutely. It's a good call. Alcaraz flattens out a backhand, then he goes up the line with an inside-in forehand. Back to the forehand of Moutet, who hammers it inside out, catches the sideline. Alcaraz thought it was going wide. Wait a minute. The big screen initially showed a ball that was nowhere near the line, but that one has caught the absolute outside edge. It must be 1 millimetre in.
A little bit of a curious moment there, and I mean, it looked like it looked in. It did look in.
We're right behind that line,
but only just.
And on the junction of sideline and baseline, and it was just on the corner of both. Couldn't get more accurate than that. But of course, there is a 3 millimetre
margin for error,
so you never know with those things. That's probably why Alcaraz was staring at the mark, not believing what he'd seen with his own eyes. Chops back a serve, does the Spaniard this time, and a slice from Moutet, which looked like it was going in the net, and then rose up to get over it. Then a brilliant drop shot. In comes Alcaraz. Oh my word, between the legs lob from Moutet. Exhibition stuff again. Up goes the high lob. Alcaraz backpedaling, hits the bounce smash, carves it to Moutet, tries to play a drop shot, or a sort of a little dinky backhand from the baseline, as Alcaraz was coming forward and it went in the net.
Alcaraz definitely wanted another shot in that rally. He was engaged. He could have really thundered that. It was just the trick lob from. It was not a bad effort, not quite high enough. But
on the backhand side, interesting choice of shot from Moutet. Got to be careful with those. You can cause yourself some damage. Moutet is well experienced at that. 30 all. He's asking the umpire.
Can I please get a first serve?
Not this time. L4, 30 all. Alcaraz waits. Hits the backhand return straight down the middle of the court. Mute backhand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Then he goes cross court, shortish though, and Alcaraz can start to wind things up. Goes down the line. Mute on the run on the forehand. Pulls it high with spin to the baseline. Drop shot from Mute again is good. Alcaraz gets there, bumps it up the line. Lob from Mute. Oh, absolute perfection. And he does a little dance at the back of the court to Corentin Mute and holds the post. Oh, shot reel of this match will be all Mute.
That was magnificent. And Alcaraz taking a few deep breaths. He's leaning on his box. He actually did nothing wrong there. It was actually quite a nice chip up the line. But just the touch on that lob. Unplayable.
Brilliant.
Beautiful lob.
Brilliant lob from Alcaraz. From
Mute.
Mute, sorry. Mute has gained point. Serve out wide, serve and volley, it's full stretch, volley. Oh, he's showing off now as Corentin Mute takes his cap off, bows to his team and the crowd, and he holds serve in to get on the board in this third set. Alcaraz sits down, grinning from ear to ear, then claps Corentin Mute as he comes to his chair. But it's Alcaraz who leads 4-1 in the third set. Brilliant stuff.
And they are having a chat here, both of them back and forth, enjoying each other. Don't get me wrong, this has been a fiercely competitive match, and Mute has given his all, but it is also a pleasure to see two men out there playing beautiful tennis and enjoying themselves.
Well, you can't not enjoy the way Mute plays. Absolutely magic from him. Kate, back to you. Putintseva, Sonmez, what's going on?
Yeah, Putintseva has just broken back. Sonmez could not hold serve, and Putintseva now at 5-3, and she's come out to serve for the match.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Goff and Baptiste. Baptiste up 2-1. Always keep an eye on the Goff double fault count, which is at 3 already.
And Coco, she broke in that first game against Baptiste, but yes, Baptiste doing well, back on serve and 2-1 up.
Well, we said these two know each other very well, Goff and Baptiste. You know, from juniors, they've known each other a long time. Nothing will surprise them, and that means that usually the lower ranked player doesn't actually get overawed.
No, not at all.
Baptiste impressed the other day, was just saying, you know, she knows her. I know what's to come. I can do a good job against her. I'm confident. I'm going to do my best, and I can win that.
And played exceptionally well against Storm Hunter in her second round match. The Aussie was in good form. I thought she came through qualifying and had a good first round win, and was beaten comprehensively by Baptiste in the second round.
Indeed. So the players have changed ends. Crowd have settled down a little bit. That got them engaged that last game. And Alcaraz serves at 4-1. Going to close out this match pretty quickly now. Forehand cross court. Mute takes all the pace off it. Plays a forehand cross court on the nice, trying to dip it, but Alcaraz had cut off the angle. Then nice volley.
Nice email here from Powell, who lives on the island of Koh Lanta in Thailand, and if I've pronounced that wrong, give me a little leeway. I like it. For the movie competition, I see Alcaraz playing Brad Pitt's Lieutenant Aldo Rain in Tarantino's Inglourious Bastard. He's got a similar kind of playful smile as Brad.
Great film, good email. Back to you, Kate, quickly.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. Putintseva now serving for the match. She's at 40-love, 3 match points. First serve to the forehand of Sonmez. Backhand, Putintseva. Backhand again from Putintseva cross court, but that's gone long. So 1 match point save from Sonmez. 40-15.
Still in there, still hanging in there. Pressure
mounts, of course, on the server. She said before, Putintseva can come in and out of matches, but hopefully, well, she'll be hoping that she can, with 2 match points to come, that she can go through to the 4th round here at the Australian Open. First serve to the back end of Sonmez. That's gone cross court. Little dinky cut from back end of Putintseva. She's put a big moon ball up, and that's good enough. She throws a racket to the ground, and Putintseva has won the match. 6-3, 7-6, 6-3. That's she probably didn't need to do that, Putintseva, because the crowd has been behind Sonmez for most of the match, and having just won that, she put her hand to her ear and sort of encouraged the crowd to comment. should I say. Yeah, that's a shame. That's not the way you want to end the match. It was a terrific match in the end. She's got 3 in 3. She's through to the 4th round of the Australian Open. She's delighted now and yelling, but yes, brought the crowd in. She'll want them on her side going into that next match.
Indeed, she plays the winner of
Jovic and Paolini.
Paolini and Jovic, so that'll be very interesting.
And she's doing some interesting dancing now on the side, so okay. Well, each to their own. Characters we have in tennis.
Thank you, Kate. You can always rely on Putintseva to get the crowd going in many different ways. Here we are on Rod Laver Arena, right at the end of this match, it looks like, because Carlos Alcaraz leads 2-0 on Corentin Moutet and 5-1 in the third. And it's love 15 on the Moutet serve. And for all the brilliance of Moutet at various times, Alcaraz has just steadily played the way he knows he can, the way he knows he needs to, without exerting too much energy.
15-all.
Looking to break serve to finish it. It's 15-all.
Yeah, just dragged that last forehand into the net. I'll continue
We'll come
on
to the emails in a minute once
after this.
Yeah, once this match is finished. I think
because our friend from Atlanta has just given a beautiful description, and I'd love to get to it.
Yeah, perfect. We'll get to that soon. But let's see out this match. 2 hours and 1 minute played. Sort of perfect length of a match for Alcaraz, I would say. Enough practice, enough to get him much tighter with every single match. Just misses the backhand though, 30-15.
And also has given him a chance to hone some of the shots.
Yeah.
Different rhythm. You know, you learn different things from different matches, and it's been an examination, one that he was always going to pass. He's put in the hard yards to make sure he was ready for any sort of challenge from Moutet, and in a great position.
30-15, Moutet nets the first serve and sort of theatrically falls over almost after it. Alcaraz waits, 1 foot into the tram lines, 1 back in the singles court. There's a double fault from Moutet, and he punches his racket strings in disgust.
You need to be careful doing that, Simon. I've seen people do that before. Never been one for me, but people who have done it then shred the knuckles, and you do end up with bleeding hands.
Andy Murray was a famous exponent of that early in his career. He used to punch the strings and he would be bleeding on court. It's not a sensible thing to do, and it's quite sore when you're playing. We're 2 points away now, Alcaraz, from victory. The place in the 4th round, 30-all. Moutet serves. Down the tee, turned down the middle from Alcaraz. Backhand from the Spaniard, scrambling across to get back in position. Hooks the forehand with extra height. Moutet gets on top of it, takes it early. Puts the backhand down the line for a clean winner.
Yeah, magnificent backhand. No mucking around on that one at all. Flattened through it, and the applause from the crowd is indicative of something. They want to see more in this match.
They would like to see more of Moutet's shot making. Moutet magic. Not midnight magic on AO radio.
Midnight mayhem.
Yeah. Midnight mayhem. Moutet magic.
Madness.
Moutet magic. That's not a magic serve though. First serve's in the net. 40-30, second serve. Moutet serves. That's long. He spins his racket round. Just annoyed with himself. He's like falling over, off balance on his service motion. Picks a few balls from the ball boy, and then gives a couple back. And again, Alcaraz 2 points away from victory in this 3rd round battle. Day 6 of the Australian Open here on AO Radio. Serve down the tee, backhand inside in, return from Alcaraz is good. Ups the ante with a backhand flattened out. Moutet straight down the middle, forehand pulled wide from Alcaraz, and he comes on the volleys, puts it 2-handers, not with much conviction. Gets away with it because Moutet puts the forehand long, and it's match point, Carlos Alcaraz.
I think he just checked himself there, and actually the execution was quite good because of he thought he was going to be able to drive it, and then he thought actually that's a bit deeper than what I imagined. I need to somehow find a way, and of course with his racket skills, I'm able to conjure and force an error from Moutet. So match point.
Match point to Carlos Alcaraz. Moutet serves, swings it out wide. Alcaraz deep with the backhand return. He's going to get a chance to smash a forehand up the line. He goes. Moutet gets it back in play. Alcaraz waits and on top of the ball. Slice backhand down the line from Moutet. Cross court goes Alcaraz. Squash shot back into play from Mute, now he goes up the line with a forehand. He's missed it into the tram lines. And Alcaraz pumps his fist. He is through to the 4th round of the Australian Open with a very entertaining 6-2, 6-4, 6-1 victory over Corentin Moutet. And the two men share a few smiles and a few kind words at the net. Fun stuff from Moutet, but job done from Carlos Alcaraz. World number 1 through to the last 16.
And he raises his arms in triumph as he walks back onto the court, now applauding the crowd, giving a wave, fist pump to his team. Just a range of emotions, but I think he's absolutely delighted with that. Just that 4-game lapse in the second set where he went from 3-love to 3-4. He was able to correct, and I think a very, very accomplished, superb performance and a lot of fun out there as well. Beautiful play from Carlos Alcaraz. Lovely play from Moutet as well. But only one man was ever going to emerge the victor as long as everything went to order, and that was Carlos Alcaraz.
Crowd getting a bit excited as Alcaraz changes his shirt, wipes himself like a bit of sweat down with a towel. And a nice round of applause and a warm round of applause for Corentin Moutet, including from Carlos Alcaraz. What a showman he is. Great to watch. Some absolutely brilliant play from him throughout. Drop shots, lobs, you name it, he produced it. But in the end, Alcaraz was too good, too consistent, too solid, too explosive. And he is through to the last 16. And in a few moments, we will hear what he has to say when he speaks to former Australian Open champion Jim Courier, who's just making his way to his spot in the middle of the court. Alcaraz getting himself ready, taking his time, putting a jacket on. Always goes through the same routines, gets a watch out, gets ready for his chat.
Have you seen the Jim Courier ad that is going around at the moment? It's one of the local food delivering services, quite a global one, and Jim Courier acting as the courier, and it's like a little mockumentary of sorts. Todd Woodbridge, the Aussie doubles greater, saying, it shocked the world when Jim retired to bring up his passion, and there he is, riding along the Yarra River about to deliver another order of tasty treats to someone, and he goes past Pat Rafter, of course, on a rafter, and then it pans back to Todd Woodbridge. Quite a clever one, and very, very good to see.
That sounds good. Amazing they're taking this long to do it. Right, we're going to hear now from Alcaraz with Jim Courier. I think we're ready to go.
Carlos, that's the first time that you and Corentin have played, and I think we'd probably like to see you guys play a little bit more. That was incredibly fun. How was it for you to tackle him for the first time?
Well, it wasn't easy, to be honest. When you play someone like Corentin, it's you don't know what's gonna be next. So that's really difficult, to approach the match. But I had so much fun on the court. As you could see, I think both we pull off great shots, great points. I think there were a few highlights in the match, which I just appreciate that, and I'm just grateful, to play this kind of matches against him. But I just enjoyed. I'm happy that I was able to play against him, and for sure it's not gonna be the last time. And I'm just looking forward to playing against again against him.
We can't wait to see that one. That was awesome. So, normally, when you play, you're the one who hits the most drop shots. That was not the case today. Have you ever had to run for more drop shots in your life than you did today?
No, to be honest. There were one, at one point, at the end of the third set that I told my team, I'm not gonna run, another drop shot. To be honest, I was tired to go forward to the net. I was looking at the screen. I was like, I've been, in the net like 55 times. Oh my God! So but yeah, it's been tricky. I thought we were in a drop shot competition, but definitely he won.
He definitely did win that little battle in the battle. Well, look, you've been in Melbourne early. You came here early for your preparation, and you had some fun last week. You were involved in the 1 Point Slam, which is the 1 point tournament with amateurs and pros, men and women that played last week. What was that like for you? Because all the video that I saw, we're looking at on the screen right now, looked like you were having a blast.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun. It was fun, to share the court in that format with some men tennis player with a tennis player, amateurs. So it was really fun. I think the tournament is. It's doing some different stuff at the beginning of the tournament, the preparation week. So which for me I think it's great. This event was a great idea, to be honest. I really enjoyed. So it was the first year. I think they did. Or the second year, but I think the first year that was quite big. So probably they're gonna do it every year even better. So I just I was really happy that in that week of preparation that is not only practice, having a little bit of fun. It's great to approach a Grand Slam that is never easy.
Well, how much fun was it for you to lose to a WTA player, Maria Sakkari? How was that?
Well, it was. I could lose for sure.
Take us to the point.
Oh shit.
Do you remember this?
I remember, of course. It was a great point, though. Yeah, it was a long one. I didn't expect that to play that long. And yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable. The drop shot. I was, as I said, the drop shot. It was my shot. I've been practicing the drop shot, since I started playing tennis. And in the tough moment, in the moment I really needed one, I just missed it. So I had like 2 days nightmares, with that drop shot probably. So, but it was fun, and of course I deserve to lose that point.
Well, you made Maria happy by missing that shot, but what about Jordan Smith, the amateur that beat all of you pros? How incredible was that?
That's amazing. I mean. In that event, having an amateur win that event, it was unbelievable. I think we all were expected to win an amateur. We all wanted to do that. At the end of the tournament, in the final, I think that there are a few videos that we were watching, in the TVs over there, like Francis, like Amanda, and myself, and a lot of players around. That we just couldn't believe what happened. I think Jordan Smith, deserves the winner, and we were all happy that happened.
It was a great event, and we hope you'll play it again next year. We know you'll be back here on Sunday playing again. You're going to play against the American Tommy Paul. He had a quick win against Davidovich Fokina today. Your thoughts on playing Tommy, who's played well here in the past, including a semifinal run a few years ago?
Yeah, we have a great battles against each other. It's always really difficult to play against him. So he plays a great tennis, I think, on hardcore. With the blood, the flat, backhand that slices a lot with, aggressive, great touch. So it's going to be a really interesting one. I'm just really looking forward to playing against Tommy one more time. For sure, I think the people are going to enjoy it because, as I said, the matches against each other is always a great level. So, as I said, really looking forward to playing it. And tomorrow day off, I will try to enjoy and getting ready for Sunday.
It's always a great show when you're on the court. We really appreciate your time, Carlos. Congratulations. On to the fourth round.
Nice words from Alcaraz. An interesting match to come against Tommy Paul.
Yeah, not surprising. He talks about Tommy Paul with such respect that they've played 6 times. Alcaraz leads that head-to-head 4-2, but Paul has got him twice on hard courts in the Canadian Open, which is a big tier event. Not surprisingly, basically every one of their matches has come at either Grand Slam or at the Masters, and most recently the scoreline might read very convincing towards Alcaraz. It was love 1-4 in Paris last year in a quarterfinal of Roland Garros, but we do know that Tommy Paul was carrying an injury into that match, so it's far tighter generally. Looking forward to a great battle.
Absolutely. We're going to take a really quick break, and then we will be back with Coco Gauff and Hayley Baptiste here on AO Radio.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills, and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
2 set points here on Margaret Court Arena for Hayley Baptiste against Coco Gauff, the number 3 seed in the first set of this third round encounter. Baptiste playing some amazing tennis, nets the forehand. Good effort from Gauff, but Baptiste serving for this first set, having broken early on, midway through the set, and then held it 5-3. And now chance, second set point chance to finish off this set, which would be a bit of a shock, because a lot of people think Coco Gauff could win this title this year. She's up against it in this first set. Baptiste serving second set point. Big serve out wide to the backhand of Gauff. He gets it back cross court. Drop shot attempt from Baptiste. She played a beauty earlier in this game. That one catches the tape and it's deuce. 2 chances missed.
It looked like she half changed her mind then. She had gone back cross court the previous 2 drop shot, which was exceptionally well executed. And that would have been the safest shot. Instead, she changed her mind, went for the forehand. 2 gone begging.
Deuce. Big serve, but it's too wide. Standing quite wide on the deuce court. Second serve. Oh, that's too big as well. And it's nerves when you're trying to serve out the set against top players. The backhand was nervous, and the serve was nervy. And it's break back point for Coco Gauff. And one thing we know about Coco Gauff is she is resilient. She will fight through everything, every point. Always looking to get back into matches when she's down. So break point Gauff. She waits. Huge serve out wide. Gauff sticks the racket out, gets it back into play. But the forehand is good from Baptiste inside the service line. Had an easy choice, just put it back behind Gauff. She needed that first serve. She got it.
Yeah, beautiful transition as well. She saw that one's coming. She got forward quickly, was able to take that one while it was at the top of the bounce rather than letting it dip a little bit lower and making it more awkward. She was quick to pounce when the opportunity presented.
It was 189 kilometres an hour, that serve. A lot of pace. Swing on the first serve at deuce, but it's wide. Second serve to come from Baptiste to the forehand of Gauff, who goes straight back down the middle. Backhand cross court from Baptiste. Then she goes to the backhand again of Gauff. Straight down the middle, both women firing the ball at each other. Gauff then changes it up with an off forehand. Got back on the backhand slice by Baptiste, who then hooks a forehand cross court. Backhand down the middle from Baptiste has Gauff rushing and on the run, but the forehand's in the net from Baptiste, and that's good defence from Coco Gauff.
She's certainly got easy power, Baptiste, hasn't she? It's it's not a lot of flourish on that forehand. It's his back, but in fact on the backhand as well. It's no significant, I suppose, backswing necessarily, or nothing unnecessarily in the motion. It's fairly compact as she gets to the ball, but on that occasion, not able to find the clearance. But she can certainly club it.
Good work from Gauff though on the defence. Hang in that rally, get herself another break back point. Baptiste serving, 5-3, advantage Gauff. Gauff forehand return, lands just in, wasn't cleanly struck, but it's good enough. Baptiste pulls the backhand cross court, slice on the backhand from Gauff, forehand cross court from Baptiste. Now she has another go at a forehand, goes up the line, Gauff is there on the backhand, the two-hander is good, and deep, the forehand cross court from Gauff is good. Up the line goes Baptiste, there's the sudden injection of pace that Courtney Walsh was talking about.
Just beautifully struck. Glided over to the ball, and then to be able to come up with that sort of forehand, outstanding. It was a little bit short from Gauff. The forehand landed inside the service line, so as a result, it gave her the time to wind into it, and wow, just power. Gauff, who is a magnificent mover and great retriever, nowhere near able to get that one back.
Yeah, didn't even move. Too much power on that, too much pace. Baptiste just lets the ball toss drop. On a beautifully sunny afternoon here at Melbourne Park on day 6 of the Australian Open. Baptiste going for the big serve down the tee. 192 that was, just long. There's a lot of power. Second serve to come. Baptiste dressed all in green. Sort of forest green colour outfit as she goes back behind Goff with another bullet of a backhand, and she's got a third set point chance.
Just a stunning winner there. Again, took that one on the rise. She's been, she's hit, I think, 11 winners for this match. 3 off the backhand wing to Goff's 0 from what I can see. So it's been very much on the racket of Hayley Baptiste.
She's got another chance, a third set point chance. She serves down to the forehand of Goff, who plays it straight back down the middle. Then she has to hook a forehand at full stretch. She's on the run, is Goff, under a lot of pressure. Pulls the forehand out wide. Big forehand up the line from Baptiste. She's going to get an easy put away at the net. She smashes it away. And the first set goes to Hayley Baptiste. The American taking it against her compatriot, the number 3 seed Goff, in a little bit of trouble here on Margaret Court Arena.
Oh, superb shot making again. She was out of position in that rally, but the ability to get up, pound that forehand back when well out of court, and just set the point her way. All of a sudden, momentum going, and perhaps we have certainly a little bit of an upset alert.
We get a lot of stats with these matches on our screens and stuff. Sometimes they are hard to believe, but I think it's correct. Coco Gauff has not hit a winner in the first set to the 12 of Baptiste, which is remarkable.
Which is why when I initially read out that stat, I just had to do a double take, because I'm thinking that's quite surprising. 19 unforced errors from Baptiste, so she is making the play.
Yeah.
12 winners, 19 unforced errors, but that's
the way she plays.
Yeah, and Gauff, 0 winners, 11 unforced errors. She's had to run 590 metres in that set compared to the 527. So there's clearly a high risk, but also high reward strategy being deployed by Baptiste out in that match. And look, seen a couple of the examples of that forehand down the line that we saw deep in that last game. We're just looking at the first set highlights, and she opened up in basically the first or second game with just a rifled, ripped winner down the line, similar to the one she produced right at the end there. So when she moves into it and has time to swing through the ball, whew, if you give her a chance, it's not coming back. Great power from the American.
Well, Hayley Baptiste, world number 70. Upper set on the number 3 seed, Coco Gauff. Maybe a shock in the making, but we know how good Gauff is at fighting and coming back, so she'll still back herself to do that. This is, we look at Baptiste first. I mean, it's just her 3rd main draw appearance at the Australian Open, and is into the 3rd round for the first time. She's only playing in her 11th career Grand Slam main draw. Did get to the 4th round in Paris last year, lost to Madison Keys on that occasion, and has 1 top 10 name to win to her name, which was against Barbora Krejcikova in Wuhan in 2024. First time she's ever played a player who's ranked in the top 3. Gauff, of course, has the experience, the history, the class to get back into this. Semi-finalist here in 2024. Looking to add to her 2 Grand Slam titles, but up against it. And if you're not hitting any winners, it's quite hard to win.
It's very, very hard to win. You are effectively relying on your rival to make mistakes. So she's got to try and figure out a way to be more assertive, and also to try and push her rival back a peg, not let her swing so freely.
Absolutely. Gauff won their only previous meeting. So they have played each other before. Let's have a look at when that was. It was in Washington, D.C. 3 years ago. Quite an easy win for Gauff. 2-6-1, 6-4, but I think it's fair to say Baptiste has come a long way since then.
I think so, and you had a look at some of her results, and she's clearly a player with talent, who with consistency, I mean, we're seeing this already today at Melbourne Park, an outstanding performance.
I think Coco's left the court, so let's while that's going on, we'll bring you some emails. Please do get in touch. Ask the booth through ozopen.com, or you can email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Courtney's got one.
And I'll go back to Powell. Yes. A long time ago, who wrote from Koh Lanta in Thailand as Coco Gauff returns to the court. He talked about Alcaraz playing the Brad Pitt lieutenant Aldo Rain in Tarantino's Inglourious
The
Basterds.
one who pretends to be able to speak languages and stuff.
The other one would be Stefanos Tsitsipas playing Patrick Swayze's Bodhi character in the 1991 movie Point Break.
Yeah.
And he played a bank robber surfer guru with a couple of philosophical talks, kind of similar to Stefanos' interviews. Steph has the same long blonde hair as Patrick in the movie. Having escaped the European winter. More to the point. So this is where Boyle is saying he's escaped the European winter and enjoying it from Thailand. Enjoy the beautiful weather there as Coco Gauff returns, ready to serve. I'll quickly get to Chuck. RE indoor stadiums as Gauff serves to start his second set and draws a forehand error from Baptiste. Playing in the air-conditioned stadiums, which one of our listeners earlier on from Torquay raised. I was at the games in Sydney, the Commonwealth Games, under a climate-controlled covering. Maybe that is the best weather mitigation technology, the giant covering. Well, it's an interesting one.
Yeah, maybe.
As I said, I still think that players prefer the elements, and tennis is a sport that is an outdoor sport. We know we play indoors, but play in the elements and do all of that. Bronson from the Gold Coast, who talked about the humidity, etc., lives on the Gold Coast, very much known for the sea breeze and the winds it can pick up. Playing AFL, yes, on certain grounds. Yes, I suspect, I'm just trying to think of a couple that I've been to there. One near Broadbeach would be pretty lively, the breeze off the water, and up at Southport I'm sure they get quite a bit of wind there for the Southport Sharks and the QAFL. Rob Fisher from Adelaide as Coco Gauff moves to 40 love and a positive start to this second set, having dropped the first 3-6. Moves to 40 love. His entry, Novak to play the Joker in the next Batman
Not the
interview.
first person to say that.
And Kyrgios to play Batman, Kokkinakis the sidekick Robin, and the doubles match referee Mariana Veljovic would be the perfect Catwoman.
She was a very good umpire in that match last night, the Kyrgios-Kokkinakis match. She took it very much in good humour. She did warn Kyrgios once for swearing, but there were a couple of other times she could have given him a warning or a point penalty. She chose not to, and she was very smart with the crowd, just playing along with them a little bit. Very sensibly done. Good umpiring. Gauff has held to start this second set. Good forehand up the line from her.
Email from Grace from Wiltshire, just raising the query about the best of 3 versus best of 5, which is debates we've had, and pointing out that Coco has just lost the first and has to win the second and the third, and Medvedev has lost the first 2 sets but has a way to come back in 5, and etc. Well, we do know that women.
What's the question?
Is that unfair? A women's marathon isn't shorter than a men's marathon. When are we going to see either the best of 3 or best of 5? It makes scheduling a problem for the first week, but it feels so unfair to only give the women best of 3. I'm not so convinced that it makes the scheduling unfair. And I also know that there are certainly a number of top female players who prefer to play best of 3, don't they, Simon?
They all prefer it.
Yeah,
no one's asking to play best of 5.
It's not.
No one wants to make any more extra effort than they need to do. I mean, it's like 2 extra sets possibly. Think of the wear and tear on the body and everything. It's a lot to ask. But I mean, more importantly, I think
you're a fan of either or, aren't you?
Well, no. Before you say it, the whole thing about whether it's unfair that Medvedev had 2 sets to get back into it, or 1, and that kind of thing. I don't think that's an argument that I would go with, because I think if you know what you've got to do, subconsciously you can lose the second set and still come back. If it was the best of 3, you wouldn't play like that. You would be pushing earlier on, and it would be a very different dynamic. I honestly don't mind. In general, I think as a fan, if I was a fan sitting in the stands watching a 5-set match, I think it's an incredibly long time to sit watching a match. And if you want players to play, the top players to play for as long as possible and as much as they can, and give as much entertainment as you can, the wear and tear on their bodies these days is so much that I think you're at risk of causing them injuries. Look how many injuries there are right now. Look across the board. There have been a lot of retirements in this tournament, and that is because of the cumulative effect of what they're doing on tour. So I think if you wanted to, you could try making the first 3 rounds in the men's event best of 3, and then you play best of 5 second week. I think that's probably fair. I know a lot of players don't want to do that. A lot of players would be fine with it. Players would generally go along with what they are asked to do. And tournaments have tried it before. Australia did it in the 70s. US Open did it in the 70s. It was all, just an attempt to see what's going on. The difference then was that most 3 of the 4 slams were on grass, and the matches were not as taxing physically. Now they're on 3 of them hard courts, or two on hard courts, 1 grass and 1 clay, even harder. So there's just so much effort and hard work to be done for these players. You've got to protect them a bit.
And I'm at odds with, we've had this sort of discussion before, is Baptiste at 30-year-old Goff holding the serve and now has a break point as she seeks to try and turn this match around. I'm at odds with you, and we've had this before, because I point to the fact that, yes, it's absolutely grueling, and yes, there are injuries, but there's always been injuries on the tour. We're talking about players coming back from a 6-week break, the longest sort of break they've had in a while in terms of the off-season. And we talk about the champions of the game. We're just coming off a generation where we've got Novak Djokovic still out there at 38 playing fine tennis. We've got Stan Wawrinka winning yesterday at 40. Gael Monfils playing a very fine match in his first round at 39. We've had Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer going deep into their 30s. Yes, no doubt there are players injured.
All of those players have had surgeries.
But they've all played a hell of a lot of tennis and been able to come back. So my point is, yes, there's always injuries, but there are always players who can play all the way through. Will we manage it? I think we're at odds here. Well, that's fine.
I think we're talking a little bit around the subject, because, as we'll come to that in a second, Goff has broken for too long. Asserted herself at the start of this set, looking to get herself back in, show Baptiste who's boss, who's the number 3 in the world. Not going to help to hit backhands like that.
Just didn't quite get up to that one there, Simon. We made the backhand error.
The thing is, who is actually asking for the women to play 5 sets? Who is asking for the men to play 3 sets? Some people bring it up as a discussion point. It could be something that happens, but it's not actually an active topic. It's coming. So, and there are other people who think that women should play 5 sets because then it's absolutely fair to get equal prize money. But I'll tell you that women and men put in exactly the same effort.
Exactly right. From the same age and train as hard. And
you're not asked to play 5 sets. Why should they play it? So yeah, there's a lot to be discussed around that topic, and it's a tricky one. And we'd love to get your thoughts on that, as with anything. But I think I am a little bit concerned about injuries in the game, because there are way more injuries, and players are. Look at the players at the end of their careers and the state of their bodies. They are putting themselves through an awful lot. And some of them can barely walk once they stop playing. And is that a good thing? And that's why Nadal said he quit in the end, because he wants to be able to walk properly.
It's not a good thing to be not able to walk, obviously, Simon. But again, exactly. As I said, they do have rewards that they chase and play through injuries, and they've got that choice to make that decision. I know the ranking points and things like that. There are clearly pressures that come with, and sponsors have obligations, etc. But yeah, we're at odds.
The difference, the thing is that it's about you want the players to be able to produce their best tennis.
Goff has 2 game points here on serve to move to a 3-love lead, having responded very well from that initial challenge, Simon.
Yep, served herself at the start of this third. She holds easily. She leads 3 games to love. Yeah, the thing is, it's not about survival of the fittest. That's my real problem with talking up 5 sets. It's the greatest thing that's ever happened. Of course, you get amazing matches. There have been some classics, and you want to see that. But you just want to see. I want to see players playing for as long as possible without these injuries that takes them away from the game for a long time.
And that's absolutely, and that's fine. And I wonder though, Simon, if they're playing best of 5 matches 4 times a year, and they have a day's break between 2. Is it the Grand Slam and the 5 sets tournaments, or is it just the extended tournaments through the year that are making that? And will they train any less? Will they push their bodies any less in terms of training and trying to get to tournaments and to play? If you made a change, I'm not convinced that's the case. Rob's written in from Montreal just quickly. Every time I see a women's match where a player goes 6-1, 3-love up after an hour because their opponent hasn't got a chance to settle in, I think that's not fair. Women should play 5. Every time I see an attritional 5-hour men's match where the guys can barely stand after, I think that's brutal. Men should play 3. I think it changes and waxes and wanes, and
very good call, Rob.
it depends on what the circumstances are of the day. Either way, we know that tomorrow's going to be testing no matter how long the matches are.
It's going to be brutal tomorrow in the heat. So, Coco Gauff on Margaret Court Arena leads 3-love in this second set. First set to Hailey Baptiste, 3 years older than Gauff. We're just going to quickly check in with Kate on Kia Arena.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. We've got a match against Karolina Mukova, the 19th seed, up against Magda Linette from Poland. And Mukova took an early break. She's 2-1 up. We're very early stages here in this first set.
Yeah, that's a nice matchup.
Yeah, it is. And some really lovely tennis being played. Just on what you're talking about with that 5-set match.
Talking to a marathon person, yes, go on.
Yeah, if you were to make the women play in the majors and for it to go 5 sets, then I think you'd have to really reconsider exactly how many other matches or how many tournaments they play throughout the year. I think that would be a little telling.
Yeah, I think you're right. It would affect the schedule, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So, Baptiste serving at love 3 in this second set. Really showed some fine play, especially at the end of the second. But Gauff has lifted her game, as you might expect her to do. Playing her 100th Grand Slam match. There's a lot of these little milestones happening today. It's Carlos Alcaraz, of course, won his 87th of 100. And she is, for somebody so young to get to 100, is pretty impressive. But she is pretty impressive, of course. 2 Grand Slam titles to her name.
At the final at Roland Garros last year, it was tough. It was
windy.
It was full of anxiety. But I loved the way she played.
Yeah,
she can play beautiful tennis, but she can also win playing ugly. And I thought the way she did it in Paris, it's in the eye of the beholder. I remember Aryna Sabalenka got herself into some trouble afterwards with what she said about it. I loved the way that Coco played that final and just got in and rounded out and played wonderfully tennis.
You've got to do what you're going to do to get to win. I mean, there's no need to apologise for that from Coco. She hits a good return at the feet of Baptiste, who then finds the baseline with her forehand, comes in for a drive volley, doesn't actually get to it properly and just frames it way wide. Looks like she's having a little mental letdown here.
Just came off the high that she was on late in the first set, and again against Coco, and we're seeing a couple of different things from Coco. She is trying to get that ball deeper. Like, she's certainly trying to keep her out, behind the baseline. She's someone who can really think her way through matches, and a demonstration unfolding here. She seeks to keep
maybe relaxed a little bit at the beginning of this second set, having done such a good job to get up. And now having to fight her way back into this set if she can. 15-30 at love 3. It's a kick serve to the forehand of Gauff. Goes straight down the middle, does the American, who then misses the backhand into the tram lines. And it's back to 30. Oh, of course, Gauff looking to become the second straight American champion here in Melbourne Park. Madison Keys winning last year in such fine style. And Baptiste looking to cause what would be a monumental upset, has to be said. We saw Belinda Bencic go out yesterday, which was a shock given her
form in
run
the United Cup
to the tournament and form in the first couple of matches, but she's gone. So Gauff would be a bigger fish. Potential title winner, Sabalenka and Swiatek, the top 2 seeds. Sabalenka through already today to the 4th round, but not without a massive struggle against Anastasia Potapova. Winning through eventually, having saved 3 set points in the second set. As Gauff comes forward, looking to get forward, but then nets a pretty straightforward backhand volley. It was low, but she puts it in the net. Is annoyed with herself.
I think Baptiste did a good job to get that low, but you're right. The touch was there.
They've got it in play.
Yeah.
That's what she's thinking, at least. So, game point, Baptiste. Big flat serve out wide to the backhand of Gauff, but Gauff gets good angle with her return, and Baptiste hits down on the ball straight into the net.
Just trying to shorten the rallies. Yeah, we talked about that first set stat line, the curiosities of it, of Coco Gauff. 0 winners for the set, 11 unforced errors. Baptiste, 12 winners and 19 unforced errors. Everything was on her racket, and that's another indication. Just, as soon as the chance was there, she just went for it.
Gauff has hit 1 winner now. So she's on the board in the winner count, and she's on the board in this set. Misses the backhand cross court though, and just gestures to her team, a bit of frustration coming through. And it's advantage Hailey Baptiste. Some encouragement for Gauff from her team. Baptiste serving. into the net. Came through a tough first round match with Taylor Townsend, lucky loser, winning 6-3 in the third, and then a much more comfortable win against Storm Hunter in the second. Kick serve to Goff's backhand, who hits a backhand return right up the line for a winner.
Winner number 2, Simon.
Doubles her winning tally.
And that was quite the winner. Indeed, Baptiste knocking off Townsend and Hunter, who had played a great match in the last round of qualifying, and then basically, goes into the slot with Baptiste, and Baptiste takes them out.
Back to Juice. Second serve. Loses the ball, bouncing for a minute, picks it up again. Serve to the forehand of Goff, who are leaning back next to the forehand. We know Goff's forehand has been the side that has been weaker all the way through her career a bit, just sometimes leans back and doesn't transfer her weight through the ball. Gets in trouble when she doesn't accelerate through it. That's what happened that time, just put it in the net. It's game point Baptiste, but she nets her first serve. Having lots of success when she does get her first serve in. 72%, 1 points won for Goff on first serve, 65 actually for Baptiste. They're doing a better job on second serve early on until the start of this second set, when the stats have changed a little bit because Goff's fighting back well, and it's Juice.
Just the differences in level, and you can hear the encouragement from both coaching teams towards their charges.
Plenty still to come on day 6.
Some great tennis to come. It's been some really good tennis. So I think I told you at the start of the day, Simon, you would have seen. It's always an indication when there's a lot of seeded players left that the tennis continues to get better and better as it goes on. And the first 4 sets played today on all courts, tiebreakers, which indication of just how tight and how competitive it was.
Exactly. Goff finds the line with a backhand cross court, but then nets the backhand. And it's game point Baptiste again. Yeah, we got the evening session on Rod Laver Arena. We'll see Australia's big hope Alex de Minaur against Francis Tiafoe. That'll be followed by the Mirra Andreeva against Elena-Gabriela Ruse in the last match. It's Svitolina Schneider in the night session on Margaret Court, followed by Bublik against Echeverry. We've got Jovic and Paolini coming up shortly on John Cain Arena. And then it'll be Zverev against Norrie. Zverev has a 6-0 head-to-head record in that encounter, matchup, but Norrie fancies his chances, so you never know.
And was there a little scare for Zverev, a little injury scare, I think, late in his match, a little ankle sort of issue that flared. So just something to keep an eye on there.
If that's the case, Norrie will be looking to extend that match as long as possible. Then after the Mukova-Linette match, which is on Kia Arena right now, it'll be Francisco Cerundolo against Andrei Rublev, the number 13 seed from Russia. Meanwhile, it's still Juice, long service game on the Baptiste serve at love 3.
Trying to establish a foothold in the second set after being so impressive in the first. Goff trying to keep the momentum going in this set.
Wild first serve from Baptiste. She's been trying to find that serve out wide a lot on the Juice court and not really getting the angle very often. Goff waiting about 6 feet behind the baseline, then moving in a little to attack the return, but she frames a forehand over the baseline. Just looks annoyed with herself.
Perhaps just that little tricky time, Simon, where the sun, as it starts to move across, we see the shadows in different places on the court. It happens in all tennis around the world, and at the moment that one was half in the service box of the end from which Coco Gauff is returning from for this game.
Yeah, the shade is coming across the court from the umpire's side as we look at it, and it's about just under a quarter across the court. May have affected Gauff's swing. Forehand from Baptiste catches the tape. In comes Baptiste. Gauff tries to pass down the line. Baptiste at the net, short volley. Gauff gets there with so much time to spare. She's so quick as Coco Gauff, and she just whips a little forehand up the line.
Just exceptional defence, hasn't she? Like, that was so swift. Baptiste perhaps didn't do enough with the volley, but nonetheless, she had to be good. It wasn't that bad a volley, and Gauff on top of that, like a flash, knew where it was going as well. She'd read it straight away.
Speed, slid into that forehand, did Gauff. In the end, it's quite an easy pass. Baptiste struggling on her first serve in this set, down at 40% right now. again misses the first. She's just putting extra pressure on herself. Second serve. The forehand of Goff again, who this time pulls it with a lot of topspin down the middle, goes up the line. Now she goes inside out with a forehand. Baptiste on the run on the backhand side. Drop shot from Goff down the middle of the court. Baptiste gets there. Goff should pass up the line and does on the forehand side.
And we just see her playing puppet master more now in rallies, forcing her rival back there with a couple of really good, heavily top-spinning shots on the forehand, and then the drop shot brings her in, sets her up. So it's smart play. She may have been blasted off the court in the first or not able to find her rhythm, but now she's taking her time and extending the rallies and starting to, I think, probably expose a little area where, you know, Baptiste may not be the best mover around the court. Certainly, well, when compared to Goff, there's no one that moves as well, or very few.
Baptiste gets a warning for taking too long. Interesting.
You could put one there as well.
John Blom answering back to Hayley Baptiste.
Big cricket fan, John Blom.
Quite funny there. So I think sometimes it was a decent long rally. The players sometimes get given a little extra leeway. But Baptiste feeling she wasn't given that there. Second serve to the backhand of Goff, straight down the middle. Inside out forehand from Baptiste is good though. That's the first really sort of aggressive shot she's hit in this set.
You never know, that little exchange with the umpire might be enough to just, you know, draw some energy, get her out of this flat spot that she was in.
This game proving to be the longest of the match so far.
It's a little side-eye between that first serve and the second serve towards the umpire after the response came back.
Exactly. Not happy with that. There's the angle on the serve out wide from Baptiste. Finally finds it. Goff, although she gets a racket to it, ball never had a chance of getting over the net.
Sometimes you need a little external motivation. This service game has been going for almost 12 minutes, so you are going to start to fatigue. Again, Goff won't mind that though.
Yeah, but whoever wins it might get a bit of a push, a bit of a boost. It's game point Baptiste as she serves down the tee. Forehand return from Goff is short, sits up for Baptiste to go after. She's at the net, hits a half volley, it's sitting mid-court. Goff should put it away, doesn't, gets another go on the forehand, doesn't put it away, but Baptiste puts the volley in the net anyway.
She'd read it, she'd picked the right way to go, but not to be there for the unseeded American.
And this game's been so long that we're almost at set, well, we are at set point over on Kia Arena, Kate.
You certainly are. I was just thinking the same thing. Amanda Lynette just serving to stay in this first set. She's down 15-40. Mokova at 5-1 has been flawless. And such beautiful variety in her game. It's so much fun to watch. The backhand from Mokova has gone straight back to the feet of Lynette, but she's missed. It's gone long. And Lynette 30-40, so saved one set point. Really hasn't been able to respond to, just as I said before, the variety in the game of Mokova. She just moves the ball around. You're never quite sure what's coming your way. Lynette with the first serve to the feet of Mokova. Mokova with the one-handed backhand, gets that right back on the baseline. Once again, slicing backhands. Both ladies make the... Oh, Lynette has gone down the line, but the ball has hit the net, and Mokova takes that first set 6-1.
Thank you,
in complete and utter control.
Yeah, Mokova, beautiful player to watch. Meanwhile, we haven't finished this game yet. It's still going on.
Coco Goff with break point number 2. It seems like she should have had more given how extended this game has been.
Baptiste, love 3. Having taken the first set 6-3, she serves to the backhand of Goff, who plays a shortish return and then has to scramble for a drop shot, gets there well, and then the attempted pass from Baptiste goes in the net, and a pump of the fist from Coco Goff. She is pleased with herself, as she should be, because she leads 4-love in this second set.
Her team off her chair just looked a little bit tired there, Baptiste, moving to that last forehand. An hour and 10 now on the clock. The opportunity was there. She deployed the drop shot really well. Goff makes it. Just not able to get underneath it enough.
Wasn't behind the ball quick enough to give herself options. In the end, came round it and put it in the net.
So
looking much more comfortable now. 4-love she leads in the second set. You keep your emails coming. We'll have a change of commentary very shortly. Peter Picato, I believe, and Jamie Forless are coming
due to come
into the box, but you can send them all your messages on ozopen.com by the Ask the Booth form, or you can email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. They'd be delighted to hear from you as Leighton Hewitt passes by our commentary box with Alex de Minaur in tow.
Just about to warm him up, Matt Reid, Adolfo, the entire de Minaur team. Walking onto the court on Rod Laver for a practice session.
Big match for Alex de Minaur tonight against Francis Tiafoe. How do you see that going, Courtney?
It's the big, deep breath. Look, I think Alex has played exceptionally well. We know Tiafoe is looking really fit, and he's worked on that with new coach Mark Kovacs, who's got such a distinguished record in tennis, working with some top liners. Alex leads to head-to-head 3-1, but those matches have been pretty tight all the way back to the 2019 US Open, where it was a 4-setter. Alex then got the better of him in the next-gen semi-final a year later. Sorry, 2018, that US Open meeting. 2019, Alex got the better of him. Francis got back, and then the most recent outing was a pretty tight one as well. So I think it'll be a battle, but I do like the way Alex is playing. A bit warmer now, a bit warmer today. So the warmer it gets, the better it is for Alex. So we'll see how that goes.
Goff, meanwhile, 4-love, 40-love, racing through this set now. Have that epic last game, looking to finish this game off. We will have a change of commentary when they do. It's going to be Peter Mercato and Jamie Forless.
I was trying to figure out who it was in the safari hat that was wandering in.
Goff, let's serve. Go again. It's unmistakably Mr. Mercato.
Straight from the
bush.
Straight from the bush, old bushy Mercado.
Here comes Goff. Second serve to the backhand of Baptiste. Up the middle goes Goff. Now she has to stretch for a forehand, which she's not going to get because that's a cracker of a forehand from Baptiste. More of the kind of thing we saw in the first set from her.
Yeah, lovely timing on that forehand. Beautiful timing.
Still a couple of game points for Goff. Just takes a couple of balls from the ball boy. Gives one back. She's still got two. And then tucks one under her skirt and goes for the first one. 40-15, Goff serving. Down the tee, backhand return from Baptiste is over the baseline. And Coco Gauff now moving much more purposefully towards this second set. She leads 5-0. We'll have a commentary switch and a short break. On the other side of that, it'll be Peter Mercato and Jamie Forless.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
And the sound of Margaret Court Arena as well, as Hayley Baptiste is serving at love 5 in the second set. The serve out wide. Goff with a forehand cross court. Coming in is Baptiste. It's a good heavy ball and Goff can't handle the pace. 15 love. Hello, Jamie Forless.
Hello.
This is our first shift together.
I know. I've been waiting so long and we finally got a shift together.
Well, I hope you won't be underwhelmed. Let's see.
No, I'm excited. I'm very excited.
I'm excited by the prospect of what we have here, potentially a third set. Cross-court forehand from Baptiste, followed back by Goff. Baptiste, the forehand volley goes long, so it's 15 all of you. I know you've been so busy today running around doing a million things, but I was excited by the prospect of this just before the match started, and it's kind of living up to it.
Yeah, me too. I've always felt momentum was going to play a big part in this match with both players. I think Baptiste got to a really good and fast start, attacking the Goff forehand quite a bit. But yeah, now tables have turned.
As we see a forehand into the net from Baptiste. It's 15:30. We'll get to Kate for around the courts because there's still a couple of singles matches going on. Plenty of doubles happening around the place as well.
And mixed doubles as well.
And the mixed.
Has started.
Cannot forget. Well, definitely, Jamie. Definitely. You are going to remind me. 15:30.
It's my claim to fame right now.
Hey, live it.
Yeah.
Because most of us around here haven't. So enjoy it. As the serve here on the forehand of Goff. Baptiste with the forehand onto the Goff forehand. That goes cross-court. Cross-court into the net again for Baptiste. 15:40, so set points here for Coco Goff.
Baptiste's intensity has definitely dropped a lot over this set, just getting overworked by Goff at the moment.
Yep, it's starting to, well, it turned right from the off in the second set. Shadow moving across the court. Cross-court forehand from Goff off the return. Baptiste can't handle that pace. We're at 1-1 here on Margaret Court Arena. Goff taking that second set, 6 games to love. Before we get into messages, before we get to Kate, just a question about the shadow moving across the court. It's about halfway across the court, moving laterally. How big of an issue is that for players at this time of day?
Yeah, it's definitely tough, and I feel like you see it on all courts. You don't just see it on Margaret Court, but it's something that both players have to adapt to. It's on both sides. It's not one person trying to deal with it. It is both, but it's tough. There's honestly nothing you can do about it. You just got to watch the ball a little bit closer, got to move your feet a little bit more. Yeah, it's something that happens with the sun in these stadiums.
Yep. Luckily they build them all north-south, so shadow moves across the court that way, not from one direction to the
yeah, the other way would be quite
to the other.
hard. I've had to play a couple matches like that, and you go down one side and you honestly can't see the ball, and then you go down the other. It's like, oh, I can see again. So
you don't need to play at those places too much longer. Let's get a score up. Let's go to Kate Kearns. Hello, Kate.
Hey, Pete.
What is happening around the course? Because there's still a couple of other singles matches happening at the moment.
A little bit going on. At Kia Arena, the matchup Mokova and Lynette, and it's an intriguing game. Well, maybe not so much for Lynette, but Mokova taking that first set 6-1 very quickly, showing all of the tools that she has. But she's just struggled on serve. She was able to hold in the second set and leads that 1-love, and we're 15-all on the Lynette serve. So let's see if Magna Lynette, who of course was a semi-finalist here in 2023, so likes Melbourne, likes these courts, and hoping to get her back into this second set.
Okay, the match almost getting underway on John Cain Arena as well, I'm sure.
That's right,
Eva
Jovic and Yasmin Paolini. I like this time of the tournament when we're starting to get seeds playing one another, so looking forward to that match, and yes, we'll be across that for the rest of the evening.
Wonderful, thank you, Kate. We'll keep in touch as we go along as Goff prepares to serve. Opening game final set on the backhand of Baptiste. Backhand to backhand, they go right where that shadow is, which is making it tricky, as Jamie said. Cross-court backhand from Baptiste. Oh, backhand, no, missing his Goff. Love 15.
It's great depth from Baptiste, pushing Goff off the baseline. Just starting to control these rallies here.
Now you get one of the best seats in the house because we are in our Rod Laver Arena commentary box, and in a moment, you'll just tell us what's actually occurring in front of you right now as Goff serves. Of course, it's only sneaking glances because we're all about what's happening on Margaret Court Arena. The second serve here. As Goff prepares and serves. Backhand for Baptiste is cross-court. Backhand to cross-court backhand. In the ad court, Baptiste goes up the line for a winner. She misses. It's 15-all.
This bunker is probably the best seat in the house, I would say. I'm very lucky to be here. But in front of us, we have Alex DiMino warming up with Leighton Hewitt ahead of his night session. He's first on at 7 p.m. on RLA against Tiafo. And it's pretty cool just watching two unbelievable players warm up.
Well, for a second, Leighton might be playing tonight. As a serve picked up by Baptiste at the middle of the court, Goff with the +1. It's successful, and it's 30-15. Yeah, he is looking good out there. I'm pretty sure Cruz Hewitt's playing.
Juniors, he'll be playing juniors.
He's playing juniors, but he's also in a mixed doubles with Taylor Preston as well, about to go out to the second seas, Stefani and Arevalo.
Leighton's not even watching.
I know, he's here. Well, his business
Warming up
calls,
with Alex.
duties calls, and sometimes schedules collide. Off forehand here from Goff. Baptiste way back in the court, the cross-court backhand. We'll go with the off forehand. Cross-court backhand from Goff. Slice backhand from Baptiste. A shorter ball. Slice up the line from Goff. Good cross-court forehand from Baptiste. Matched by Goff. A miss-hit forehand from Baptiste, though. And that goes long, and it's 40-15.
As the rallies start to get a little bit longer, Goff's definitely starting to control these rallies more. Hayley Baptiste just struggling with her movement out wide to that forehand, not running all the way to the ball. Her errors are starting to creep up a little bit now.
Yeah, it's just running out of time, but that's been the case for many players, and they play Coco Goff as Goff goes with the cross-court backhand. Slice backhand Baptiste into the net, so Goff holds to love. Opening game of the final set. Now tell us, Jamie, obviously you're not just here working with us. We love having you here, but you're doing a whole bunch of other stuff. How's the day been today?
Yeah, it's been really good. I'm part of the media team for Tennis Australia, which has been incredible. So working with everyone there, and yeah, we're trying to take a bunch of content for all the Aussie players, go out, film match points, film training, do some fun content ideas. I don't know if you've seen on our socials, say the word on the beat. So
all right, you're going to have to come and explain. You have to explain some of this stuff. This is a good time for us to maybe explore what's happening on the social. I know it's hard for you to believe, but I am not a real big social media person. I know that's horrible.
That's okay.
Every year I come here for 20 years, we've been talking about making me go viral and my, brand fly and everything like that. It has never worked. So I'm relying on you to be telling the good folks out there what they need to be watching, and that's the starting point here as Baptiste serves down the tee and ace to go to 15 love.
So we've just started to some fun interaction. We had the girls on the whiteboards tell us what their name, nickname, pre-match meal is, and just goals for 2026. And it's
so
just an insight. Yeah, just an insight of trying to get to know the player a little bit more, the person behind the player, because we always see them on TV and we always see them on different social media channels, but we don't actually know them. Like, I want all the viewers to know who that person is that's playing and who you're supporting. So
great idea.
Yeah.
As the serve here from Baptiste clips the tape on the way through. It is 30 love. Is that on all those videos on all the social media platforms?
Yes, on Tennis Australia, on our Instagram and Twitter and TikTok.
TikTok as well. Remember to say TikTok, I look at my watch. As the serve here. There you go, and I am just aging rapidly, sitting here next to Jamie.
It's like we have to get your TikTok.
Well, that can sit and be a wasteland like all my others. As the serve comes in. Oh, I like your enthusiasm, Jamie, but I think you're fighting a lost cause as a cross-court forehand from Goff, forehand to forehand. They go up the line from Goff, and Baptiste can't handle that pace. It's 30-15.
I'll try. We'll get there by the end of the 2 weeks.
The amount of people at this tournament that have said that exact same thing and gone, nah, just cannot do it anymore. No, too hard.
It can get a little bit difficult, but it's fun. It's to get to know the players on tour.
As the serve out wide, missing from Baptiste. 30-15. There's Goff in line with the Melbourne side. We'll wait for this return. It's a cross-court backhand. Up the line goes Baptiste. Cross-court forehand from Goff. Forehand to forehand, not in the middle of the court as Baptiste throws in the slice. It's a drifting ball long, and it's 30 all.
Just a lot of unforced errors from the Baptiste side.
Unforced errors today, 31 to 18, and 17 winners for Baptiste to 6 for Goff.
Yeah, that's too big of a difference between winners to errors, in my books.
Well, they're good books.
I try.
Not everyone in our commentary team has walked out to play a final on Rod Laver Arena, I just might add. In fact, none of us have. So there you go.
Go me.
Read the book as the forehand here from Goff picked up by Baptiste. Cross-court backhand from Goff. We'll go with another slice backhand into that 8-court. Baptiste with the off forehand deep into the 8-court corner. We'll go with a cross forehand this time. Looping forehand. Wow, that's gone well long and wide from Goff. It's 40-30.
Yeah, that's a better play by Baptiste. Just pushing Goff into the backhand side to open up her forehand side. When Goff struggles with the timing a little bit, you can see her shank it. So She kind of pulls off the ball, doesn't stay through the ball, get the right arm through. Body weight goes left.
As the serve comes in. Down the tee, it's a good serve, heavy. Goff throws this ball up high, it goes wide. And so we're at 1 game all. So that video, those videos you're talking about, they're mainly Australian players, all Australian players, being the Tennis Australia social channels?
Yes, so the Tennis Australia will do just the Australian players, so we'll focus on that. But
Not every game,
throughout the...
you gotta give her a different look. That's what champions do.
Here we go, Haley. All heart here.
You are great at that.
Come on.
Oh, just hearing the Baptiste camp.
Way to dig that game. Let's go.
Having a chat.
And the AO socials will focus on every player.
Great.
In the draw, so.
I want to hear more about these ideas as the serve comes in from Goff. Baptiste with a point up the line. Cross-court backhand from Goff is heavy. Blocked back by Baptiste. A floating backhand that goes long up the line.
15 love.
15 love. So what else have you, because you mentioned, what was the word thing?
Say the word on the beat. So we'll have a selection of videos come up on the screen and you'll have to say what that word is in time with the beat. So every word will rhyme.
Oh.
It's a bit of a tongue twister.
As we wait here for this, gosh, enough tongue twisters doing commentary. Backhand to backhand we go. Up the line, Baptiste, no, pulled the trigger too early, hit the Kia sign halfway up the net. 30 love.
Just a little bit undisciplined by Baptiste there. Losing the second set, 6 love, playing a really critical game to come back to 1-0. You want to be making Goff play. You don't want to be undisciplined in these points and just starting to lose a little bit of concentration. Body language starting to go a little bit negative as well.
An update with Kate shortly. His first serve goes into the net. So these videos, there's videos that come up with.
I'll have to show you after.
Yeah, this is going to be something. Again, jump on, folks. If you're jumping on the socials, just you'll see it.
You'll
I won't
see
see
it
it till later. The serve into the net, double faults. It's 30-15.
It's just a fun way for players to interact because you go in to do an interview and you get asked the same questions sometimes, all the time. And it can get a bit stale. So we were like, why not change it up? Why not have a bit of fun with our interviews?
What did the video show, though? Is it a word? As the serve comes in. And it's gone long. Second serve. An hour and 27 on the Rolex clock. We're up to 5:15 on this Friday afternoon. It's almost knockoff time. No, we've got more matches to come on AO Radio.
Just getting started.
Don't tell me that, boy, from Baptiste. Backhand picked up by Goff. He's content on that forehand. Now she's in the A-court playing a backhand up the line, heavy. Cross-court forehand, plenty of loop from Goff. Baptiste going back that way, goes wide with her forehand, and it's 40-15.
So each picture is a word. So our first sign is like the AO sign. So you would say A-O, 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 A-O. And the next one was the word ace, and then a picture of space. So ace, space, space, ace. And you would have to say it on what would come up.
Right. Space, ace, space. Goff serves onto the backhand of Baptiste. This might confuse my commentary, but that's okay. Slice backhand up the middle of the court from Goff, giving plenty of time for Baptiste to lean into a heavy backhand. The backhand reply from Goff is netted. It's 40-30.
I'll show you the video after. For anyone that's listening, jump onto our socials and you'll see it and you'll have a good chuckle.
So, was this the AO doing a similar thing or just the... So both sets for different...
Both.
All right, you'll get the idea.
Yep, both.
And
you'll
then
see it.
Write into us, aoradio@tennis.com.au, or use the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com, and we will happily get your explanations of it. Jamie's explaining it to me. Clearly,
I haven't done a
get it.
very good job at explaining it.
No, you have. I just don't get it. As Goff holds, it's 2-1 in the final set here on Margaret Court Arena. Plenty of action happening around the courts. Kate Kearns, bring us up to date with what's happening.
Pete out here on Kia Arena. Karolina Mukova from Czechia has taken the first set 6-1. We're on serve against Magna Linette, 2-1 in the second. Linette at 30 all on serve. And she's trying to hold on right now, but you just get the feeling that Mukova may have too much game. And then, of course, on Cain Arena, a match that's just started between Eva Jovic from the USA, is the 29th seed, against Yasmin Paolini from Italy, the 7th seed. Early stages there, 6 minutes in, but it is Jovic with the early break. She leads 1-0 and is 30-15 on serve.
This is interesting, Kate. What is it?
Handstand, band, handstand,
no,
band,
don't
grand slam.
Please do not bring me into this. I have got a question for you though, Jamie. What players misunderstood? You were talking before about, we sort of know them as players and, a little bit on their social media and that, but we don't really know players very well. Are there any players that you think are misunderstood in terms of, the crowd, the audiences and the player themselves?
Well, I think the players that we had are very open to doing socials, but it's just like having a bit of fun with them. I feel like we see them all the time and they're so serious and they're so locked into what they're doing that like when we get them doing socials and these type of fun, it just relaxes them and you kind of get to see another side of like they like to have fun too. They're people too. They're not serious all the time. Yeah.
I noticed how you wanted to be out of that conversation, Kate, then inserted yourself right back into it. But that's okay. That's fine.
That's what I do, Pete. You know that.
Well, Hailey Baptiste is at 15-love. 1-2 in this final set against Coco Gauff on Margaret Court Arena. AO Radio this afternoon. Serve onto the forehand of Gauff. And into the net goes Baptiste. Just too much depth on the return from Gauff. It's 15-all.
Yeah, Baptiste just not moving fast enough also after the serve.
Gauff has won 11 of her last 12 Grand Slam three-setters.
That's a great record to have.
Soaks up the pressure moments. Gets a high return here, Gauff. It goes long.
30-15.
And it's 30-15. So any others that I need to know that you're going to explain to me and I'm going to not actually know?
No, I think that was the best one. But that was pretty funny. Like once I showed you, that was pretty good.
Because you've got to, what happens, like you've got to see what the actual little pictures are.
Yeah, so I'll explain to the player what every word is because like when I got to the ball and the waltz, I said at the start brick, but it's wall because it rhymes.
With ball,
yeah.
right. And does the beat change?
No, it'll stay the same.
Right, okay.
Yep.
As Baptiste serves onto the forehand of Gauff. Middle of the court they go. That's going long from Baptiste. And it's 30-all. I just feel like Baptiste is the one just trying to hang in.
Yeah, Gauff's level is just starting to be consistent throughout this second and third set. Baptiste just trying to find that level that she played in the first.
So 30-all. As Baptiste prepares at 1-2. Take two on the ball toss. The shades coming across the court. 3/4 of the court now in shade. There's the serve. Out wide. High ball from Gauff. It's short. Baptiste at the net. Oh, it does well to cover it off. Ball was drifting across. She went with the cross forehand winner. It's 40-30 as Alex de Minaur leaves the building. Temporarily.
Temporarily. He'll be back at 7.
He's coming back at 7. He better be.
Hope so.
Yeah. Be disappointed people if he's not. Ball out wide missing. Second serve. Baptiste waiting with game points. The serve running around playing the off forehand is Gauff. Oh, it's a deep ball dug out by Baptiste. A half court ball. Oh, big forehand up the line from Gauff. It's 2 games all. Looks like Baptiste is settling into the task.
Yeah, just starting to settle into this third set. Gauff, her forehand can miss for quite a big margin.
Yeah.
We've seen that a couple of times. They're not small margins. They're a couple meters off the baseline.
So unforced error count 20 for Gauff today, but only 6 winners. It's 2-all in the final set as Gauff prepares and the serve. Down the tee, picked up here by Baptiste. Up the middle of the court they go. Backhand to backhand, too deep again from Baptiste. It's 15-love.
There's not enough footwork around that ball.
Good start and work.
What are the social media trends? Hasn't it been recently the you have to put a photo up for what you were doing 10 years ago?
Yeah, the 2016 trend. I didn't do that trend. But we did it on our socials.
Is it over already?
Yeah, that was last week.
Jamie, I can't keep up with this.
No, we put that social. We did that trend.
I don't remember what I did yesterday, let alone 2016.
Or what I had for breakfast.
Yeah, forehand. That was a long time ago, Joey. Forehand into the net from Baptiste. It's 30-love. She's annoyed with herself. She was right onto that ball. She ran around to play it as a forehand.
Just ran around, but again, her footwork is lacking quite a lot. Didn't give enough shape over the net.
As we wait now for the serve. Onto the forehand of Baptiste. It goes wide. And Goff gets that first serve going. Look at the percentage. 65 into play today. 78% won on first ball. 53 on second ball. Pretty good going for Coco.
Very good. Wait, how do you know about the 2016 trend? That's good.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm completely out of social media. Like I have it, but I just don't use it. As the serve here onto the forehand of Baptiste. It goes long. Goff holds it 3-2 in the final set. I mean, I've got it, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it just don't do anything on it.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And you've caught me out again because I'm talking about it as if it's happening right now, and it was so last week.
No, but it's still good that you brought it up. That's good.
Yeah, 2016. What was I doing around this time? Sitting in this booth.
Were you actually?
Yeah,
Also? That's
absolutely.
Cool.
Hey, you know who else was sitting in this booth?
Who?
Kate Kearns. Now she's sitting upstairs doing
I've been
updates for
ejected.
us. She's been ejected. No, she'll be back with a vengeance. You're on tonight, aren't you?
I am, 7 o'clock. Looking forward to it.
Yep.
Who am I calling with?
Steve Pearce tonight.
Oh, crikey. Okay.
Oh, well, can't have it all your own way.
No,
But
you cannot.
What's happening on Kia
Well,
Arena,
Moko
please?
has it all her way because on Kia Arena, she is up a break now in the second set, having taken the first set 6-1, and she is now 4-1 up and cruising, and she is looking so good. She just did a lovely serve volley. I love seeing that in the women's game.
Beautiful thing.
Did you want to go across to John Cain Arena
can we
as
get
well?
a quick update from JCA, please?
Is 3 love up. She has Paolini has been unable to hold serve, so with a 3 love up and coming out to serve for 4 love lead in the first set.
We are
13 minutes, just ripping through it.
We are seeing a shot on our monitor of Grand Slam over, which is looking packed. It is that time of
It's Friday
of the
night.
week. It is.
Kate.
It's a bad. You know what? It's a bad day for. It's a bad day for a beer. As we hit forehand up the line, cross court backhand into the nets, or other beverage of choice of a Friday night. It could be a lemonade.
true.
A bad day to be a lemonade.
It's a beautiful day outside.
It's love 15 here for Baptiste, who's at 2-3. As the serve into the nets. Second serve. And the serve onto the backhand of Goff, up the middle of the court, off forehand from Baptiste. Goff is there. Baptiste goes up the middle of the court, off forehand from Goff, slice backhand for Baptiste. Goff goes with the backhand. Backhand to backhand they go. Now Goff on the forehand, just reaching for it. It's cross court. Good angle from Baptiste on her cross court. Up the line from Goff and going back the other way. Cross court backhand is wide from Baptiste. It's love 30 in trouble again, Hayley Baptiste.
A lot of pressure on the Baptiste serve. But I was going to go back to what Kate said about the Moko serve volley. I think it's coming back. I definitely think it's coming back on the women's side.
You're in bit S&V work.
Sabalenka has thrown in the serve and volley quite a lot in the last 2 weeks that I've been watching her. And I think in one of her interviews she said she wants to be a little bit more unpredictable on the tour. So, yeah.
Lock it in. Serve down
Spot
the
on,
tees.
Jamie. Spot on.
Who was that? Oh, it was Kate.
Thanks, Kate. But it's true. Like Priscilla Hon, you'll see her hit the serve and volley. Mukova will hit the serve and volley. Now, Sabalenka.
I think too, as the serve here, you think about particularly Sabalenka and Mukova too, the fact that they play lots of doubles.
Yes.
Helps
Sabalenka being world #1 doubles a couple of years ago as well.
Backhand to off forehand here. Baptiste just running out of room again. It goes wide. She didn't quite get to it. Break points here. Almost match points you feel for Coco Gauff.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to slip away from Baptiste. Coco Gauff just applying so much pressure, making a lot of returns. Just solid balls. She's not going for anything too silly. Good depth. Going across her body.
So 15-40. Baptiste serves. Puts a tape on the way through. Another first serve coming up. Hour and 39 on the Rolex. A serve onto the forehand of Goff up the middle of the court. Back that way from Baptiste on a backhand. Forehand up the line from Goff. Lands inside the baseline. A looping ball. Backhand up the line from Baptiste. A looping forehand from Goff again. Big backhand cross court from Baptiste. It goes wide. And Goff breaks. It's 4-2 now in the final sets.
Third set just starting to slip away from Baptiste. Just too many unforced errors. Doesn't really need to go for anything too big. Coco Gauff's not hurting her on a lot of balls, just overworking her in a way.
The serve volley is interesting because you sort of think, okay, what can players do just to have that point of difference, just to change things up? Certainly getting more forward as well. Not just the serve volley, but just willing to move forward to the service line.
Yeah, they're willing to move forward, also take balls out of the air. I love coming to the net and I love hitting drive volleys, and we're starting to see that more and more, which is really cool, actually.
Leading you to play finals out here on Rod Laver Arena. 15 love here for Gauff at 4-2. As we wait now for Gauff to deliver this ball. He clips the tape on the way through. Your ball bouncing for Coco Gauff. Wants to get this done pretty quickly from here, you feel. And the first serve goes into the net. Third serve. Again, taking plenty of time on this ball. Serve. Onto the backhand of Baptiste. Up the line goes Gauff. Balance. He puts it wide. It's 15 all.
We spoke about yesterday the rule on when it's a let, when that will change in you play on lets.
What did you say?
I think that soon they'll get rid of the let rule, and if it hits the tape on the serve, it's play on.
I like that as an idea.
As it's in the juniors currently.
Yes, yeah.
And college.
I'm a reformist in terms of tennis, so any way we can innovate, absolutely let's do it. I know that people go, oh, but it doesn't take that much time, but let's give it a try. Just something, again, for the crowd. Take a while to get used to.
It would take.
Whoa, that was a big second serve from Gauff. She did not hit that the way she wanted to. 15-30.
No, definitely did not. Didn't brush underneath the ball low to high. Kind of went through the ball a little bit more. Hit it more like a first serve than a kicked second serve.
You kind of get caught in between and just deliver that.
I wonder if she changed her mind halfway through.
So the serve coming in here for Gauff onto the backhand of Baptiste. Big ball from Gauff into the juice court. Now playing another forehand to sum up the line. Up the middle of the court on the backhand is Baptiste. Off forehand from Gauff. Slides backhand go. Oh, Baptiste put it into the net. Trying to just change things up a little bit. It is 30 all. Kate, we might cross to you because you got match points on Cain Arena.
Got 3 match points. It's Karolina Mukova who is serving to go into the 4th round here at the Australian Open against Magna Linette. The first serve out to the back end of Linette, and it's gone long. And it's Karolina Mukova, the 19th seed. An easy 6-1, 6-1 here on Cain Arena.
Very, very comfortable in the end. Thank you for that, Kate, because back here we've got Coco Gauff in a slice and dice now with Hailey Baptiste. Baptiste picks up the middle of the court. Big cross-court backhand from Gauff. High ball from Baptiste. Lands three-quarter court. Off forehand from Gauff is good. And the come on you can hear from her as well. She's a point away from 5-2 final set.
There's a lot of motion in this now, especially from Gauff's side. Just starting to get closer to the finish line. Wants this match to be over, but she's done a great job to fight back.
Still a match to come on Cain Arena. Francisco Cerundolo, Andrei Rublev on AO Radio. As Gauff prepares and the serve. It's a good one. Deep in the box. Out wide. Baptiste can't handle it. And Coco Gauff a game away. 5-2 now here on Margaret Court Arena. Peter Mikado, Jamie Falls with you. It is AO Radio. We are live around the world and we're seeing whether Coco can actually finish this off. But what we do have, Jamie, is we're starting to get a good sense of what the round of 16 matches are looking like on the women's singles side. So we'll have Aryna Sabalenka, Victoria Moko. That will be, get the popcorn out for that one.
That's a great match. I'm not sure if they've played before.
I'd have to check that.
We'll have to check that.
Yulia Putintseva had a win today. We'll play the winner of the match. It's currently on John Cain Arena, where we'll be heading next to Jovic and Paolini. Karolina Mukova has moved her way through. She'll play the winner of this match that we're covering right now.
That's another great match.
And then Svitolina and Schneider are playing first up on Margaret Court Arena. The winner of that match will play the winner of the match that's going to be on Rod Laver Arena last up tonight. Mirra Andreeva, Elena-Gabriela Ruse. And Ruse is actually out on Rod Laver Arena having a hit. So there are some good ones happening there. And we look further ahead. We've got plenty of great matches to come tomorrow as well. remember too, bit of news for you. If you're setting your watches for everything, we have a 10:30 Melbourne time start tomorrow on all courts. That's due to the heat as Goff goes with a backhand cross court. We're just starting the 8th game of set number 3. Baptiste goes bang, big forehand up the line for a winner, 15-love.
Stepped in and hit that. Goff just playing too central through the middle of the court, not doing enough with the depth.
There's Baptiste, the serve, into the nets. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Goff. It's cross court. Backhand to backhand we go. Good angle from Baptiste. Gets a short ball in the middle of the court. Follows it in. Goff goes up the line. High backhand volley from Baptiste. Just gets over. Goff gets there but can't do much with it. Wow, Baptiste full stretch on the backhand volley. Just getting it over. A bit of round of applause from Coco, and fair enough, it's 30-love.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great play by Baptiste coming into the net. Definitely hasn't done it that much during this final set and can probably do it a little bit more, but I think Coco's been great from the back of the court and hasn't actually allowed Hayley to come in.
The serve here onto the backhand of Goff, and Goff goes long. It's 40-love. We'll get to some of your messages as well along the way. Keep them coming through. aoradio@tennis.com.au or ask the booth form on ausopen.com. As the serve here, down the tee, misses. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Goff. It's gone cross court. Baptiste goes up the line. Block, slice forehand from Goff. She's in the juice court playing cross court forehand. Up the line goes Baptiste. It was available to her. Good job. Forcing Coco now to try and finish off this match on her serve, 5-3.
Just putting the pressure back on Goff on the first serve. Now we'll see how well her serve does hold up in these big moments. Have we had any good entries?
Oh, we've had plenty.
Oh,
well, for our
okay.
competition. Jamie's referring to our competition, folks, which we will have for you. So this is our $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop, and I imagine on your travels, filming and everything else, you might have just wandered past the shop occasionally. How's it looking?
Yeah, good. There's some good gifts in there.
Yeah, I know. You can donate your $50 to us, buy us some stuff. No, don't do that. Wherever you are in the world, actually, you'll be able to use it. Of course, AustralianOpenShop.com, a global enterprise. As Goff, second serve at 5-3. Baptiste going up the middle of the court with her backhand. Backhand to backhand we go. And now Baptiste with a forehand up the line. Backhand picked up there by Goff. She's in the middle of the court playing a forehand onto the Baptiste backhand, really leaning into it. She'll get another one here, throwing in the drop shot. Coming forward is Goff, playing up the line, open court winner. She tracks that down so well. It's 15-love.
Baptiste just putting her hand up to her team saying, what do I do then? Just getting overworked by Goff from the baseline. Not the smartest choice. She was in control of that rally. Just needed to push Goff around the court a little bit more to get that short ball to come into the net like she's done in the previous game. But Goff way too quick up to that drop shot. That wasn't the best.
Oh, I love the colour of Coco's racket.
The purple colour matches her outfit.
The serve on the, I'll go back to the outfit. Kate, I know Kate's listening. We'll just, was that the outfit we were talking about the other day, Kate? We'll take that as a no.
No,
Yeah.
that wasn't Pete.
No, what was the one I was doing? I learnt the term the other day.
Oh, ombre.
Ombre. The back here, cross court. Backhand to backhand they go as Goff goes with a cross forehand deep in the juice court. Too deep, in fact, and it went long. Whose outfit were we talking about with that, Kate?
Actually, it may have been Goff's. Was it? I have a feeling it was someone else.
It was probably
But I think it's
someone
the
else.
same dress. No, she wouldn't be. No, I doubt that anyone else would have her same outfit.
No, she would be.
She'd be
yeah,
on her
Goff
own.
would be on her own, wearing the light purple outfit.
Anyway, I'm sure we'll bottom that at some stage, maybe next year, Pete.
As the backhand goes wide from Baptiste, it's 30-15. I learnt ombre.
Ombre.
I had no idea until I got here this tournament. Always learned something.
But you haven't heard ombre with, like, when you dye your hair? Like, women can dye their hair.
I haven't got any, Jamie.
No, but...
Of course I haven't heard of it.
Never mind.
As Goff, 2 points away, the serve onto the backhand of Baptiste. Short ball. Goff goes cross-court forehand. Baptiste full stretch on the forehand. Can't do much with that. 2 match points for Coco Goff. An hour and 50 on the Rolex clock. She's been pushed today. Might be just the hit out to really spark her Australian Open campaign in 2026. Match point for Coco Gauff. As the serve onto the forehand, Baptiste goes long. And that meant a lot to Coco Gauff, the third seed. An excellent performance from her on this Margaret Court Arena. She gives Hailey Baptiste a hug. 3-6, 6-love, 6-3. And she moves through to round 4 of the Australian Open again.
Always difficult playing against a friend. It's sometimes so hard. Big matchup. Gauff had early signs of struggle, but for her to be able to bounce back, especially early in these rounds, that shows a lot of confidence to herself and to her game, that sometimes you don't need to be playing your best tennis early on, but it's how you get yourself out of that. And she's done that today, and she can take a lot of confidence out of that into the next round.
Yeah, looking forward to hearing from her in a few moments. And she's just handing some sweatbands into the
scrunchies.
The crowd. Oh, scrunchies, sorry.
Scrunchies.
Again, I haven't got any hair. This is all foreign to me and potentially triggering as Baptiste leaves the court. A huge crowd on Margaret Court Arena enjoying what she has done today.
It's definitely a positive for Baptiste. She came out, she took it to Coco Gauff. She's, of course, going to be disappointed with that result, but I think these are like learning curves for someone like Hailey, just to be able to put herself in these positions, and next time she is up against someone like Coco or in another second, third round at a slam, she'll definitely take a lot of confidence and, yeah, hopefully tighten up on those errors a little bit.
So we'll hear from her in just a moment. And then we'll slowly move across to John Cain Arena to finish off the day session before the evening serve coming up in around, what have we got, 50 minutes time. So just seeing the embrace of the two at the nets. Coco walking to the
well done.
Let's have a listen.
Hailey came out playing really well, hitting some big forehands, using her variety. After dropping that first set, what adjustments did you have to make to turn this match around?
Honestly, I didn't change too much. I think I tried to get more first serves in, but like you said, she played so well in the first set. Maybe a couple points go my way, it could be a different outcome, but I wasn't too upset. I just said if she plays like this the whole match and I can't raise my level, then great job to her. But I was able to raise my level, and yeah, I'm happy with how I mentally stay calm through that.
You've known Hailey for a very long time. What challenges does that present when you know and you're so familiar with your opponent?
Yeah, not too many challenges. I think we're both competitors, so we don't take any personal things on the court. We both trying to win, and we understand that. But yeah, obviously we know each other's games, but we honestly don't really practice or play that much. We only played once, so honestly, I don't think I've seen her play obviously a million times, but it's always different when you're stepping on the court, and she plays so different to any other player on tour. So I was just trying to be my best and to adjust. And then I have one more thing to say. Hailey's a great competitor. So to the guy who made that comment, we're all doing our best out here, and yeah, a lot of people believe in her. So yeah, I understand you're trying to root for me, but let's be respectful. We're all trying our best. So yeah.
That's well said, Coco. I want to ask you about your game. You can win so many different ways. You can win with offense, you can win with defense. How do you decide the balance of how much offense to defense you're going to play depending on the opponent?
Well, honestly, when I was returning, I was just playing mainly defense because she had so many good first serves, so I felt like every return game I was just more focused on putting the return in the court and just trying to figure it out. But on the serve, I was just trying to be aggressive with my placement and not being too passive. I think there was some moments where maybe I was a bit too passive, so honestly, I'm out there trying to figure out the balance along with everybody else.
Well, you figured it out right in time. And I lastly want to ask you, Coco, looking ahead to week 2, round of 16, you're going to be playing Muchova. She got through her match. You've played her a few times. She also has some variety. What do you look forward to in that matchup?
Yeah, I think today was a good not practice because Haley's tough. But it's not often you play two players like Mokova and Haley. So I think I'll need to try to take what I did today and trying to make some more adjustments to do better. But she's a tough opponent. I always say she's one of the best players on tour and deserves way more wins than she has, I think, just with injuries and everything. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one. It's never easy with her, but I'm happy with today, and I'll look forward to her tomorrow.
All right, congratulations on the third round win. Good luck in week 2.
Thank you.
All right, there is Coco Gauff, and well said as well. I think supporting the crowd and everything like that, but just knowing that there are limits to that too.
Yeah, definitely. I think as an athlete, we try and go out there and put the best show that we possibly can. And I think what Coco said there really sums it up. We're trying our best as well as everyone else. So just to be respectful for everyone watching.
And just the second week, yay, she's written on the camera lens as well. And the evolution of Coco Gauff has been wonderful to watch. She come in as a youngster who qualified into Wimbledon, then made her mark from there. But now is so well versed in the fact that she is in the second week. Yeah, she's in the second week, but all business. I'm playing a friend, that can be tricky, but I'm getting it done. I want to get done with a minimum of fuss and got things going in that second set. Sets herself up for the second week. It's almost like they're playing another tournament next week because it goes up a gear.
Yeah, definitely. I think she is so young and she has had so much experience that you can't take that away from her. And as she enters the second week, now it's business.
Yeah.
Now it's time to work and actually get the job done.
Oh, there are some exciting matchups coming up, even in the fourth round. Hey, we might read this message from Jonathan in Switzerland.
Yes. So Jonathan from Switzerland, he's on the Italian-Swiss border. He has said the problem with Gauff winning this match is that she has the cheat code for beating my fave, in brackets, Mokova. I guess there is a first time for everything, but I am not confident.
Well, look, Jonathan, they're going to lace them up and they're going to get out here and they're going to play and anything can happen. We've seen it plenty of times, and Mokova, as we know, is a quality player.
Yeah, they're going to go head-to-head. It's going to be a great battle. You're going to see a lot of variety. You're going to see coming to net. You're going to see serve and volley. You're going to see slices, and that's exciting.
Yeah, I think it'll be a close match. So, Jonathan, stay with us. You're going to hear it. You got Sabalenka and Moko locked in. Putintseva will play the winner of the match on John Cain, which you're going to hear from Kate in a moment about. And then we've got Svitolina Schneider and Ruse and Andreeva. The winner of those two matches are going to play each other in the fourth round. And it's a common theme, Jamie, when we look at the women's. The narrative has been, okay, yes, we've got Sabalenka there. Yes, we've got Swiatek. But there could be, I reckon, at least 10 genuine title fancies. And from round one, it's probably 15 or 20 on the women's side. The variety that we get is fantastic.
I agree. But how exciting, though, is that we get to watch matches and we don't know which way they're going to go. They can go left, they can go right. And it just shows the variety that we also have on the women's tour. It's not one-dimensional. You're going to get a lot of different players that are familiar and likeable on different surfaces too. So I feel like that's always quite exciting.
The non-predictability. But the thing is, though, it's interesting to look at the kind of storylines here, right? Sabalenka, world number one, been around for a while. You've got Iga Swiatek, Coco Gauff. I mean, they're sort of the sort of in command, if you like, of the WTA. But then you've got the next generation coming through. You've got Moko, you've got Jovic, who's playing on court right now, who then come up against the likes of, Mokova, who can bob up and, okay, I can contend, get to quarterfinals, get to semi-finals. It's just a really interesting mix. Like, you look at those players coming through and you think, okay, well, it's not 16 seeds who are coming through here. We've got a variety across the board. We've got those who are there right now and those who are coming up very quickly behind them.
Yeah, and it's great to see the young girl, the next generation of women and girls that are coming up, because how exciting to see a different type of style of tennis and get introduced to new players. I love when new players start emerging and start coming up. So it's definitely good to see. I know on the men's side we see Alcaraz and Sinner quite a lot, but that variety is great for the women.
It is, absolutely. It's great. Let's actually go to Kate Kearns on John Cain Arena because there's a set point here.
It is, Pete, and it's Eva Jovic from the States serving for the first set, 5-2 against Jasmine Paolini. And I'll talk about Paolini in a minute because the doctors were out just earlier Paolini with the return of serve, but it is Jovic with the forehand down the line, and she's taken that first set 6-2. Yeah, so at the change of ends just before Paolini had the doctor out, it's unclear as to what's wrong. She took a couple of tablets, but didn't have any part of her body worked on, so maybe just a stomach upset or something. But she definitely looks like she's hasn't got the power in her game that we're used to seeing. So she's just leaving court now, but we'll keep an eye on that one. I think we're actually going to that match next, aren't we? So, she's just left court, and hopefully she'll start feeling a little better in this second set.
Absolutely, Kate. Yep, 37 minutes on court. Thank you for that. Keep your messages coming through. aoradio@tennis.com.au. AO Radio Tennis. I forgot to mention the actual competition. We were talking about the $50 voucher.
You have to mention the competition.
We got sidetracked.
It's a good one.
That tends to happen when you're on with me. We just go off on different tangents. But if you haven't... where have you been? I mean, gosh, we've been talking about it for a while now. Entries close for this competition at 5 o'clock on Sunday afternoon Melbourne time. So it's just coming up to 6 p.m. Melbourne time. So on a Friday, adjust your clocks. You got essentially 2 days from now to get your entries in, because Nat Edwards on the evening serve will announce the winner. Now, we've talked about actors, which actors would play tennis players in movies. We've been there, done that, wouldn't even think about it for the social media stuff that you're doing. It was so 5 years ago. We're turning the tables this time because we want tennis players to play famous roles in films. So the idea, which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why? So it can be any genre, any era. If you just are picking a film from your part of the world, and it's probably not really well known, just give us a bit more context of the film itself. That would be great. Be creative with your response. The movie can be from any era, anywhere around the world, although you might want to give some more information, again, as the movie isn't well known. Now, we've had a lot of Marvel characters come in, but it's only an example. You can go with comedy, you can go with drama, you can go with romance. Whatever you'd like to come up with, keep it nice, of course. You can enter via the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com or email aoradio@tennis.com.au. Make sure you give us your name and where you are listening to us from. We'll analyse. We will get a team of judging panel together.
Okay, so it's a team of judging panel, because we had this conversation a couple of days ago and we weren't sure who was judging it.
Yeah, is it just me? No. Not just me, but you can still write it and say nice things about me. It's fine.
You'll get bonus points.
We'll have the decision, and Nat will announce it on the evening serve on Sunday. And then don't despair if you don't win this time around. Don't despair, because we will have another competition which starts on Monday and run for the second week of the tournament. And if you want to check out all the great Australian Open merch, you can do that online at australianopenshop.com. We will take a break. We'll run over from Margaret Court Arena all the way over to John Cain Arena, and we'll have the second set of this one, Jovic and Paolini. Seed 7 in a bit of trouble. We'll find out how that goes after the break on AO Radio.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
Well, this is the sound of the weekend. And here in Australia, it is a long weekend, because Monday is the Australia Day national holiday. So people are getting into it. So it's going to be bumper crowds, although it is expected to be very, very warm tomorrow. And as we mentioned, play will start tomorrow at 10:30 across all of the courts. So Rod Laver Arena, Margaret Court Arena, John Cain, all of them starting at 10:30. We will potentially have a stop on some of the other courts. 10 o'clock start is traditional for the juniors, which get underway tomorrow. I know you've been interviewing some of the Aussie juniors before they start their tournaments. So a 10 o'clock start out there. So we might have some sort of time out off the court. Obviously the roof stadiums, we can shut the roof if need be too. But just keep in mind, if you are coming to Melbourne Park, that you'll need to get here slightly earlier for the start of play, as we're underway in set number 2.
And bring a drink bottle, a hat and sunscreen.
Absolutely.
It's going to be very warm tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'll get you an exact forecast in a moment, Jamie.
Thanks.
Not just for you, but obviously the audience as well. 15 love as Paolini serves. This clips the tape on the way through.
I'm going to guess it's going to be 38 degrees tomorrow.
All right.
That's my guess.
38 Celsius. There's the serve here. Onto the backhand of Jovic. Forehands from both players. Up the line goes Paolini. High ball from Jovic. This is not going to come back. No, it goes wide.
If I was to describe Jovic for you as a player, in my eyes, she's someone that is like a Jeannie Bouchard, who holds baseline, has very similar swings to Jeannie, actually.
Yes,
Isn't the tallest as well.
Serve here into the bottom of the net. The return from Jovic. It's 40 love.
Yeah, and this is a great start by Paolini. First game is always really important after dropping the first set. She went for a bathroom break, refreshed a little bit.
So the serve here onto the forehand of Jovic up the line. Cross-court forehand from Paolini. Forehand to forehand, they go forehand up the line from Paolini. Cross-court backhand from Jovic. Backhands now from both. Heavy ball from Paolini. Jovic puts hers into the net. The roar from Jasmine. She's held in the opening game of the second set. So we'd like a forecast.
Yes, please.
The official forecast for tomorrow. Sunny, light winds becoming northwesterly, 15 to 20 kilometres. In the middle of the day, they're becoming light in the late evening. The correct number is 40.
Damn.
People on YouTube saw you prematurely celebrating there.
I was going to celebrate. I thought it was 38.
No, I got 40 on the official forecast for Melbourne. Then 24 on Sunday. 30 on Monday, 43 on Tuesday. We'll all be indoors for that. 28 on Wednesday, 25 on Thursday, and 29 on Friday. The key thing with all this, yes, it will be warm on some days, but no rain.
That's great. That's somewhat of a great result. We don't want it too hot.
That's it. And it's only for 2 days out of the next lot anyway. As the serve here from Jovic, high backhand return at middle court from Paolini. Now cross-court forehand. Jovic goes up the line, back up that line, the backhand from Paolini. Blocked back by Jovic, off forehand into the nets from Paolini. And it's 15 love. And I will get your stats. Oh, hang on, I'm looking at the foot. I'm looking at tomorrow's draws. Hang on, let me hit that button, let me hit that button. There you go.
Thank you.
I'm getting good at the machinery, even if social media's passed me by. 15 love.
Paolini unforced error is just up to 14 now.
As she serves here, Jovic down the tee. Second serve. And this serve. Backhand from Paolini. Backhand to backhand they go. All top spun in the ad court now. And off forehand from Jovic up the middle of the court. Forehand up that line from Paolini goes wide. She throws her hands up and go, why? Why'd I do that? 30 love.
Just an undisciplined mistake, Paolini being pushed off the baseline. I like the high, heavy ball, but margin for error was way too close to the line.
So 30 love. Love won in the second set. The serve. Jovic onto the backhand of Paolini. That ball going long.
40 love.
And it's 40 love.
Jovic being not that tall. Her serve does, when it bounces, does stay quite low. It's not a serve that bounces up high to the shoulders.
So 40 love. There's Jovic the serve, out wide, clips the tape. Prepares again at 40 love. Took the first set, Jovic 6-2. Crowd on Cain Arena. Serve. Onto the forehand here, Paolini. Forehand to backhand we go. Big backhand from Paolini. Matched by Jovic, who's now in the juice court playing cross-court forehand. Cross-court forehand from Paolini. All top spun. Now Paolini goes up the line. Slice backhand from Jovic. That's going to float long. Extra bit of pace in there from Paolini. It's 40-15.
Paolini just starting to find her form a little bit. Energy starting to rise. Hitting through the ball. Starting to spread Jovic. Making sure she spreads her and gets that one hand off. Floating the slice long. We have a good
entry, do we? All right, we'll get to that in a moment. The end of this game, I reckon. 40-15. Just hit 6 p.m. on a Friday evening in Melbourne, the first Friday of AO26. The serve out wide, an ace. She holds, it's 1 game all.
So we have an entry from David from the UK. He goes, "Hi guys, fantastic job, love listening every year, every day, working from home and walking the dog. What about Roger Federer and Andy Murray starring in Sherlock Holmes with Andy playing Dr. Watson? Great work, guys. Thank you."
I see potential there. Roger's been positioned in a lot of different films.
I can imagine.
He's been James Bond, he's now Sherlock Holmes, he's been absolutely everywhere. But it's a good suggestion. You like it?
I've never watched Sherlock.
You've never watched Sherlock? Oh, wow. The generations collide on AO Radio. Jamie just cowering in the corner as Paolini's missing a point up the line. It's love 15. Everyone on YouTube is seeing that as well.
Might need to. Is that on social media?
Yes. I'm going to say yes. Yes.
I'll look it up when we're off air. Get my knowledge up.
It's a novel, series of novels that turned into films and games and all sorts of different things. Serve onto the forehand here of Jovic. Backhand into the net from Paolini. And it's love 30.
I actually played Jovic a couple years ago before she broke into the top 100 as she was making a rise through the ITF tour.
Was that in Australia?
No, in the States.
Okay.
So she played a lot in the States. They have a bunch of tournaments, 125, 60s, 100Ks to build her ranking up. And it was just before she actually broke into the top 100.
So second serve here for Paolini. Jovic playing the forehands. Forehand to forehand they go. In the juice court, good cross court, good depth from Paolini. We'll lean into another one. Jovic is there going up the line. Paolini with cross court backhand. The shorter ball up the line goes Jovic. She's now in the juice court, playing a forehand up the line. Cross court backhand from Paolini, picked up by Jovic. Sure, too sharp, it's wide. It's 15-30.
Paolini just starting to find a little bit of form here, starting to hold baseline, swing through the ball. Her team's starting to get up and about. Jovic is someone that holds baseline very well and loves pace. So when you do play her, the ability to mix it up and get the ball outside her hitting zone, so below knee height, hip height, or above shoulder height is something her opponent, Paolini, should be trying to look for.
So Paolini, serve goes into the net. I want to hear more about when you played Jovic, though. Stand by for that. Second serve. Backhand picked up by Jovic. Backhand to backhand they go. Jovic forced back in the court. Now in the juice court playing across forehand. Back there again from Paolini. Up the line from Jovic with her forehand. Cross court backhands now from both players in the ad court. Good angle from Paolini. Up the line from Jovic is deep. Dug out by Paolini. That gone long. The forehand from the Italian. 15-40 break points.
Yeah, so we played in Tyler, Texas a couple of years ago. And how she's playing now is pretty much similar in a way 2 years ago, but I definitely think her movement has improved. She's definitely sharper, she's definitely fitter, pushing out of the corners much better than what she was. And to take that next step into the women's game and to break top 100 or break top 30, that's how you have to play.
Forehand here from Paolini goes long. There's a break of serve for Jovic. It's 2-1 and a set to the good as well for the 29th seed. The most important question though, Jamie, is did you win?
No, that's why I didn't say it. No, I didn't. I had a really good week though. I made semis of singles and doubles that week, and she made final and lost to Renata Zarazua, who is also top 100, or borderline top 100 at the moment. I'm not 100% sure on rankings, but yeah, her team, Eva's team, works closely with Eva in terms of looking on strengths and weaknesses, and I always remember they did a lot of movement sessions, a lot of hours on the court, practice with purpose, and yeah, I can understand why she is where she is now, but confidence is key. She's played a lot of matches over the last 12 months.
She's on a massive streak even this summer.
Yeah, over this summer especially, and yeah, when you have so much confidence and know, and once that starts to roll, momentum is so big, especially on the women's side.
Yep, I agree absolutely with that. We'll get to Kate in a moment because there's still another singles match happening on Kia Arena. Some doubles happening around the courts as well. Before we get into the evening session tonight, we will have Tiafoe and Dimonor, followed by Ruse and Andreeva. We'll also be keeping a close eye on Margaret Court Arena's Fitzalina and Schneider, Bublik and Echeverry. And also up next on John Cain Arena, we'll have Sasha Zverev and Cam Norrie. So plenty of around the court updates. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, 2-1 for Jovic. Serve out wide, misses. Not the break of serve here. Can she just run away with the contest? As the serve comes in. Forehand tee up the line. Oh, it's a nice clean winner from Paolini. Really stepping into the court and getting the result. It's love 15.
As I was just about to say, Eva's serve has definitely improved, but second serve can be a little bit shaky at times, and Paolini's done a good job there to step around, look for the forehand, just continue to apply pressure.
The serve here onto the backhand of Paolini. Backhand to off forehand now, Paolini. Cross-court backhands from both players. Is now in the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand from Paolini. Match by Jovic in the juice court now. Good rally this one. Jovic the first to blink. Her forehand goes long. It's love 30.
Paolini's body language just starting to pump herself up, turn towards the team. Starting to feel like she's in this second set, and there's an opportunity here to break back.
Now it's about to make its way into Rod Laver Arena for the night session. It's love 30. Jovic with the serve into the nets. Second serve. Taking plenty of time on this second ball. Serve onto the backhand of Paolini. Middle of the court goes Jovic. Great depth on that ball. Gets a shorter apply. Hits an off forehand winner. Oh, that was clinically done. Made that look so easy. It's 15-30.
Jovic's strength is to take time away from her opponent. She's hit this at shoulder height, hit it on the rise, body weight moving forward. It's one of her best shots is the off forehand.
Put many past you when you played?
I can't remember.
I'm going to say the no. You would have been rock solid from the back. There's the serve here from Jovic. On the forehand of Paolini. Big forehand from Jovic. Paolini there with a cross-court forehand. Cross-court forehands both players now. Good angle from Paolini. Matched by Jovic. Up the line goes Paolini. Big back out the middle of the court from Jovic, who'll lean into a cross-court forehand now. Forehand from Paolini is deep. She's in the middle of the court. A cross-court backhand. Picked up by Jovic on the backhand. And that's gone too deep again from Paolini. Just not able to stay in the longer rallies. It's 30 all.
This match is starting to get very physical now from both players. Shot rallies are going up. Has her mum in the box with her coach and fitness coach providing support. That last rally was 15 shots.
So now it's 30 all, 2-1 second set. Take two on the ball toss. Apologises. Paolini says, that's okay, just deliver the ball. I'm ready.
Just hit a double fault.
that too. 56 on the Rolex, the serve. Jovic down the tee. Ball from Paolini up the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand from Jovic is deep. She'll follow up with another backhand up the line. This time she goes long. It's long. It's 30-40.
That's a great return by Paolini, just making her opponent play. Just hanging in the rallies here, trying to get another opportunity to break back. Trying to tell Jovic, if you wanna step up and win this match, show me what you got.
Yep. 30-40. As Jovic serves onto the forehand of Paolini. A high looping point in the middle of the court. Forehand guided down into the net by Jovic. Break back. 2 games all here in the second set.
It's an interesting type of matchup because you have 2 players that are similar height, play very similar in terms of hit the ball quite flat, like to sit on the baseline. I would love to see a little bit of variety from both players in terms of trying to make the other person uncomfortable, but again, do go away from what you're good at to try and make the other person feel uncomfortable, but you end up making yourself feel a little bit uncomfortable.
Well, the top players have to do it from time to time. As the serve here from Paolini. Down the tee, misses. Well and truly in this contest on this Friday evening in Melbourne. The first Friday. Good serve onto the backhand of Jovic. Looping forward. No, it's a miss hit from Paolini. Gave plenty of air, but it went long. It's love 15.
It's always so important to win the first 2 points of the game, especially when you've just broken back. Paolini, concentration just going a little bit. Didn't move her feet fast enough to that ball.
As Paolini serve onto the backhand of Jovic. Rip cross court. Backhand to backhand we go. No, into the net goes Paolini. And it's love 30. We will get to Kate with an update on Kia shortly, but Paolini again in trouble.
Yeah, just a lot of momentum going Jovic's way. Paolini not being able to put 2 points, 2 solid points together. Has a lapse in concentration.
The serve here, hits the tape, we'll do it again. Just about to cross the hour mark on the Rolex clock. And Paolini delivers this ball into the net. Third serve. And this one, onto the forehand of Jovic. Cross-court backhand from Paolini deep in the 8 court, now in the middle of the court. Just playing a forehand into the net again. She's furious with herself. 3 more break points for Jovic.
First serve percentage is just starting to drop for Paolini. Serve speed also at 134 on the second serve. Not doing enough. Not really hitting her spots either. Ball's going middle of the court, allowing Jovic to put pressure on Paolini off the first ball.
4 of 5 break points won. Good conversion rate for the 29th seed as Paolini serves down the tee, goes long. Second serve. Onto the backhand, Jovic hammers the forehand, clips the tape, falls short. Paolini's there, Jovic goes up the line, but long. She was full stretch. Good awareness from Paolini to be able to adapt. It's 15-40.
Yeah, great to be able to recognise that ball came over on the tape and over to her side of the net, sprinted up to the service line, hit a great deep ball into the Jovic forehand. First serve is so important here at 15-40.
Big moments in this match now. Paolini at 15-40. The serve onto the backhand. Jovic up the middle of the court. Cross-court backhand. Paolini is deep. And that's the right amount of depth. Jovic can't handle the backhand reply. It's 30-40. Still a break point to come.
Life is so much easier when you get a first serve in and you're able to hit your spots.
Yep. Absolutely. Doesn't matter what level of tennis either.
Doesn't matter what level of tennis.
So 30-40. The serve down the tee, picked up by Jovic. It lands near the baseline. Paolini with a looping forehand down the middle of the court, playing cross-court forehand. Cross-court forehand from Jovic. Forehand to forehand they go. As they just continue to work this juice court. Content to rally is Paolini. Hammered a ball up the line was Jovic. Cross-court backhand. Paolini goes long. There is the break of serve again. Break for break for break. Here in the... There, I should have done that to the music on the video. 3-2. For Jovic in this second set. She won the first 6-2 on AO Radio. As we go around the courts, Kate Kearns back on Kia Arena.
Hey, Pete. Yeah, we've got a match here Andre Rublev, the 13th seed, against Francisco Cerundolo from Argentina. He's the 18th seed. Now, the two have played on 4 occasions, and you might be interested to know that Cerundolo is the one that has 3-1 head-to-head. So he's coming here with a bit of confidence. We're on serve, 3-all, and neither man has been troubled on serve so far, so this could be an interesting match. Very tightly contested at this stage. Early on, however.
All right, okay, thank you for that. Yeah, well, we just get to that stage of the day where lots of exciting things are happening. Matches will start springing up out of nowhere. We've got doubles. Nick Kyrgios is actually going to be playing some mixed doubles with Leylah Fernandez. They're going to play the combination of Kravchuk and Skupski.
That should be very, very soon, right?
Scheduled for ANZ Arena. Haven't seen the match come up on the board just yet, but it's being scheduled there notionally anyway. So we'll see if that plays itself out. It's not before 6:15, so that's now.
Oh!
Hey, it's right on time.
Right on cue.
I'll let you have a go at reading that one out too. As Mirra Andreeva is on Rod Laver Arena now, just having a bit of a warm-up prior to her match tonight. We will have Dimonor and Tiafoe, and we will have Mirra's match with Elena-Gabriela Ruse. There's plenty of updates around the courts as well. 3-2, Jovic, second serve. On to the forehand of Paolini. Hammond up the middle of the court. Cross-court backhand from Jovic. Backhand up the line from Paolini. Cross-court forehand from Jovic. Forehand to forehand. They go great angle from Paolini. No, she's just missed. 15-love.
I might read this message out from John from the UK. He goes, niche only for listeners of a certain age. Yes, but Sinner would make an excellent Gary, who was one of the 2 kids in the movie Weird Science.
Yes, I can see the resemblance there.
Equally, he could play the same actor, Anthony Michael Hall, in The Breakfast Club.
Now, we're talking about 80s films here, Jamie, so you're not expected to know them, unless you do, of course.
No.
30 love here for Jovic, good backhand up the line.
You might have to fill me in a little bit.
Let me see if I can... find...
Jovic's done a really good effort in winning the first 2 points here. Her backhand line, her backhand is one of her best shots, and especially her backhand line just into the weakness of Paolini. Okay, I can see that.
Just showing out Gary from Weird Science.
I can see that.
So that concurs. That can go into the competition then. 30 love here for Jovic, the serve. And that's gone long. So she's missed that double fault. It's 30-15.
Have you thought of any?
I haven't actually. No, that's why I like the competition, because everyone thinks of the ideas and I don't have
For
to.
you.
Yeah.
You just get to pick the winner.
Well, that's it. If I gave one, then everyone's going to copy that, because I'll think that's the bestest idea ever.
That's true. That's smart.
I'll think of a competition for next week, though. No, it's already all planned. Trust me. As we see here, backhand picked up by Jovic. Big fight up the line from Paolini. Way back in the court is Jovic with the cross forehand. Looping forehand from Paolini. Drops short in the juice court. They still go forehand to forehand in that area. Up the line into the net goes Jovic. It's 30 all.
Jovic's running forehand has improved so much over the last couple of years. Her speed and her power to push off from the wide ball. Going off topic here a little bit, I always find it interesting how players warm up.
Okay. Well, I want to find out a little... I'm intrigued now. I want to find out a little bit more about that. 30 all at 3-2. Second set. Serve onto the forehand of Paolini. Sits up. Forehand to forehand. They go again in the juice court. Paolini will continue up the middle of the court now. A bit more centrally. Good angle and good shape from Jovic. Matched by Paolini, who's on a backhand playing up the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand from Jovic. Forehand up the line from Paolini. Good cross-court backhand from Jovic. Paolini is there. Good rally this one. Backhand cross-court from Paolini. She went for it. She went wide. And it's game point 40-30.
Incredible moving from Jovic there. Applying pressure to Paolini. Just overworking her. Not doing anything special. Just getting so many balls back with good depth, good pace.
So 40-30. As we wait now for Jovic, it's game point for 4-2. And the take 2 on the ball toss. Wasn't happy with that. We'll do it again. Hour and 7 on the Rolex. The serve down the tee is good. That was worth the wait. 4-2 in the second set. Jovic, the 29 seed, getting it done at the moment, Jamie.
Just on fire here, especially on serve, able to hit her targets. Hawkeye showing it's painted the line.
Tell us about your I'm intrigued by about how players warm up.
So he had Ruse on Rod Laver Arena warming up, and every player is so different in terms of how long they want to warm up for. Some are 30 minutes, some are 45, some are 15. And she was actually playing points with her coach, which I thought was quite interesting. You've played 2 matches already. I would think it would be a 20, 25 minute warm up in and out type situation. But
what did you prefer in terms of a warm up pre-match?
If I hadn't played a lot of singles matches prior to the tournament, my warm up would be longer.
Yep.
And then if I'm quite deep into a tournament or on a roll with a couple tournaments in a row where I'm going deep and I'm playing a longer matches, I would shorten my warm up to 20 minutes. So in and out situation.
Yep. As Paolini, second serve here onto the backhand. Jovic hammers it up the line. Dug out by Paolini. No, that backhand's going long. And it's love 15. Time running out for Jasmine Paolini.
A little bit of time running out for Paolini. She has to just think of something to do a little bit different. She's making a lot of unforced errors.
We've got the evening serve coming up at 6:30, 10 minutes from now. Let's see if Jovic can get it done by then. The serve onto the backhand of Jovic at the middle of the court. Paolini up the middle of the court with a forehand. Forehand to forehand we go. As Jovic goes up the line with a forehand. Cross-court backhand from Paolini. Slice backhand short from Jovic. Drop shot from Paolini. Gets it over nicely. Didn't give it any flight, just pushed it forward and got the result. It's 15-all.
Definitely. I think her ability to play the drop shot from inside the court is so smart. Bring Jovic in. From memory, I think I did use the drop shot a little bit against Jovic.
Now we're getting the scouting report.
Yep.
Fantastic.
I have to go back and look at my notes.
Yep. As the serve here from Paolini. Out wide. Jovic with the forehand at the middle of the court. They go backhand to backhand now as Jovic working the middle of the court again. Just a bit of extra on it from Paolini. She goes with a wicked angle cross court and puts it wide. It's 15-30.
Paolini just pressing way too hard, trying to come up with something when you don't need to. Overwork your opponent. But at the same time, Jovic hasn't missed, so she's applying so much pressure to the Paolini ground strokes.
So we wait now for the serve to come in. 15-30. Serve down the tee, blocked back by Jovic. Cross-court forehand from Paolini. Clips the tape on the way through, but it's okay. She's got the winner. It's 30-all.
Are you that type of person that would change the rule on serve that you have, the ball toss that you throw up, you have to serve?
Well, my ball toss is terrible anyway, so
Me too.
I don't really need that. I need to keep that rule.
Me too. Okay, I'm glad we're on the same
Mind
page.
you, I do just tend to throw it up and just have a go.
You don't stop it.
I don't get to play on Rod Laver Arena like you do on a regular basis. It's the serve here onto the backhand to clip ball, so it's a let, clip the tape. Yes, yours is for a lot higher stakes, your matches, than mine are, so. Another first serve here. Paolini onto the backhand of Jovic. Goes in deep. Dug out by Paolini up the line. Forehand from Jovic is there. Cross-court backhands from both players. Jovic all thought about coming in. Decides to go back to the baseline here. Cross-court forehand. Looping forehand from Paolini. Jovic back in that direction for a winner. Nicely done. Another break point.
Another break point. Jovic's ability to move Paolini off the double sideline, get her stretching, and in reply she gets a short ball and goes back in behind. And that's a great play against someone like Paolini, who loves to move across the court, going back behind your opponent. I think sometimes people and players forget about that play.
As Paolini prepares, serve takes the net, flies wide. One more cross from Kate for her stint this afternoon. Second serve, Paolini onto the backhand of Jovic into the net. We go back to Juice. Just couldn't quite. It was the right idea.
was the right idea, but didn't move her feet. Didn't finish the swing. Didn't get the left hand below the ball. Was a bit passive on it. Love to see her commit fully to the backhand.
So 2-4 juice for Paolini under immense pressure now. The serve onto the forehand of Jovic goes cross court. Forehand to forehand, there we go. In the juice court, it's been the familiar pattern. Good angle from Paolini. Up the line, winner from Jovic. She'd had enough of that cross court stuff. She's going up the line, another break point.
She was like, get me out of this forehand cross rally. Get me into a backhand rally. Jovic's ability to use the pace from her opponent and change direction is incredible and very high class. Over the last couple months, that's been a strength of hers.
As a serve from Paolini. Misses. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Jovic. Rips it cross court. Backhand to backhand they go this time in the 8 court. All top spun. Jovic is there. Pushed back from the baseline. Paolini goes back in that direction. Slice back, it just gets over. Slice forehand from Paolini just gets over. Slicing and dicing both players. Slice again. This one clips the tape from Paolini. One up from Jovic. Back in the baseline. Playing it backhand up the middle of the court. Forehand up that line from Paolini. It's done the job because the cross-court backhand goes long and wide from Jovic. And we go back to juice.
Back to juice we go. This is such an important game for both players. Paolini trying to keep herself in this to get to 4-3. Jovic trying to surf for it at 5-4. Crowd starting to get involved now. Intensity is going up from both players. Paolini with a smile on her face, just enjoying this moment as well.
Why not?
Why not on John Cain Arena?
Biggest tournament in the world, one of the great stadiums. We're at juice. It's 2-4. Paolini prepares the serve. Onto the backhand of Jovic up the middle of the court. Deep ball dug out by Paolini. Cross-court backhand from Jovic. Backhand to backhand they go. That's too much from Jovic. Too much. And we are at avantage. Paolini. All right, you want to finish the sentence, but Paolini with avantage. That's better. There we go. Game point to bring it back to 4-3. The serve. Onto the backhand of Jovic. Cross court. Backhand to backhand they go. Jovic trying to get some depth in there. Good angle from Paolini. Up the line goes Paolini with her backhand. Cross court forehand from Jovic. Paolini goes up the other line for a winner. Oh, she withstood so much pressure in that service game. And it's 4-3. Jovic still with the break of serve here in set number 2. Kate, let's get one final cross from you for the afternoon. What's happening on Kia Arena, please?
Thanks, Pete. Francisco Cerundolo. He has taken the first set 6-3 against Andrei Rublev in just under 29 minutes. So he has been awesome on serve, winning 64% first serves in and winning 93% of those. He's had a lot of pressure, or put a lot of pressure on Rublev. And Rublev, well, he blinked first, and it was in the very important 10th game. I always say that. The very important 10th game.
10th game. Right. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Kate. Thank you for the afternoon. We'll see you at 7 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. See you then.
33 minutes from now. We're a couple of minutes away from the evening serve with Nat Edwards and the team. Someone will get in my ears and tell me who the special guest is for tonight. Or not, as the case might be. Everyone's asking questions.
It's a surprise.
No one's actually talking to me, but that's fine. That's okay. Oh, Viv Christie. We've got the boss. The boss is in.
That's cool.
Vivo is here. The boss is ready and raring to go. And might I say, boss doing a great job. As Jovic serving at 4-3. And the serve will come in. Onto the backhand here of Paolini. Forehand to forehand we go. As backhand Jovic up the middle of the court. Off forehand from Paolini. Backhand from Jovic. Paolini's there. Cross-court forehand wide. It's 15 love.
An undisciplined point from Paolini to start. Couple meters, couple feet behind baseline. Trying to hit it inside forehand when it just really wasn't there to be hit. Tried to hit too close to the line.
Evening serve coming up. So Nat will give you plenty of updates of what's happening in this match. And then more updates later on tonight. The serve down the team missing. We've got Diminor and Tiafo as our match for broadcast. And then Ruse and Andreeva We probably have time for one more point here. 15 love. Jovic serves onto the backhand of Paolini. Backhand to backhand they go. As Jovic just with a bit more angle. Paolini is there. Deeper ball. Middle of the court goes Jovic. Forehand from Paolini. Backhand up the line from Jovic. Scrambling there is Paolini. A shorter ball. Cross court forehand from Jovic. A high ball from Paolini. Near the service line. The forehand drive volley okay from Jovic. She got it back though, Paolini. She's back in the point. No, she's not. Cross court backhand. She's missed that. It's 30 love, 4-3. And that's where we'll leave our coverage for now, because the evening serve is coming up. We'll have plenty of score updates of this one. Nat will have that for you. We've also got Tiafoe and Demonor tonight, Andreeva and Ruse, Svitolina Schneider, Bublik Echeverry, Zverev and Norrie. Plenty of action still to come. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you. That was so much fun.
Oh, we're going to keep having fun too as night 6 rolls along here on AO Radio. Time for the evening serve.
This is the Evening Serve with Nat Edwards. Hello everyone and welcome to the Evening Serve. On tonight's show, Carlos cruises as Sabalenka and Coco tough it out. We take a closer look at the teenagers making a splash in the women's draw. Plus we preview a blockbuster night of tennis with Aussie Alex de Minaur, the headline act. This is the Evening Serve.
Vicky and Moko gets the better of Clara Tauson. What a result. This young woman, what can she not do? She takes out the higher-ranked, higher-seeded player, Clara Tauson, in a thrilling 3-set match on Cain Arena. Sabalenka hits a backhand cross-court, feels comfortable on that side, and Potapova hits the bottom of the net with her backhand. Sabalenka survives 7-6. 7-6 in a 2-hour, 2-minute battle with Anastasia Potapova.
Mute, now he goes up the line with a forehand. He's missed it into the tram lines. And Alcaraz pumps his fist. He is through to the 4th round of the Australian Open with a very entertaining 6-2, 6-4, 6-1 victory over Corentin Moutet.
As the serve onto the forehand, Baptiste goes long. And that meant a lot to Coco Gauff, the 3rd seed. An excellent performance from her on this Margaret Court Arena.
That was a terrific match highlighting here on day 6 of the Australian Open for 2026. My name's Nat Edwards. It's great to have your company on the Evening Serve as I welcome in our special guest tonight, writer and editor at Tennis Australia, Viv Christie. Welcome to you, Viv.
Hello, Nat. Thanks for having me.
It's so great to have you on. I was checking out your Instagram and it said reader, writer, cat lady. And it was the cat lady part that had piqued my interest because I am also a cat lady. So tell us about
fellow
your
cat lady.
Yes,
I've got 2 cats. I have Frankie and Dexter. Yes, 2 rescue cats
so
from the COVID era. But yeah, very needy, desperate, lovely cats.
How are they coping during the Australian Open with you away?
I do miss them a lot, I must admit.
Oh, Frankie and Dexter. I've got a cat, Jager, named after an Australian Football League player, which we won't go into on this show because it's all about tennis tonight, and the records continue to fall because we had 61,509 fans in at Melbourne Park during the day session, which is the first Friday day session attendance record. It just keeps tumbling, these records, don't they?
Yeah, it's been incredible. Just, as you say, one record after another. And, it's fantastic, though. Just the vibe around the grounds. And, there's been so much to see and do.
There has been. And right now on Cain Arena, there is a fantastic match of tennis and an upset brewing. And just before the Evening Serve started, you were listening to the coverage between the 29th seed of Iva Jovic from America up against Jasmine Paolini, the 7th seed, and it was Jovic that took the first set 6-2. She now leads here 5-3 in the second set, and she is just so impressive, Iva Jovic, isn't she? For someone so young.
Yeah, she's just fearless out there, isn't she? Paolini is such an experienced competitor, 2-time Grand Slam finalist. Yeah, but she has such impressive composure, and it's looking like she could have her Grand Slam breakthrough here.
Yeah, she very much might do. So we will keep you updated with this match as it continues. But before we dive a little deeper into the big stories of the day, here's what's making news at Melbourne Park.
Well, number one. Aryna Sabalenka admits she had to dig deep in her win over Anastasia Potapova. The two-time Australian Open champion was challenged in her match today, winning 2 tie-break sets.
I was just trying to calm myself down, which wasn't working well today, but at the same time I was trying to figure out how to connect my body. It seems like everything was working separately. My brain was somewhere else, my arms were going one direction, my was going other direction, and I don't know, I was like looking on that side thinking just try to put pressure on her.
Sabalenka will now face Canadian Victoria Moko after the teenager beat Denmark's Clara Tauson. Meantime, in his 100th Grand Slam match, men's top seed Carlos Alcaraz has cruised through to the round of 16 with a straight sets win over Frenchman Corentin Moutet. It wasn't so easy, though, for 11th seed Daniil Medvedev, who had to rally from 2 sets to love down against Fabian Margaret, the US Open champion, doing it the hard way, winning in 5 sets. Some of the other winners today through to the 4th round, Americans Tommy Paul, Lerner Tien and Coco Gauff, as well as 19th seed Karolina Muchova. And finally, with temperatures set to hit 40 degrees Celsius, yes, that's right, in Melbourne tomorrow, play will start earlier on Rod Laver, Margaret Court, John Cain and Kia Arena. So if you are coming to Melbourne Park tomorrow, make sure you check the schedule on the AO app. And that is what's making news today. It's going to be very, very hot indeed tomorrow, isn't it, Viv? And we make sure that everyone is hydrating and trying to find some shade where they can.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be a warm one in Melbourne. Yeah, tomorrow, as you say. But, I mean, we do expect that during an Australian Open. So, yeah, I guess it's all part of the Australian Open story.
It is very much so. Let's chat about some of the results from today in a little bit more depth. And I absolutely love Aryna Sabalenka. She's such a character, isn't she? But talking about my arms and my legs, like nothing was coordinating today. She had it pretty tough in that match this morning. It was first up against Potapova, who's a pretty decent opponent, the world number 55. Mind you, playing with a broken finger was Potapova, which is quite incredible. But 7-6, 7-6, it really put Aryna Sabalenka to the test.
Yeah, I think it's probably a good test for her to have at this point of the tournament, to be honest. You know, it's all very well to go through these early rounds in straight sets, but yeah, I think it will really help her as she moves forward because she does have a really tough match coming up, as we know.
Yeah, she does, in Victoria Moko. We'll get to her in just a minute. Sabalenka hitting 34 winners in that match, but she also had 44 unforced errors, so she's really going to need to clean up that part of her game if she wants to go deep in this tournament. And as you mentioned there, it's the 19-year-old Victoria Moko who will face Sabalenka in the round of 16. Her score in her match against Clara Tauson was 7-6, 5-7, 6-3. Just seemed like a very mature performance, given she was able to sort of reset in the third after losing that second set. And I think she even had 3 match points, didn't she?
She actually did have 3 match points. And I think the most remarkable thing about Victoria Moko is this time last year she was ranked outside the top 300, competing at lower level events in the Caribbean. And this is actually her Australian Open main draw debut, but you wouldn't know it from the composure that she is showing. And as you said, she had 3 match points in that second set and let them slip, but closed it out in the third set. So, yeah, incredible maturity.
And just in other results from a women's perspective, but we recently just had Coco Gauff, the 3rd seed. She dropped the first set against fellow American and a friend, of course, in Hailey Baptiste. But she recovered to win 3-6 love in that second set, 6-3. She was outplayed in that first set. She didn't hit a winner at all, did Coco, and served 4 double faults. So she looked a little bit nervy at times, but then just like flicked the switch and played a little bit more aggressive, and thank goodness for her sake, she got through.
Yeah, I sometimes wonder how hard it must be to play against a friend, and I feel like perhaps we saw that in that first set. But yeah, incredible reset from Coco and really stormed home.
Now, when I was reading, actually, before we get to that, there was another women's match, which Kia Arena was absolutely buzzing today. Tell us a little bit more about that, because the Turkish fans were out in force.
Yeah, I mean, the Turkish fans have really got behind Zeynep Sönmez this week. As as they should, because she's come through qualifying, had a win over Alexandrova in the first round. So
amazing story.
Yeah, and really sort of shown herself as such a great, passionate competitor and a really nice person as well. So there's been incredible support for her, and really fought to force that match to a third set. Couldn't quite get over the line, but I think she will take a lot from this experience.
Yeah, so Yulia Putintseva getting the job done in that one, and there was a little bit of byplay between Putintseva and the Turkish fans at the end there. They were just, I think, potentially making a little bit of noise while she was serving as well. There was lots of support for Somnes as well. A little bit of Danielle Collins-esque with the hand to the ear at the end of the match saying, "Let me hear you, Turkish fans."
Yeah, we were reminded of that, and interestingly on the same court as well.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I think Kia Arena, I don't know, I think it's an amazing court to watch tennis on, and it just really brings out the passion.
I love the passion.
Yeah.
We never want that to go from our sport. We absolutely love it in tennis. Now, when I was reading the Australian Open crystal ball predictions on the app earlier, your name was up there as well, and I did notice, even though you had Sabalenka and Sinner as your champions, your outside chance was Daniil Medvedev, and he was in action today but dropped the first 2 sets.
Yeah.
You still think he can be an outside chance?
I do, actually. I think that I was actually up in Brisbane for some of that tournament, so I was following the results really closely up there. And he had a great performance in Brisbane, won his 22nd title. He's just got, he's changed his coaching team, now working with Thomas Johansson and Rowan Getsky. And, I just got this vibe that Daniil is back. He wants this season to be his season. He has been a world number 1, and I think he really wants to get to that position again. As we know, he did have to work really hard today, but he said that he looked up at the scoreboard and saw that Lerner Tien, his potential 4th round opponent, had come through in straight sets, and he was still, he would have to fight back from 2 sets down, but he did that. So that could be a turning point for him.
I like that prediction, the outside chance, and I think you are spot on. There's something about him that's a little bit different, the way that he's walking, the way that he's holding himself out on court. So Daniil Medvedev could be one smoky that could get the job done here at Melbourne Park. Just want to update everyone on Cain Arena if you were following along before the evening serve started tonight, but the 29th seed Iva Jovic, the American, is up against Jasmine Paolini, the 7th seed. There was an upset brewing because it was Jovic who took the first set 6-2. Now, she also led 5-3 in this second set, but Paolini, she is an absolute fighter. She has broken back to draw things level here in the second set at 5 games all. So we will keep you updated with this match, although she is currently love 30 down on her serve. So it just can go in swings and roundabouts.
It really does. You never know when the match is going to turn either. Yeah, no, it's I think you can see Paolini's drawing on all her experience here.
So Iva Jovic, if you're just joining us for the first time, is just 18 years of age. She was excellent against Priscilla Hon the other night, just a really clinical display. And we mentioned Victoria Moko before, the 18-year-old from Canada. But Viv, I just feel like there's all these teenage girls who are taking over here at Melbourne Park, because Mirra Andreeva's on tonight on Rod Laver Arena. We had Teresa Valentova, who's playing Rybakina tomorrow as well. And then last night, I had the opportunity to head out onto a court, and because I love Belinda Bencic, but unfortunately the 10th seed went down to Nikola Bartunkova from Czechia. The 19-year-old was unbelievable, some of the tennis she played. What's with all the teens?
I just wonder if maybe it's a sense of, they see, as you say, they're coming in a group, so they see one teenager breaking through and think, well, if that person can do it, why can't I do it?
And they seem to play with just, like, fearless is what a word you just used to describe them before. It's just, you've got nothing to lose at that age, right?
Yeah, I guess they're playing without pressure. At this point in their career, they've got nothing to prove to anyone. It's all new. But yeah, I love it. And I think, it'd be great to see Mirra Andreeva on court again tonight. She comes in after winning Adelaide. And, I feel like Australia is just so intrinsic to her story. She had that amazing girls' final against her Korneva and lost. But she talks about that as one of her breakthrough matches. You know, she learnt so much from that match. And, you know, we saw her beat her idol on the Jabeur here. You know, now she's added to her title count in Adelaide. I just feel like she just really fits well in Australia.
She really does. 4 titles now for Andreeva. This was Victoria Moko, the Canadian teen, just talking about what it's like to be on tour with all these other teenagers.
There's a lot of us, or like teenagers on the tour who are actually still in the tournament right now, and I think it's really nice to see. I've known a lot of them for such a long time and played against them in the juniors, so it's a really nice thing to see. I always want them to do well and vice versa, but I don't feel like I'm that much more mature or anything, but I think coming on to this early can make you more mature in a way. You just learn a lot more things quicker.
She definitely seems more mature. I remember when I was 18, I don't think I could be doing half of the things that they're doing. It's quite incredible, just the composure as well from so many of them, and the confidence too.
Yeah. I do love that, you know, they're so confident and composed, as you say, on court, but when they get off court, they're still the normal teenagers. You know, you see it with Mirra Andreeva and her coach. And I talked to her in Brisbane, and she said she's learning Spanish, so she can converse with Conchita in Spanish, but then she said, I'm not really, you know, it's just she was just
she's
so
on
cute.
Duolingo, in between.
She's literally on Duolingo, so there's kind of that there's that real fun side to them as well.
Well, they all have this language. I mean, when I listen to teenagers or anyone under the age of 18 talk, it's like they're speaking English, but it's a different language, and I just can't understand it. This is where I look at myself and go, I'm aging, Viv. This is what's happening.
I don't even try that. So at least you're trying.
Yeah, I'm trying. Maybe they need to teach us a thing or two, these teenagers. But they're absolutely making a splash here at Melbourne Park, which we love to see. So we look forward to seeing Mirra Andreeva tonight, and then, of course, Valentova tomorrow, as I mentioned earlier. Now, we do have an AO radio competition here, week 1 of the Australian Open. We have a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop to give away to the listener who has the most creative response to this question. So this is the question, Viv. We've talked about which actors would play tennis players if they made a movie of their life, but we're turning the table. So we want to know which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. So it could be any genre, any era, like who would be a great Marvel character? Who could play Batman? Would it be Novak Djokovic? Could he make a good Batman? And we want people to be creative with their responses, so it can be a movie from any era, anywhere around the world. Email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Remember to give us your name and where you're listening from as well. And you can also enter via Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com, and we'll be announcing the winner on Sunday. So I think I have the job of actually choosing the winner. So
No
come
pressure.
at me, everyone. Can you think, this is a question without notice,
it is.
like, can you think of any player who could play a famous movie character? I was thinking about it today.
That's a hard one without notice.
I
I'm kind
know.
of thinking Arena Sabalenka and I don't know, superhero vibes.
Oh, yeah, Wonder Woman. Oh, she could do Wonder Woman.
Yeah, that's what's coming to me.
Yeah, I like it. I also thought when Novak Djokovic celebrates and he likes to rip off his shirt, but the Hulk came the Hulk came to mind.
The torn
for that.
shirts, yeah, definitely.
Oh, dear. All right, so make sure you send us an email at aoradio@tennis.com.au. But we are going to turn our attention to tonight because on Rod Laver Arena, Viv, it is world number 6. Alex de Minaur, the 6th seed here at the Australian Open, up against Francis Tiafoe, the American, who is a showman in his own right. The Demon leads the head-to-heads here 3-1. The last time they played was last year. That was the Toronto 1000 on hard court, and Demon won that match in 3, so he dropped the second set here. I am very much looking forward to this match. It's going to be a packed house at Rod Laver Arena.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, Francis, as we know, has dropped a little bit in the rankings, which is, I guess, is why we have such a blockbuster so early in the tournament. But, you know, Demon, home favourite on a favourite court with all the crowd support. But Francis Tiafoe loves a big stage, as we know. And, you know, he'll just love the occasion of it. And he kind of alluded to in his press conference that if he has to play the villain, he's happy to do it in a good-natured way. Yeah. So, I'm just expecting a fabulous contest. I think there'll be a lot of shot making from Francis, and you know, as we know, again, Demon will run all night if he has to. So I think we could settle in.
I think we should settle in, get the popcorn out. Now, this is what Alex de Minaur and Francis Tiafoe had to say before tonight's match.
Yeah, look, Francis, he's super dangerous, right? He's playing well, got a lot of firepower. He's a veteran. We've had some battles in the past, so I wouldn't expect anything other than an absolute battle against him.
It's gonna be fun against the Aussie fans. I love playing on the big courts, and now is where the event really gets going. You know, only tough and good matches ahead, and you got to kind of rise to the occasion.
His nickname is Big Foe, and he talks about that being his alter ego when he's out on court. So I feel like we're going to see a lot of Big Foe tonight, but he is really dangerous. He's got so much firepower, that forehand as well, and, you know, it can be unpredictable. And I wonder sometimes, too, the pressure of this being a home slam for Alex de Minaur, whether sometimes that can play into it, although he would never show it on court.
Yeah, no, he's very clever like that, and he's kind of been very protective of his space at this tournament as well.
Smart.
So, I think we'll see him quite composed. You know, I certainly hope that we do. But yeah, Tiafoe has had such great results here in Australia. He had his Grand Slam breakthrough as a quarter-finalist. So, again, he brings great memories. So, yeah.
And there's an interesting stat that I was reading. So, and it was actually on the AO app, so you can check out this story on there now. But the Demon is on a 7-year streak, and it's well and truly alive. So he has equalled or bettered his performance every Australian Open compared to the previous year, over 7 straight appearances since 2018. And as we know, he made the quarterfinals here. I don't want to jinx anything, so I'm going to touch wood. I'm going to touch the table right here. But that is an interesting little fact.
Yeah, I think that's very reflective of how hard he works as well. So he sets himself a goal, and he really sets about achieving it. So yeah, let's hope he can continue that momentum.
Now, before we do get a little bit more analysis on this match, I do want to just take this opportunity to update everyone on what's happening on Cain Arena. Iva Jovic up against Jasmine Paolini, the 7th seed. So it was Jovic, the 29th seed, an American, who took the opening set 6-2. She had the break at 5-3 in the second set, but was unable to serve out the match. And currently it is in a tie-break, 6 games all. So we will keep you updated because everyone is on the edge of their seat at Cain Arena. And Paolini, we know she's such a fighter, but Jovic is just hitting some incredible balls. Just the firepower there. She's a big hitter, so we'll keep you updated on that. But we're going to take this opportunity now to check in with Levi Huddleston, who is the AO Lab analyst, who'll be running his eye over tonight's match between Francis Tiafoe and Alex de Minaur.
So now looking at the night session matches, I want to zero in on Francis Tiafoe up against Alex de Minaur. Now looking at their record, they've only played once in the past 4 years. But overall, their record is 3-1 to de Minaur. How much do you think only playing once in the past 4 years? Obviously, your game changes a lot, even every 12 months. But can we really look into this 3-1 record too much?
Yeah, I think that's a good point that you make. You know, it's like, well, yeah, it's 3-1, but recently maybe it's more like 1-0. What gives a lot of strength to that 3-1 record would be that they're all on hard court. So, you know, it does push Alex in the lead there in terms of, hey, that's what we would expect to happen. Alex has also, you know, really maintained his rank and improved his rank year on year. Francis has slightly decreased over the last couple years, so there is some precedent maybe there to say that Alex has even gotten better, and maybe Francis isn't quite in the form that he was. And that's not to say that the match will go that way, but if we're looking back at historicals, there's a lot of context maybe that we can try to absorb in there from the rankings and how well they've been playing recently.
Francis obviously loves his big hitting and Alex loves his court coverage. So really they complement each other if we're taking it quite literally. How do you think that they'll try and mix up their play to get the match on their side?
Yeah, I think Alex is known for obviously tracking down everything. I mean, we saw it the other night, tracked down a point and went around the post. Amazing court coverage. I think Francis is going to have to be very careful about where he puts the ball, and he's going to have to be crafty and be able to win those long rallies that Alex is going to push him into. I think ways he can do that is try to get free points off his serve, go for aces, not go for aces necessarily, but try to get those aces, try to get free points off the serve, so that he's not getting pressured by Alex's amazing return game. So I think it's going to be tough for Tiafoe to not have Alex, impose on his serve, but I think he's going to have to do that to Alex's serve as well. He's going to have to step in on the second, take it early, and really direct the pace so that he's in control of the point.
If you had to give a tip for this match, which way do you see it going?
I'd have to go with de Minaur, I think, on this one. But, with all these matchups, you can predict anything, and you're never quite sure what's going to happen out there.
You never know what's going to happen. Levi Huddleston there with AO radio reporter Jordan Zock. Thank you to both of them for that. And I was just thinking then in my head too, Viv, that match that de Minaur had a couple of nights ago against Medvedev, the fact that he dropped the first set, he had to weather the storm and really just hang in there. I think that's actually good preparation for tonight, isn't it? That he's been challenged already.
Yeah, I actually do as well. I think, I think he really likes those battles. In the big picture, I think that with every test that he has, he comes out a little bit stronger. So I agree with you totally, yeah.
So after that match on Rod Laver Arena, we have Elena-Gabriela Ruse up against Mirra Andreeva, who we spoke about before. These two, a first meeting for them. Do you feel like it really is Andreeva's game to lose or match to lose here?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I guess as we spoke about, she's had such great results in Australia and everybody knows her really well by now. So I think she's played on Rod Laver Arena before, had great results on Rod Laver Arena before. So, yeah, we're expecting her to win that one.
There's another really interesting match on MCA tonight as well that I'm looking forward to watching. And that's the 12th seed, Alina Svitolina, up against the 23rd seed in Diana Schneider. I'm obsessed with Alina Svitolina and Gael Monfils, like as a power couple.
Couple goals.
A couple goals, very much. I absolutely love them. But she's even had this resurgence in her career too, after coming back from having a baby, which we saw Belinda Bencic has done the same. So many players now, Azarenka, have been able to come back after having a child. It's quite remarkable what they're able to achieve.
Yeah, she's incredible, isn't she? I think she's one of the busiest women in tennis. She's a mum. She supports Gael Monfils, her husband. But she's having these great results. And she's talked about this a lot, actually, that after she had her daughter, that, I guess it kind of freed her up a lot because, she didn't feel as much pressure as a tennis player because she also had this great family life as well. And, she's really kind of used that to her advantage.
Yeah, it's a theme, isn't it? I think Belinda Bencic said something similar because, she was like, my daughter doesn't care if I lose a match of tennis. Yeah. She just wants her mum. So it gives you a different perspective, I think, for them.
It really does, yeah.
Also, Alexander Zverev and Cam Norrie. That's on John Cain Arena, which is after the match that is still on there at the moment between Iva Jovic, the 29th seed, and the 7th seed in Jasmine Paolini. Currently, it's Jovic 1-0 up. We are in a tiebreak, though, in the second set. It is 3-4 Paolini serving, actually 3-5 now. So Jovic starting to take some control here in this tiebreak, but this has been a captivating match.
It really has.
All right, we're going to take this opportunity now to cross to our commentators for tonight. I believe they're going to be on Rod Laver Arena for the Demon, but it is a very good evening to Steve Pearce and Kate Kearns.
Hello, Nat.
Hey,
lovely,
Nat.
lovely to hear from you. I must admit, we're a little bit distracted by the Jovic-Palini match right now ourselves, because there's a young gentleman singing and pumping out some good tunes for the crowd on Rod Laver Arena, but that is some shot from Iva Jovic there, slamming a forehand back straight past the Italian for 3 match points. I wonder if we could line this up perfectly, Nat. What do you think?
Yes, please. You take it away, and if the evening serve ends while you're commentating,
no, we
all
won't
good.
do that. We won't do that.
No, you can have the mic, Steve. Go.
Iva Jovic here is serving for the match at 6-3 in the break as she serves. Paolini straight back with the forehand. Good depth from Jovic, and that's gone wide. And Iva Jovic has delivered a stunning win. That is outstanding performance from her. She has found a way to get through, and I must say, in perfect timing for us on the evening serve, Nat. Nicely done. That is a terrific win for her. She is through to the 4th round, and my word, she looks happy about it.
That is incredible. Thank you for the call. Perfect timing. Jasmine Paolini, the 7th seed, is out of the Australian Open, but Iva Jovic, a player to watch for the future. What a game. Viv, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
For joining us on the evening
It's been
serve.
great fun.
We'll have you back anytime. It was really, really fun. Make sure you tune into the morning show with Fiona Darmody on AO Radio tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. That is it from us at the evening serve. I look forward to joining you tomorrow on AO Radio, same time, same place. In the meantime, enjoy the night session.
On 99.7 FM around Melbourne Park and around the world on the official Australian Open app and OzOpen.com, this is AO Radio.
It's taking things to extremes, really, isn't it? Trying to fit in match points during Nat's program, and we managed to do it.
Oh, well, you managed to do it, Steve.
No.
You're such the professional. It was so good. What timing?
I thought, to be fair,
Life is-
Eva stepped in, Eva
She
Jovic
did.
there, seeing
We do
off
thank
the challenge of Jasmine Paolini, the 7th seed. Wow, what a moment for her. But yeah, that was just pinpoint precision, wasn't it?
It was perfection.
It was like 6:58. Go.
You know,
Got to be this one.
Sometimes it's just all about the timing.
That was, if you missed that a couple of minutes ago, or maybe on the network you're listening to, you don't get the evening serve. Either way, there was a program with Nat Woods just a couple of minutes ago, and we were able to bring match point during that. Kate Kearns and myself, Steve Pearce. Lovely being with you on AO Radio this evening, a Friday night in Melbourne town, and we're sitting on Rod Laver Arena because we're looking forward to a couple of terrific matches. We've had quite a few already today, and we've
been
got
a
more
big
to
day.
bring you. It's going to be tremendous stuff tonight. We're going to bring you Alex de Minaur up against Frances Tiafoe, and that is a contest which we're all looking forward to. The showman, Tiafoe, up against the defensive brick wall that is Alex de Minaur, the 6th seed, up against the 29th seed. That's first up. And then we're also really looking forward to bringing you... I hate the way we just don't have any light down here. It kind of... Yeah, but my eyesight's so bad. It's just
Want me to jump in with the Mirra
on
Andreeva?
Elena-Gabriela Ruse up against Mirra Andreeva. Andreeva, of course, one of the big up-and-comers. Well, has she come? She's sort of arrived, hasn't she? She's arrived.
She's definitely arrived, but you know,
big up-and-comers and Arrives, Mirra Andreeva.
I think everyone thinks that she'll win a major this year. And
do they?
Yeah.
Everyone thinks.
Everyone does.
Everyone. That is quite a statement,
Well,
right
I
there,
do.
Kate. That is so, Kate. So just because you do, everybody does.
Well, yep. That's how it is.
If
That's
you
how I
disagree
roll.
with Kate, if you disagree with Kate, drop us a
Then
line.
she doesn't want to know.
AO, she does. aoradio@tennis.com.au. That's the email address, or you can use the Ask the Booth form through the app. Will Mirra Andreeva win a major singles title this year? Kate is of the view that everybody thinks that she's going to.
Well, do you disagree?
I don't think she is going to. I think she has a chance.
Well, she has
There's some pretty good women at the top of the game.
This is so true. I really like the cut of her jib at the moment.
I like the cut of her jib, but do you like the cut of Arina Sabalenka?
Yes.
Do you like Iga Swiatek?
Yes. No, not as much.
Oh, you don't like her?
No, I know. I think that's your pick for the title. Is that correct?
Quite possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Quite possibly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, each to their own.
Each to their own. What do you think about Coco Gauff?
Not for this title, but
wow.
But yes.
Okay.
Is likely to win another major this year.
I see the way that you're just calmly dismissing. See, I quite like that.
Without having to defend it in any way, shape or form, just saying yes and no.
So anyway, do let us know whether you agree with Kate, because she's gone out on a limb, not only saying that it's going to happen, but that everybody believes that it's going to happen.
And then Anisimova, who I think actually will win this title.
But not this year.
But
not
this year.
Oh, you
No,
think this year?
yeah,
you think
yeah,
this year
could
so
be.
yeah, so a couple of back-to-back finals, obviously improving as a finalist, but you think this is the time to go one better?
I think so.
Okay.
Usually does well out here at the Australian Open, likes the courts.
Okay, so we've done the 1, 2, 3, 4.
And Rybakina would be the other.
Oh, Rybakina, yes. Okay. So Madison Keys, the defending champion, doesn't get a mention?
No, she doesn't, although Maddie has... I wouldn't say she's struggled in the first couple of matches, but there have been moments. It's just not quite consistent, but
Okay.
you don't... it's only the first week.
Plays the unretired Pliskova.
Oh, I know, that's so interesting. Can't wait for that. Is that tomorrow?
Yep.
Okay, looking forward to that. In
I'm
fact,
only-
I
I'm
really...
saying that with so much confidence because it's not today.
This is I like this time of a major tournament, and with the seeds starting to play one another, the matches become a little bit more interesting. We've seen the players, we know we're starting to get a sense of where they're at. Looking forward to the next couple of days.
Absolutely. I was just trying to find out, because it'll take me just a little while because I'm very slow compared to some of... Oh, there we go.
Oh, what have you found?
Didn't take me long whatsoever. First match on Rod Laver Arena, which gives me a chance to remind you, although let's... No. Jimmy Connors. I was going to say let's hear the players out on court, but Jimmy Connors is clearly not coming out onto court. Karolina Pliskova is playing Madison Keys. First up on Rod Laver Arena tomorrow morning, Melbourne time, and that is a 10:30 start.
That's
due
right.
to the extreme heat that is forecast. We are expecting 40 degrees Celsius tomorrow, which is, I don't know, give or take 110.
Yeah, it's hot. It's really, really hot.
And then a couple of off days, and then 43 on Tuesday.
Oh, I did see that. I wasn't happy about it. Is it windy tomorrow? It's the wind that always worries me, not so much
Is it windy
the temp.
tomorrow, asks Kate. Wow, okay. Well, you've got all the questions. Like you're pushing me around a little bit here.
I'm so sorry.
Very... Isaac says he can check it, but
Isaac's
I'm on
done
it
it.
now. Winds
Oh.
northwest to northeasterly, 20 to 30 Ks. So not too bad.
Not too bad.
But northerlies,
Yeah,
hot
northerly,
northerly, and that's what
exactly.
always drives
The heat.
temperature up in Melbourne. So we are looking forward to this match, Kate Kearns and myself, Steve Pearce, between France's Tiafoe and Alex de Minaur. And there is Alex de Minaur coming out to court.
Steve, the new entry onto court. Do we like it? Them coming on at the same time? They sort of meet together and put their bags down.
Don't mind it.
I sort of like them being, coming out one by one.
Given it
Announced on
enormous
court.
amount of thought, to be honest.
It's no big deal. It's a little change up from last year. I would like you to give it a lot more thought, right?
I do like
I'm asking all the hard questions tonight.
But the roof is opening. Of course it will tonight, because it's a beautiful, beautiful
it's
evening
lovely.
in Melbourne, and we're looking forward to this match enormously as the crowd becomes clear, and we've got a pretty decent-sized crowd in here already. It's going to be just about jam-packed when the first ball
How lucky
is hit,
are
you would
this
imagine.
side of the draw? So they get to play lovely day today, 26 degrees, have the day off tomorrow. Sunday it's cooling down in Melbourne. So they'll get to play again after all their opponents that are on the other side of the draw have sweated it out.
Well, there'll be a lot of people.
Although that means that they get Tuesday will be I think you said 43 degree day, so that doesn't work out so well for them.
No, so in the sunshine tomorrow afternoon, we've got the coin toss coming up, so we might take that first with Mariana Velovic, who's at the net. Francis Tiafoe is making his way rather slowly there, but now we can get going.
She's going to help us